Well, it feels like it's been a lifetime since I made that Daredevil Season 1 video, which is exactly how it felt waiting for Season 2 of this show to come out. It didn't take up a lot of time, but there was a brief moment where the future of Daredevil was in a bit of limbo, largely due to all these creative teams trying to figure out how exactly the Marvel Netflix universe was going to build up to its big crossover. Daredevil Season 1 did a great job introducing us to the more grounded world of the MCU, while Jessica Jones expanded on it, introducing a few key connective threads that would later tie things together. However, it would become Daredevil's second season that, once greenlighted, would undertake the job of starting to bring those threads together as the Netflix universe took its first steps to its big crossover. Stephen S. DeKnight got replaced as showrunner by Doug Petrie and Marco Ramirez, both of whom worked as writers and producers on Daredevil's first season, with the former having worked with DeKnight and Daredevil show creator Drew Goddard on Buffy and Angel, and the latter having worked as a writer on Sons of Anarchy and Da Vinci's Demons. If that wasn't enough to instill confidence in Daredevil's sophomore season, Petrie and Ramirez said that they were intent on being faithful to Season 1's focus on a gritty and grounded story. Sure, they would introduce plenty of new ideas, like immortal ninjas, but they made it a priority that no matter what they did, everything would center on the show's titular protagonist. Season 2 would eventually be released on March 18th, 2016 to yet another positive reception. Personally, I've always enjoyed this season, but always viewed it as a slight step down from Season 1. For whatever reason, I always thought about this as the ninja season that really only set up the Defenders, and somehow frequently forgot that the Punisher was in it, despite that stuff being my favorite part, and taking up far more screen time. Regardless, I still hold this as a good season of television, but let's see just how good it is and if it really holds up to Season 1. Spoiler alert, not really, but also it's still good. This is a Daredevil Season 2 retrospective. I once had a film professor who said that the first shot of a movie is an important insight into what that movie is about, both narratively and thematically. Now, I can't really speak to what the first shot of Season 2 says about its themes, but it's definitely a great way to reintroduce us to the world of Daredevil. We're treated to a nice pan across the Hell's Kitchen skyline as the soundscape tunes through the sounds of New York like a radio before settling on Daredevil's head. It's a nice way to reacquaint us with New York through a demonstration of Matt's powers right before we jump back into the action. It also establishes that Hell's Kitchen is going through a heat wave, which helps to build up the new normal of the setting for the next few episodes. A quartet of armed robbers attempt to shake a couple cops to get away with their booty. They successfully shoot one, but her partner manages to catch one of the robbers before getting the tables turned on him. Thankfully, Matt yoinks him off screen and around the corner to beat him up. The blocking and editing around this feels a little awkward and goofy, since it seems like the officer definitely should have seen Matt, but he acts like he didn't. Anyway, after beating that guy up, Matt goes after his friends, stopping one in an Asian restaurant and leaving him for the cooks to curb stomp. I like that little detail. It makes the world feel more lived in when some random glorified extras hype each other up to put the smackdown on some criminals. Another one of the robbers tries to imitate GTA 5 by jumping on top of a moving vehicle and attempting to hijack it, but Matt bonks him unconscious. The final guy takes a random girl hostage and retreats into a local church. Little does he know, Matt is Catholic, and he doesn't take kindly to people threatening violence in the Lord's house. He knocks out the lights before knocking the guy's lights out, leaving him for the police while he stands atop the church smiling. This gives us the official unveiling of Matt's new Daredevil costume, and I like it. It's basically a more streamlined design of the more grounded tactical costume from the end of Season 1, so there's not really much to comment on. Except that the eyes look much better. I like the red tinting for him. This opening scene does a good job at reintroducing the show by giving us a typical night in Matt's life after Fisk went away. He's constantly going out and beating up criminals, and while Daredevil being kept in the shadows is meant to build up the reveal of his new costume, it also serves to enshrine him as a force of nature in the eyes of the criminals. They view him as this devil hiding in the darkness. In a very similar way, criminals see Batman in many of his incarnations, and like another character later in this episode. After the always great opening credits, Matt and Foggy walk to work in the bright sunshine of early morning. Foggy is recounting his romantic exploits the night prior, but he ended up only finding a one-night stand, something he thinks he could avoid if Matt came out with him as his wingman. Matt respectfully says no, revealing that he goes out almost every single night as Daredevil.
If I take a night off, people get hurt.
Despite coming to accept Matt's nighttime activities, Foggy is still reluctant to talk about them with his friend, but he does mention that Karen is starting to question why her boss is constantly covered in bruises. Now, if I was one of these random citizens, I would also question why a blind man is talking about routinely beating up criminals. Seriously, I get it's New York and nobody really pays attention to each other, but it might not be a smart idea to talk about these issues out in the open, especially considering Foggy is currently expressing his worry for what will happen to himself and Karen if Matt gets caught as Daredevil or much worse. One of these people is bound to overhear you and turn you into the presses, if not the cops. At the office, the lawyer duo is greeted by a bustling room of potential clients. However, despite the influx of clients, Karen informs her bosses that they are flat broke, largely because they continue to get paid in pastries rather than cash.
Strawberry rhubarb. You will be mine.
Well, hey, at least that's a way to make lawyers likable, operating at a loss to help those who need it. Except maybe that blasphemous dog over there.
Mr. Marino's dog was viciously beaten by his neighbor after the dog, defiled the neighbor's statue of St. Francis.
Defiled?
Humped repeatedly until completion.
May you be struck down, you little rat. Well, I guess it's time to introduce some villains. That night, the Kitchen Irish holds a meeting. With Fisk in jail, the Russians dead, the Chinese gone, and the Japanese curiously quiet, there's a power vacuum in Hell's Kitchen. One Kitchen Irish boss, Nesbitt, intends to fill. This scene does a great job quickly and effectively establishing the mob he runs. Nesbitt himself and a couple of members of the Old Guard are embittered at the lack of power they hold in their own town thanks to Fisk. They used to be in total control here. In fact, Hell's Kitchen used to be inherently Irish. In the mid-19th century, there was an influx of Irish immigrants to New York who found work along the recently constructed Hudson River Railroad, forming shantytowns in the neighborhood. Another influx of immigrants after the American Civil War led to overpopulation in the area, giving rise to the Irish mob, who gained a lot of power and influence thanks to their bootlegging activities during Prohibition. They were the most powerful group in Hell's Kitchen, that is, until gentrification shifted the demographics, giving the Irish more competition and less power. In the world of the MCU, this allowed for the takeover of Wilson Fisk in the aftermath of the incident to completely shut out the Irish. Nesbitt is painfully and angrily aware of this and wants to recapture that Irish dominance. However, the younger members of the mob aren't as enthused as him. I mean, this kid seems into it, but that's largely because his dad is the group's benefactor, so they treat him really well. But the rest of them, you know, they're not great. This guy can barely get his dog under control. Georgie boy over here is more concerned with getting drunk than family history. He specifically cares so little for it that he willingly went to work for Fisk until the whole thing blew up in his face. Errand boy Grotto looks like he doesn't even want to be here. And it doesn't help that he's getting bullied for being a suck-up by this guy getting a head start on getting drunk. Suffice to say, even if the entirety of this group was totally on board with reclaiming their heritage, they're woefully unprepared for such a task. I mean, they can't even stop their boss Nesbitt from getting shot. Or any of the rest of themselves. Now, since all but one of these guys die in the same scene they're introduced, I usually would have breezed through this, mentioning the important elements that are critical to the ongoing story. Specifically, the Irish mob got gunned down by a new enemy and that the Yakuza haven't left New York but are suspiciously silent, which means they're up to something. However, the reason I went into the dynamics of what are effectively red shirts waiting to die is to emphasize a compliment I've already leveled at this show. It does a great job at making Hell's Kitchen feel lived in. This could have just been a scene of generic mobsters making evil plans to take over the city before getting killed, but the fact that there are dynamics within the group and their motivations are fueled by both the fictional history of the MCU and the real history of Hell's Kitchen makes these feel like real people who could have been around for a while. They had lives leading up to this moment with a complex familial history that came before them. This makes this group feel like real people, and when a certain someone comes in later to avenge them, his motivations will feel a lot more believable because these guys are proper characters instead of simple plot devices to build up the main threat. Meanwhile, the Nelson and Murdoch crew hang out at Josie's. While Foggy is in the bathroom, Matt lets Karen show him how to play pool, despite totally being capable by himself. And the two share a little romantic moment, with Karen's heart beating fast upon touching Matt's hand. However, there's another heart beating fast in the bar. Grotto, having escaped the massacre of the Kitchen Irish, has tracked down our lawyers to their favorite bar that has poop water.
Yeah, Josie's pipes have issues.
When Matt confronts him, Grotto explains that he needs legal help. He tells them that his gang was murdered by an army and, being the only survivor, he'll be pinned as the culprit by the bosses back home. To protect himself, Grotto wants the DA to put him into witness protection, but he needs a good lawyer to secure the deal. Since Nelson and Murdoch have accumulated a reputation as being honest lawyers working for the people thanks to participating in the downfall of Wilson Fisk, he's come to them. Matt uses his lie detector powers to determine that the Irish gangster is telling the truth when he expresses a desire to start life over as a decent man, and agrees to represent him right before Grotto passes out from blood loss. Karen takes him to the hospital, providing a fake name and backstory to hide him from the police and whoever's out hunting the Irish out of season, while Matt and Foggy head to the scene of the crime. The latter tries to get some information out of his buddy Sergeant Brett Mahoney, but it's a no-go.
We're not everybody else, my man.
Did you just say my man?
Meanwhile, Matt uses his powers of listening real good to overhear a detective examining Nesbitt's body, noting that the mob boss had worn a thick polyethylene fiber vest, something notably more durable than your Kevlar vests.
Think of my dick.
Yet the bullet that killed him penetrated it and even came out the other side. This means whoever killed the Kitchen Irish was packing some serious military-grade weaponry. It's also curious to note that despite this meeting being among members of the family, Nesbitt decided to brave the 100-degree heat wave with extra layers of protection, meaning that this outcome was something he expected, or even feared. Matt poses this line of questioning, causing Brett to reluctantly agree to ensure the two don't spread this information. He reveals that this wasn't the first gang massacre in Hell's Kitchen. Some paramilitary group is killing its way through the neighborhood criminal underworld, with one of its victims being a local MC, as Matt overhears from some nearby coroners. And the DA has no clue as to who or why. My question is how Matt was not already aware of this. I get that the cops are somehow covering this stuff up, but Matt is out every night monitoring the crime of Hell's Kitchen. Something like a giant gangland shootout would likely be something he would hear, I'd think, unless Foggy conveniently convinced Matt to take the night off every time this happened. Wait, Foggy, are you in on this? Anyway, Brett warns the two of his friends to stay out of this business.
You hear that? Call me friend.
However, the two have no such plans. Matt heads out to don his underwear.
It's not underwear, Foggy. Underwear is comfortable.
While Foggy plans to meet up with a friend of his in the MC. Of course, this friend was just a guy he shared a class with in the 3rd grade, so it's not a great lead. And things get worse when Foggy visits the local charter of the biker gang Dogs of Hell, who are actually making a return appearance to the MCU. Their Nevada chapter had briefly been subjugated by a rogue Asgardian during the first season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which I might make videos about at some point in the future. Maybe. Things get weird with that show. But suffice to say, some goofy lawyer ain't gonna scare them too much. In fact, they seem quite pissed that Foggy deigned to show his face here, especially with him asking about his buddy Smitty. President Jimmy the Bear orders him to be taken outside and roughed up, and for some reason, only one guy decides to fulfill that command. I was expecting at least 3 or 4 guys would have wanted to get in on beating up a lawyer, especially how riled up they were, but I suppose this works to Foggy's advantage. He name drops a past client, some guy named Pope, to get himself out of a hospital visit, and he pushes his luck by prying into Smitty. The would-be assaulter Leon respects his balls and tells him that Smitty died on a product run, being gunned down in an ambush by a new crew on the scene using military weaponry. This new crew has created such paranoia in the criminal underworld that it's even starting to negatively affect the business of a guy like Turk Barrett. He only has some sawed-off shotguns in stock, but his potential buyers will only take semi-automatic guns. Before Turk can find a way to close the deal, Daredevil closes the trunk of his car on his hands. It's a neat detail that Matt's fighting style has changed now that he has billy clubs, utilizing them well as both close combat and ranged weapons. Once the gangsters are taken care of, Matt turns his attention back to Turk, interrogating him about the new players in town. The arms dealer reveals that the power vacuum left by Fisk has invited all sorts of power-hungry groups to come fill it. Even the cartel has come up from Mexico with military weapons, intent on taking power. They've taken up headquarters in the meatpacking district, where they've been accumulating their resources. Turk then tries to weasel out of going to jail.
Come on, D. I'm out on parole, man.
I love how Turk dares to address Matt in such familiar terms. It creates such a nice dynamic between the two, making Turk even more endearing as a small-time crook serving as Matt's punching bag. It also implies that in the time between seasons, Turk has effectively become Matt's unwilling informant on the streets, going from one aggressive boss to another. You know, I've always had an affinity for loser villains, and now that I think about it, I think this is largely because of this guy right here. I will always welcome his appearance in these shows. Too bad he won't appear again until the finale of this season. Matt finds the cartel's hideout abandoned. Their weapons are missing, and they've left some guy ranting on the TV. I've tried to figure out who exactly this is, but I couldn't. I'm sorry. It's not like Matt cares. He's found chilled Mexican meat in the freezer. One still alive, barely, and refuses to be taken to the hospital. Instead, Matt asks him about who the new paramilitary group is that killed his friends, and we get the big reveal.
No, they. Him. It's one man.
Here, it's revealed that all the havoc wreaked during this episode has been caused by a single guy, who we'll come to learn is Frank Castle. I had mentioned in my Season 1 video that the original plan with Frank was to introduce him in a post-credit scene where he kills Owlsley as he attempts to make his getaway after extorting Fisk. I think the way things actually happened in the show is much better than what was planned. If Frank had randomly shown up in a post-credit scene, it invites the question as to why he hadn't intervened in anything prior. Why didn't he just shoot Fisk during his little speech? Why didn't he try to kill the Rankskahovs or Madame Gao or any of the Yakuza? With the time jump, it's plausible to assume that his family was gunned down between seasons, birthing the killer we see now. We also would have missed out on the excellent build-up this episode puts into his debut. The first scene of the episode establishes Daredevil as this force of nature, while the rest of it invests its time in building up Frank to be an opposing force that will eventually collide with him. He takes out multiple gangs of violent criminals without a scratch, inspiring fear in its survivors. Frank gets mythologized as a full team of paramilitary super soldiers, and then the reveal of all this damage being done by one man naturally sets him up to be a worthy adversary for Daredevil. Now it's time for him to prove his mettle. He's tracked Grotto down and invades the hospital. Karen takes her firm's new client in an attempt to escape, with Frank firing at them. Given that we're going to learn that he only targets criminals and those who help them, it seems a bit irresponsible for Frank to just be wildly firing a shotgun in a crowded hospital, but I digress, I guess. Karen and Grotto manage to make their way to Ben Urich's old car, which I assume Doris gave to Karen as a gift after her husband's death, and they make their getaway. However, Frank has made a sniper's nest atop the hospital and has Grotto in his sights, but fortunately Daredevil shows up to save the day. I guess he heard all the gunshots, or he was already on his way back to check on Grotto, but either way, he has his first fight with Frank. It's a nice scrap that sees Frank just trying to get rid of Matt so he can escape, but eventually Matt corners him. Unfortunately, we get a payoff to something Foggy said earlier.
You're a lot of things. Bulletproof is not one of them.
Bang.
Hey, that's the name of the episode. Oh crap, Matt's dead. Well, that was a really strong premiere to the season. Some minor hiccups here and there in regards to the operation of things, but this does a great job at establishing the new normal of Hell's Kitchen, building up Frank Castle as a true force of nature while hinting at some developments that will see the light of day later. It does everything I need it to in order to get invested in what's about to happen later in the season. Foggy visits the crime scene at the hospital the next morning, overhearing a report of shots fired a couple blocks over. Assuming it to be Matt, he rushes over, exploring the rooftops until he finds his dead friend. Okay, I lied, Matt was only knocked unconscious. He's not dead, but he probably has a hell of a concussion. I'm not 100% sure how a cop hasn't already made his way over here yet to discover Hell's Kitchen's #1 vigilante lounging on a rooftop, nor how Foggy managed to make his way back to Matt's apartment with said vigilante draped around his shoulder, but somehow the pair make it safely unimpeded. Matt wakes up a few hours later with Foggy tending to him. His friend voices concerns yet again about the Daredevil shenanigans, but Matt laughs off his brush with death, saying that he can't let a guy who hangs dudes from meat hooks run rampant through his neighborhood. However, Foggy enforces his desires that Matt takes his injuries seriously and take a rest day, maybe considering throwing away the superhero threads while he's at it. Obviously, Matt is resistant to that idea, but he agrees to stay home today and let the police and his friends do their jobs for once. I really like the dynamic that is being established between these two for the season. Matt is still as bullheaded as ever about fighting fighting crime as a crazy devil man, but while he's gotten over his friend lying to him for years, Foggy doesn't actually support his activities. It was emphasized in the scene at Josie's that Foggy really relies on his friends being together as a group. He enjoys hanging out with his two friends safe and sound every night, kicking back and relaxing after a good day at work. However, Matt's activities puts all of that in jeopardy for him. This doesn't mean Foggy is selfish in his dislike of Daredevil. He genuinely cares about Matt's well-being, as we'll see in a second, and the strain of trying to protect him is already taking its toll. For now, Matt relents and agrees to rest, and Foggy goes to the local police precinct where Karen has hidden Grotto to protect him from Frank. She's in the middle of preparing him for witness protection when Foggy shows up and interrogates his client about the man who tried to kill him. Grotto explains that he had heard rumors that the gangland massacres were being committed by a single person, but he personally never believed him, which is believable because who can look at this carnage and go, ah yeah, no, one guy did that. Brett then brings Grotto some new orange duds to replace his assless hospital gown and takes Foggy and Karen outside to discuss more sensitive details with them. The DA is on her way there with terms for Grotto's entry into WitPro, and Brett recommends that no matter what they are, they better be accepted. He's gotten extra information on Frank through the grapevine. This guy is an independent operator specifically targeting criminals as a way to clean up the streets through mass murder. He's caused this rift within the NYPD, with some loving him and some questioning the existence of vigilantes in general, even Daredevil, who was embraced as a hero after taking down Fisk.
Daredevil kicks ass, this whole city cheers like we just won the World Series. But this guy, he does it, the streets get bloody. Makes everybody stop and think twice about the whole hero proposition.
In the time between seasons, there have been multiple Daredevil copycats, dubbed Devil Worshippers, but this guy is on a whole nother level. On a side note, I do wish we got some scenes with these Devil Worshippers to further flesh out the world. Give us something similar to the beginning of The Dark Knight. It wouldn't be the first time this series referenced that trilogy. Anyway, when D.A. Reyes, who you'll recognize from the end of Jessica Jones's freshman season, arrives, she tries to assume custody of Grotto immediately, but Foggy tries to interject with his client's written demands. However, Reyes tries to strong-arm him with a little quid pro quo as added incentive, but under threat of a call to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Reyes agrees to give him a WitPro deal, as long as Grotto can help them bring in at least one criminal. Since all his kitchen Irish buddies have either fled or are dead, Grotto will have to wear a wire to bring in local drug dealer Edgar Brass for the DA's office. Or he can walk out and take his chances with Frank, whom they reveal is specifically targeting organized gang members, going out of his way to ensure none escape him. When Reyes leaves to take a call, her assistant, Blake Tower, reveals there's almost a complete character profile put together on Frank.
They're calling this one the Punisher.
Blake, you didn't have to sound excited about it. This guy's trying to kill Grotto after all, so that really leaves Foggy with no choice but to force his client to agree to these terms. Later, after going through the month's overdue bills, Foggy catches Karen looking through the coroner's reports of the Punisher's victims, reminding herself that she could have been among them. After what went down with Fisk, especially Ben Urich and Mrs. Cardenas' deaths, and now with a crazed gunman hunting her down, she's convinced that she attracts this kind of death, that maybe she deserves the punishment. This is our first hint about her past, which won't be fully fleshed out until season 3, but we will get breadcrumbs as we go throughout this story. But for now, this reveals that the guilt she expressed for Mrs. Cardenas in season 1 has been permeating for a much longer time than she let on. Foggy tries to cheer her up with some coffee, but she decides to seek comfort in Matt's arms instead. Surprisingly, he's obeying Foggy's wishes, trying to take things easy and rest up. However, as he gets himself some ibuprofen or something, he loses all of his hearing until Karen comes over. After Matt comforts her, she spots the glass he dropped earlier, causing her concerns about him to flare up again. She finally confronts him, saying that she's not stupid. All the stories covering up his bruises and sick days ring incredibly false to her, and she wants to know the truth, albeit in Matt's own time. I think that despite her frustrations with her friends, she also knows what it's like to hide secrets because of the guilt of her past she carries around. So she's extending some grace towards Matt at this moment. It's a nice subtle way of characterizing her while building a little intrigue around her that wasn't there previously. Karen recaps the DA situation and says that there's still some information that the NYPD are hiding. Matt takes note of that for later, but for now he's prompted to ask a more important question.
You think he's crazy?
The Punisher? No. I think it was inevitable.
This leads to a conversation where Karen seems to buy the idea that the Punisher is a Daredevil copycat, and that by cheering on someone like Daredevil, she and the rest of the city have inadvertently created a new breed of vigilante. Matt obviously takes the defensive position on this, distancing himself from a gun-wielding madman, but I think the seed of doubt has been planted now that the woman who is his biggest supporter since the beginning is questioning if he should have even started in the first place. Of course, this makes sense from her angle, seeing as how this guy who was supposedly inspired by Matt tried to gun her down not even 24 hours ago. Despite that, she still sees a little bit of herself in him.
You think this Punisher could be a good person?
No, I'm just saying he could be any one of us.
I really like how this sets up the thematic conflict Matt is going to have to go through in his battle with Frank, but I'm left wondering why it's only now that people are starting to question these things. I mean, this is a world with Iron Man in it, a guy who is in effect a vigilante as he doesn't answer to the government, and he's very popular because of that fact. Why are we not blaming Iron Man or any of the other Avengers for people going out and killing criminals? Tony did the same exact thing, right? I mean, I know they were terrorists and traitors to America, but like, it's still kind of the same thing, right? Blaming the devil worshippers on Daredevil makes sense to me, but it's just strange to specifically connect a guy with a gun to a ninja devil man. Is this just because both Daredevil and the Punisher are operating in Hell's Kitchen? Because I don't think that's necessarily how copycat criminals work. I better see somebody blame the Hulk for Luke Cage's shenanigans. Meanwhile, Frank does a little shopping at the local pawn shop. Now, this place ain't the good old gold and silver. It's a good deal shadier, so Frank thinks that this is a perfect place to buy an NYPD mobile communications rig so that he can tap into some encrypted tactical frequencies, likely in light of Grotto escaping him the night before and making it to the police station. Frank purchases what he needs, as well as the security tape to erase evidence of his presence there and the shop owner's shotgun, but only taking the shells for some reason. Though it's a pretty lucky preemptive measure considering what he's about to do, which may be the reason he did it in the first place. He's about to leave, but Greasy Chumley over there is eager to get more money from the sketchy guy purchasing illegal stuff, so he eagerly jumps to trying to sell him CP. Classy move, guy. Frank thinks so too and closes the store to deal with him properly. This is a good scene that shows Frank to be a competent strategic thinker with a communications rig, but it also works well to show that there is a line in his punishment. He's willing to participate in illegal activities. I mean, obviously he's murdering people, but beyond that, he is willing to be shady and let shady people do their thing, but once they cross a certain line, that's when they're worth being killed. Now, there's a giant gap between selling non-lethal police gear and the distribution of the worst kind of child abuse, but this does show that Punisher's mission simply isn't aimed at any given criminal. There's a particular breed of goon he's after in his war, especially in these first 4 episodes, but the fact that Frank made an exception to this guy specifically participating in the exploitation of children hints towards his backstory. But it's also CP, whether he's a father or not, this is a valid crash out. Going back to Matt, he pays a visit to our good friend Melvin Potter in order to get his helmet fixed. Melvin is a little unwilling to help out since he's in good standing with Betsy by being on the straight and narrow, but Matt reassures him that he's helping people and reminds him of his promise to protect them both. This convinces Melvin to help, but he has to make a brand new helmet since the point-blank bullet irreparably damaged this one. Matt can't wait the day it would take to do so, so Melvin just slaps some flex tape on the current mask and calls it a day. He notices that Matt isn't doing too hot and asks him if he's doing okay, but Matt just shrugs him off. It's a nice touch to the scene that shows Melvin to be a genuinely caring person, but it also reminds us that Matt is a little physically debilitated right now, as one would be after taking a bullet to the head. And the thought occurs to me that the same might be said of Frank. Melvin also notes that Frank deliberately shot Matt where he'd be hurt but not die because he somehow knew that the Daredevil mask could withstand a point-blank gunshot. But again, this foreshadows that there is in fact a method to Frank's madness. Matt then heads back to the scene of the Kitchen Irish massacre, and after the police leave for the night, he does a little investigative work of his own. His trail takes him out back, where the dog who was chained up before the meeting is missing, with only blood remaining. Using his powers, Matt chases the blood trail to a nearby apartment building where he overhears some encrypted police frequencies. Correctly assuming this to be suspicious, Matt follows the sounds to a room containing one good doggo, a lot of canned food that are being used for homemade gas grenades, and a mobile communications rig tuned into the DA's operation with Grotto, which means Frank is likely aware of it too. Actually, he's more aware of what's really going on here than even us, the audience, at this point. As far as we know, Grotto is gearing up to meet with his old pal Edgar Brass, which he's very nervous about. Karen tries to reassure him, Foggy tries to calm him with some rationality and poorly timed jokes, and Reyes basically just tells him how it is. He does this or he gets killed by the Punisher. I do really like Grotto's dynamic with Karen and Foggy. He provides some nice comedic moments, especially in reaction to Foggy's jokes, that make him pretty endearing as a character. Combine that with his desire to start life over as a decent person, and it becomes pretty easy to root for him. Unfortunately, the DA only sees him as a pawn in the larger game of her political career, which becomes quite clear when Edgar Brass doesn't show up for his meeting with Grotto. Instead, a police officer has shown up, throwing him into a shipping crate and strapping a bulletproof vest on him. Foggy and Karen soon realize that this entire thing has actually been a trap to capture Frank Castle, a plan concocted by DA Reyes to bolster her own political career, as well as one other thing that will be revealed later. However, Frank is a couple steps ahead of all of them. Since he had the communications rig, he was able to hear this entire plan, so he pays another visit to the Dogs of Hell, who have just stolen themselves a semi-truck, planning to strip it for parts. The driver that came with it though? He'll find a shallow grave, I guess. While an OG cleans out the blood and listens to some tunes, Frank ambushes his buddies and kills them. I doubt this is a homage to the Stan Lee cameo in The Amazing Spider-Man, but that's what this reminded me of. However, in this, Frank's playing for keeps. He uses the old man in the semi as a decoy for the police while he takes a sniper's nest position atop a nearby water tower. While the cops are distracted by the truck, Frank takes aim at Grotto. But Matt once again intervenes just in time, turning Frank's own homemade weapons against him. Round 2 commences on another rooftop, and I like it more than round 1. There's some good choreography that distinguishes the two fighters, with Frank acting more as a brutish tank, while Matt mixes a bit of his father's boxing with the more acrobatic martial arts. I also love how Frank steals Matt's baton and turns it against him. To add to the danger, there's a bunch of police officers training their guns in their direction, and Reyes ain't even given a second thought about giving the firing order.
No.
Oh, that's a sweet little moment of Foggy not being able to contain his worry for Matt, but it's hella suspicious. I think Karen's gonna have questions about that. She doesn't, but I really think she would have. In the midst of the chaos, Grotto panics and makes a run for it. Karen starts to go after him, but Foggy intervenes, telling her to keep herself safe. He then makes himself a complete hypocrite once Frank tackles Matt through a glass fixture, chasing after his buddy. Though the fall stuns both of them temporarily, it seems like Frank and Matt are embodying their inner Captain America because they look like they can do this all day. However, a mulligan is thrown into the mess of things as Matt's hearing problem rears its ugly face at the most inconvenient moment, allowing Frank to kidnap him unimpeded. Well, that was a crap show. Punisher got away with a prisoner this time, some more members of the Dogs of Hell are dead, and Grotto is now in the wind. I foresee a great future for Reyes' political career. I really like how quickly Frank is established as not just a competent and capable antagonist, but one that directly challenges Daredevil in a completely different way than Fisk last season. Despite not yet getting that much screen time, he's characterized very effectively, even if much of who he is still remains in the shadows. Of course, in the next episode, a lot is going to come to light. After dreaming of being taken care of by a nun, which is another thing that'll be built upon in Season 3, Matt wakes up chained to a chimney atop yet another roof. Frank greets him as he prepares dinner.
Morning, sunshine.
Most of this episode is spent with these two dudes chilling on a rooftop, 5 feet apart because they're not gay. Because Matt's Catholic and he also finds out that Frank used to be, he tries to build a rapport with his captor and dig up some information. However, besides pretty obviously deducing Frank's military background, Matt is unable to learn more about his personal life. He keeps trying to chip away at Frank's facade, but the soldier claims that he doesn't hide behind a mask. He simply is who he is. He does what is necessary, especially thanks to Matt's weak remedy to the crime in Hell's Kitchen. Frank doles out some of the classic lines.
You know what I think you, hero? I think you're a half measure. But you're one bad day away from being me.
And then they get interrupted by an old resident of the building investigating all the shouting going on up here. Frank warns Matt to keep quiet or else the old man gets it. As the two converse, Matt tries to escape his chains but causes enough noise for Frank to carefully ready his gun, forcing his hostage to sit and listen. Matt is able to pick up that the Punisher's real name is Frank and that he was indeed a soldier deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. Since the old man, whose name is Jerry, is a Nam vet, the two bond briefly before he turns in for the night. However, things don't calm down after that. Matt erupts in rage at Frank holding an innocent old man hostage, but Frank blames Matt for that situation. It was all for show. Jerry was never in real danger because Frank is not the type to kill innocents. He's trying to make the point that he isn't this crazed gun-toting psychopath that Matt thinks he is. Their back and forth here really gets to the core of both of their philosophies of crime fighting. Frank reveals a strong conviction in what he's doing, pointing out how the criminals Matt puts away just churn through the system and pop back out into the streets a few weeks later. And he's not wrong. We just saw Turk out on the streets a couple episodes ago selling guns while on parole. When faced with Daredevil bringing him back to prison, what does he say?
Know what? Be like that. Because we both know I'll be back out by the end of the month.
Matt might be a force of nature, but he doesn't quite elicit the fear he used to, it seems. Especially when compared to Frank, which we have and will continue to see as we go. Frank is proud of what he's doing because he's doing the necessary thing to take out the trash of Hell's Kitchen. Matt still maintains his no-kill rule in the face of this, but he does so with reasoning that I really appreciate.
Let me ask you this.
What's that?
What about hope?
Oh, fuck.
Come on, Frank.
About Santa Claus? You want to talk about Santa Claus?
I live in the real world too,
Yeah.
and I've seen it.
What have you seen?
Redemption, Frank. It's real.
Jesus
And it's
Christ.
possible. The people you murdered deserve another chance.
What, to kill again, rape again? Is that what
No,
you
Frank,
want?
to try again, Frank. To try.
Because of his Catholic background, Matt believes that every criminal he faces has some glimmer of goodness deep within them. Just because they do something stupid or even evil, he wants them to have a chance to redeem themselves and become a better person, something that Frank outright rejects. But the existence of Grotto supports Matt's position. He's a guy who has done horrible things to stain his soul, things that we're about to learn, but he is now aspiring to turn his life around to become better. Granted, this was motivated by the fear of being killed by Frank after the people he worked for got gunned down, but hey, at least he's attempting some form of repentance. This becomes the core disagreement between the two characters. Matt believes people can change and redeem themselves no matter how far gone they may be, while Frank believes that once someone crosses a certain line, there is no redemption for them. They're too far gone and deserve death. Are either of them fully correct? Not really. Frank is obviously taking it upon himself to be judge, jury, and executioner, unrepentantly gunning down criminals in the streets regardless of whether they can or want to change as people. He's dispensing his own brand of justice, and he's dispensing vengeance and fear, which, as we'll see in a moment, is creating a tense atmosphere in Hell's Kitchen that is escalating violence. Meanwhile, Matt's view on redemption is a little naive of human nature. Yes, we should all extend grace toward one another to give us a chance for redemption, but sometimes it's just to bring a harsher penalty against someone for their crimes. Again, Turk just pops in and out of prison with no intention to become a better person, and while I don't think we've seen him do anything that would call for the death penalty, he certainly has contributed to the deaths of many people while Matt allows it by letting him play the system. Matt also champions the system of the law, believing it to be the ultimate decider of a criminal's fate, while also currently circumventing it as a vigilante. Both men have taken hard stances on the way they operate that causes them to fundamentally clash, even if their end goal is pretty much the same.
There is goodness in people, even in you. And you're gonna have to kill me because I'm never gonna stop coming for you until I take you down. You wanna know why?
Why's that?
Because you're insane.
Yeah, Frank doesn't appreciate being called crazy, earning Matt another nap. Back at the scene of Frank's escape, Karen and Foggy confront Reyes for absolutely screwing the pooch. However, the DA correctly points out that Nelson and Murdoch is a tiny law firm running on fumes that had their 15 minutes of fame with the Union Allied scandal, but their clout is pretty much run out, making them the easy scapegoat for this crap show. This forces Karen to back off, frustrated, but Foggy tells her that they have to play the DA's game temporarily. For now, he's going to reach out to Matt, so Karen leaves to find some legal loophole that they can use to help Grotto. Of course, Foggy was lying about reaching Matt, knowing that he just randomly vanished after his fight with Frank. He does the only thing he can think to do and goes to the ER to look for Claire. Maybe, just maybe, Matt was able to escape and turns to his old nurse friend for help. Instead, he finds a very tense situation at the hospital. Hordes of gang members are being admitted with severe injuries from each other. The fear of the Punisher has pushed them to a place of pure paranoia, jumping at everyone they perceive as an enemy. This is such a natural way to highlight the effect Frank is having on the underbelly of Hell's Kitchen. He's undeniably effective in stoking the fear, but that fear is pushing these dangerous men to become even more dangerous. dangerous, trying to attack each other in the midst of more innocents. Also, this is introduced by a really well done one-take sequence that, while incredibly impressive on a technical level with all the complex blocking of all these extras in a confined space, also does a great job at tossing you into the chaos of the situation, portraying the scope of these gangster scraps very effectively. This is the atmosphere Claire is working in. After helping comatose Luke Cage escape the hospital and Jessica Jones, she's been assigned a bunch of long hours as punishment. As a result, she's very reluctant to get involved in Matt's activities again, even if it's just helping his best friend look for him. However, while Foggy is here, she might as well put him to work. While they tend to the patients, one of the injured gangsters breaks free to attack another, putting everyone in the room in danger. Foggy intervenes in the standoff, effectively telling them that they're both retarded. If they commit to their violent course of action, they're either going to get shot or arrested, and no lawyer worth his salt is going to come near them. He commands them to just let there be peace here, and they relent. It's a really good moment for Foggy, showing him to be courageous in his own way and capable of handling things by himself, even if he's not flipping around dressed like a devil. It's also interesting that Foggy appeals to their selfish nature, perhaps revealing that he understands the criminal element better than both Matt and Frank. Those two use force to quell violence and find peace and safety, yet Foggy's able to achieve it quickly through simply pinpointing what the criminals care about, even if he thinks it's stupid and evil. Claire is also impressed by Foggy's actions, so she helps him look for Matt, but he isn't in the medical system. She assures him that their friend will be fine and leaves him there. Foggy notes that Matt lost a good one when they broke up, but Claire says that the city needed him more than she did, even if she regrets letting him go. Meanwhile, as Karen is doing some legal research, she receives a call from Grotto, who's pissed about the whole being lied to by the DA to be used as bait for the Punisher thing, and he thinks Karen was in on it. Much like the crooks in the ER, he's also fallen into a state of paranoia, intent on trying to escape New York all by himself. However, that's not going to stop Karen from trying to help him. She made a promise to help him, and she couldn't live with herself if she didn't do anything. She pays a visit to Assistant DA Blake Tower, revealing that she's found something in all her research. It turns out that DA Reyes's rise was thanks to her nasty habit of backstabbing her partners and throwing them under the bus to propel her career forward, just like what she threatened to do to Nelson and Murdoch. Karen asks Tower to help her turn the tables on Reyes for once so they can save themselves. All she wants is the Punisher files. Tower makes a big stink of all this, but he discreetly hands Karen the files she needs as an affirmation of his support. She then goes back to the office and studies the mostly redundant files. We get it, he likes to kill criminals. A lot. However, Karen finds an interesting file from Metro General for Frank Castle himself. Inside, there's an x-ray of a skull with a bullet hole in it. Anyway, Matt is finally woken up from his nap with a revolver duct taped to his hand. Frank has geared himself up to where only a headshot would put him down. He's prepared a little test for Matt's ideology, revealing that he's tracked down and kidnapped Grotto after catching him trying to break into a car. He forces the errand boy to admit that he executed a hit for the mob, and what's more, he killed an elderly woman who witnessed him do it, albeit in a panic. It's clear that Grotto regrets his actions, but it's not enough for Frank. He presents Matt with three options: either kill Grotto, let Frank kill Grotto, or kill Frank to save Grotto. No matter what, there's going to be blood on his hands.
What kind of choice is that?
The kind I make every time I pull the trigger.
However, like most of these stories go, Matt chooses a fourth option, shooting the chains to set himself free and attacking Frank. Unfortunately, he's too late to stop Grotto from being shot. Matt tries to help him, allowing Frank to initiate the next step of his plan, attacking the Dogs of Hell, whose headquarters are across the street. Grotto dies in Matt's arms, giving a pretty tragic conclusion to a character I quite liked. He could have easily been the person to prove which of Matt and Frank's philosophies hold true. Maybe Grotto truly would have found redemption and become a better man, or maybe he would return to his criminal ways, killing yet another grandma out of his own cowardice. Now, we'll never know because Frank took that chance away. I'd like to think Grotto would turn his life around, and maybe he was, but then the betrayal by Reyes caused him to regress back to his criminal lifestyle. It feels like at every turn, he's a man who's only made choices because of his distrust and fear of other people, but when shown some genuine compassion by Karen, he seemed to be happy to set out on the morally sound path, which would prove Matt right. But again, we'll never know. Grotto's killer takes aim at the oncoming Dogs of Hell, who are pissed about their bikes, whispering a little nursery rhyme.
Bitch. Bitch.
Frank, that's the next episode. You're a little too early on that, bud. Matt doesn't want to get spoiled on what happens next, so he knocks Frank out, planning to carry him out of the building before the dogs kill him. And they almost get away in the service elevator. However, Jerry the Nom vet steps out to check on all the chaos that has just erupted, giving the dogs an easy target. Matt leaves Frank in the elevator and puts Jimmy the bear at gunpoint to get the MC to back off long enough for Jerry to retreat back into his apartment, setting us up for this season's one-take brawl. As much as I enjoy this, it's definitely a step down from Season 1's hallway fight. I really like the setup of Matt being equipped with some chains and a gun, with some great beats like Matt taking out the lights with the chain to hide in the darkness and trying to fire the gun only to find out with a bleak smirk that it's empty. But there's a couple of blatant jump cuts that disrupt the flow and the feel of the scene's intention to be a single take. Then the scene completely breaks the one-take aesthetic once Matt gets to the ground floor, where he fights a few heavies, finishing off the final one with a hero landing flip that honestly looks a little goofy to me and felt unnecessary, especially since Matt had already knocked the guy out by bashing his head into the floor. I think I prefer Matt's showdown with Frank from the last episode, and definitely Matt's battle of attrition against the Russians in the hallway. Still, this is a pretty good fight with some good choreography that has Matt being worn down by the constant onslaught of raging bikers. The chain gives the fight a little more flair with how he attacks the enemy, especially that awesome stairwell takedown, and the fact he's chasing the elevator with an unconscious Frank on it to the bottom adds some more urgency than what was already there. Matt almost gets to Frank in time too, but his little extra superhero landing costs him, giving Frank enough time to wake up and escape. But there's no time to deal with that now, it's time for a funeral. Karen swings by to pick Matt up. There's a nice little romantic moment as Karen helps him tie his tie, saying that she used to help her brother do the very same thing.
Never said you had a brother.
Again, this is something that's going to get built upon later, but these two are running late for Grotto's funeral, so we don't have time for any exposition now. Don't want to keep all one other attendee waiting. Father Lantum delivers the eulogy, recounting how Grotto would always attend Mass, putting everything of value he had in the collection plate, perhaps in an attempt to seek redemption for all of his bad deeds, yet nevertheless he ultimately dies in darkness. Again, this emphasizes how Grotto existed in a gray area between Matt and Frank's philosophies and never got the opportunity to prove which of them were correct, if either of them were. After a pretty frank and honest statement on who Grotto was, the funeral concludes, and Matt stays behind to speak with the priest. Despite Grotto's questionable actions, Matt still feels guilty about letting him die. He wants forgiveness for not succeeding in his duties as a protector, but the father says that if Matt did everything he possibly could to save Grotto, then there's nothing to forgive.
And why do I still feel guilty?
Guilt can be a good thing. It's a soul's call to action. The indication that something is wrong. The only way to rid your heart of it is to correct your mistakes and keep going till amends are made. I don't know what you didn't do or what you should have done, but the guilt means your work is not yet finished.
It's a nice bit of advice from Lantum, and it encourages Matt to press on to fight Frank for good, making amends for his failure with Grotto. Back at the office, Karen shows off her findings from the Punisher files. Like we saw, most of them involved more of Frank's victims, but the x-ray that belongs to him indicates that his actions weren't what led to the secrecy around him. Somebody shot him in the head, and he survived. Karen thinks that whatever got him shot is the reason why D.A. Reyes is trying to hide the files. Someone out there doesn't want anyone to know about what happened to him. In exposing this conspiracy, this could free Nelson and Murdoch from Reyes' threats. Plus, Lantum's eulogy for Grotto has spurred Karen to try to help Frank if he truly is a victim in all this. Matt admires her compassion for people, which further compels her to go help Frank. When Foggy tries to get Matt's help on a case where someone defaced an elevator, she disappears to go on this mission. Matt wants to go help her, but Foggy has a different idea.
Find him first.
Somebody else wants to find Frank too, and they also happen to be having a funeral today. The remnants of the Kitchen Irish gather to pay their respects to their brothers who fell at the hands of the Punisher. Even their mysterious benefactor has come back from his self-imposed exile to Ireland to mourn. Finn Cooley is specifically upset about the death of his son, who came to America to seek a fortune against his father's wishes. He laments that all his son found was a casket and a couple cents to his name. The interim Irish leader Seamus tries to comfort his boss by telling him that his boy knew what the risks were in signing up for this life. But that only pisses Finn off, awakening his murderous intent. He pops some pills to calm himself and washes them down with a drink from henchman Rory. However, Finn gets even more angry when he finds out that one of his men is missing a hand. He declares war on the Punisher, commanding his men to turn the city upside down to find the man who stole his money, and killed his son, but most importantly stole his money. And they do just that. Rory leads a squad of fighting Irish across New York, first attacking a bar where they kill the workers after they're pointed to a pet store. The owner recalls their man bringing in one of their fighting dogs, pointing them to Frank's apartment. However, he nor the money are there, only the dog. However, Finn finds one more piece of important information.
That's who you are.
Now, we don't know this at the moment, but Finn now knows exactly who Frank Castle is. And not just in the type of, oh, I recognize the type of person you are, but these carousel tickets help Finn realize the Punisher's true identity. Frank manages to spot the Kitchen Irish leaving his apartment, so he retreats to an RV where he patches himself up, wrapping a gauze around his arm before leaving. It should also be noted that he has a briefcase with bloodied cuffs attached to it. Safe to say we know what happened to that guy's hand and what's in the briefcase. Anyway, Frank then heads to the carousel that night, giving the contraption the million-mile stare, long past the place closes. Rory and the rest of the Kitchen Irish ambush him, trying to force him to be a willing captive. But Frank ain't about to go down that easy. He takes Rory as a human shield and shoots his buddies, but the Irishman is able to stick him with a needle, weakening him as Finn arrives. He thanks Frank for culling the herd, which I guess means that these were all guys who were at the funeral and let his son get killed and his cash stolen. Damn, Finn is cutthroat. He then has his remaining goons tase Frank and take him away. Meanwhile, Karen sets out to learn more about the man of the hour. She tracks down the janitor who tended to Frank while he was at Metro General before getting fired shortly after. George Bach explains to her that Frank was kept isolated from everyone save for a single nurse. His only visitors were a squad of suits who pushed a do not resuscitate order on him when he flatlined. However, Frank's rage and conviction were so strong that his heart just started beating on its own as George cleaned up his room. He grabbed the poor janitor, having a message for him.
Take me home.
George then recreates the same stunt Claire pulled in Jessica Jones, which earned him a job termination. He gives Karen the address he took Frank to, which leads her out of the city for the night. She breaks into the abandoned castle residence, finding a home that still looks pretty lived in. Kids' toys are littered all over the place, and the walls are still decorated with family pictures, including one of the Castle family at the carousel. Karen heads upstairs, unknowingly setting off a motion detector. She finds a girl's bedroom with all her belongings and furniture still there. Among all this stuff is a children's book called One Batch, Two Batch. Wait, that sounds familiar. Before Karen can explore further, a van full of suits pull up out front, forcing her to slip out the back. This bit does a good job at providing a little more background on Frank, dropping these little breadcrumbs with the carousel and the book that will be put together here in a moment. But first, we have to go back to Matt, who picks up his new helmet from Melvin Potter. Mel has crafted a specifically fortified carbon tube mask that is borderline indestructible. He also throws in a new pair of gloves for extra protection, since there seems to be an increase of blood spillage on the streets these days. He tells Matt that he's been getting a lot of job offers as of recently because of this, but he reassures his friend that he's turned them all down. Still, Matt is intrigued by this development and decides to investigate. Melvin wishes him well, glad he's on the mend, and promises that he'll do his part to keep Betsy safe as well, revealing that he's designed a suit for himself. Now, I'm by no means a Daredevil comic expert, but even I can clock that this is a reference to Melvin's superhero symbol when he's the gladiator. It seems like the show is playing the long game in setting up Melvin's potential debut as a vigilante, or at least his development of the gladiator armor to eventually protect Betsy when the time comes. It also looks like he's been working on those Stiltman legs from Season 1, maybe preparing to give those to an upcoming character at some point in the future. You know, it'd be a shame if the show got prematurely cancelled before any of this gets paid off. But hey, maybe Born Again will pick some of this up and we finally get that payoff. I'm not holding my breath though. Matt then visits the bar the Irish shot up earlier, where Brett Mahoney just happens to be investigating. That dude happens to be at every crime scene in this city, doesn't he? Matt gets him in a discreet spot to ask what happened. However, building upon what he said in episode 2, Brett is unwilling to cooperate. The presence of the Punisher has so shaken Brett's belief in Daredevil to the point where he just doesn't trust the guy. Matt is able to at the very least coax the information about the Irish's hate boner for Frank out of him, but that's about it. Brett just doesn't want Matt to get involved in this stuff anymore. Thanks to his actions, carnage flows through through the streets at the hands of the Punisher and the Devil Worshippers, and the criminals have become even more paranoid and bloodthirsty. In Hell's Kitchen, the police mean absolutely nothing anymore. They are simply the people who chase the crazies around and clean up after them. This is a distinct difference from Season 1, where the cops acted as their own gang effectively. They commanded respect and fear, and when they became corrupt like Blake or Hoffman, they were a force to be reckoned with. In Season 2, the cops are as much of an afterthought as the dead Russians and the missing Chinese. I even doubt that there's much corruption on the force anymore, since they wouldn't be that effective. All that is to say, Brett no longer trusts Matt and refuses to give him any more info.
We're on the same side, you and I.
You're on your own side.
Fortunately, a shots fired call comes in from the carousel, giving Matt the next step in his investigation. At said carousel, Matt finds the fallout of Frank's clash with the Irish. Everybody is dead save for Rory. I guess Finn just left him behind for some reason. I know his plan was effectively to ditch the old guard that allowed his boy to be killed, but why would he leave Rory behind while he was still alive? Why not take him with you or kill him with his buddies? Leaving him behind for the cops or even another vigilante to find and interrogate him doesn't seem like that smart of a move. And I can't imagine Rory would be too happy about his predicament.
Go to hell.
Oh. Okay then. I fully expected him to turn on the guy who left him for dead, but man, hey, props to him, he's loyal to the end. You know, a lot of people would kill to have someone that loyal. Though, one broken arm later and Rory tells Matt everything. I guess everybody has their limits. Rory points Matt to the New Kitchen Irish headquarters, where he breaks in, easily taking out all the guards. I absolutely love how he uses his batons to lure them into the darkness to take them out. It's a nice strategy that he consistently turns to. Since he's blind, the lights don't really help him anyways, so in the dark he has the advantage. His enemies can't see him, while he certainly can. Deeper inside, Finn holds Frank captive, telling him that death is coming. But first, the Irish gang leader wants to know where his money is.
Your kid's in a box, but you want your money.
Well, that basically sums Finn up as a character. For all his laments about what happened to his son, at the end of the day he's a pill popper who only cares about the fortune his son abandoned him to chase. This also just affirms Frank's beliefs about the criminals he hurts. To him, all criminals are the same as Finn. They may claim some form of morality, but in reality they're just some scum looking out for their own gain at others' expenses. This guy is a true opposite to Grotto, who desperately wanted to do and be good but kept defaulting to horrible actions. Meanwhile, Finn just unapologetically does horrible things with a thin veneer of pathos around him. He may genuinely care about his son, as we see a couple times where he expresses genuine rage about the death of his oldest, but for every soliloquy about my son, there are at least 2 or 3 about my money. Though to be fair, he does take a little bit of joy in torturing Frank for its location. Whether that be for retribution or just because he's a sick, twisted individual, I'll leave that up to you. Anyway, Frank is less than forthcoming about the location of the money, so Finn decides to bring out the big guns, something Frank seems to encourage. Obviously then, Finn still doesn't get what he wants, so he again changes tactics, bringing in Frank's new best friend and threatening to recreate their quality time together on the dog. You absolute monster. You know, I'm starting to understand Frank's philosophy the more this guy's on screen. This causes Frank to finally give in to Finn's demands, telling him that the money is in the RV. Finn sends some goons to check it out, and how about that? They found the money. And a bomb. While Finn is distracted by that, Frank pulls a blade out of his arm where he wrapped the gauze earlier and cuts himself free. He kills the other guards before turning on Finn, demanding to know who was present when his family was killed. This is where Frank's entire plan up to this point is revealed. The Kitchen Irish had some involvement in the death of Frank's family, so he set out, killing all sorts of criminals in a rampage of cleaning up the city. At some point during this, he discovered that Finn had been involved in the death of his family. But since Finn was in Ireland, Frank needed to do something to lure him back to the States, so he killed the current leader and Cooley Jr. among others, and more importantly, stole Finn's money, forcing the Irish gangster to come back home. While he waited, Frank busied himself with hunting Grotto, terrorizing the dogs of hell, and having philosophy debates with a blind Catholic ninja who dresses up like a devil. Once Finn came back to New York, Frank put his plan into motion. Him watching the Irish leave his apartment wasn't him stumbling upon them at the right moment, it was Frank waiting for them to arrive and leave with the dog. Which means that him taking the dog from the Irish bar massacre was also an intentional part part of his plan to convince Finn that he had been victorious during the torture. That also means that the carousel tickets pinned to the map was a calculated move by Frank. He then rigged the money with a bomb as a middle finger to the guy and hid a blade in his arm so he could free himself while Finn was distracted. Also, he could ask the gangster this very important question.
Who killed my family?
Your family? Who cares?
Well, you gotta hand it to Finn. He's a miserable bastard to the very end. Frank obviously angrily shoots him in the face before getting pinned down by some guards. Thankfully, Matt shows up to save him and the two enemies team up to battle the remaining fighting Irish and escape. I really wish this action scene would last just a little longer because I love the dynamic of these two vigilantes with vastly different ideologies fighting back to back. There could have been some fun choreography where Matt is having to simultaneously beat up the waves of enemies while also trying to stop Frank from killing them all, but alas, I'm satisfied with what we got. Matt takes an injured Frank to a cemetery where they have to come to a stop. Frank is barely holding on to his consciousness. Matt's called for help, so he settles in to wait. His old enemy compliments him on his performance, even saying that he'd make a good Marine. I also really like this line.
You should go. I'm past saving.
I know he's likely talking about how he's so injured he's probably going to die soon, but I think this speaks to how he views himself as a person. Much like the criminals he hunts, he believes himself to be past the point of no return. While he's certainly proud of putting other criminals down, there may be something somewhere in him that thinks he's the same as them, and like Grotto, he's desperately seeking some form of redemption by doing what he does. Matt pivots the conversation to a question he's had since their last encounter.
That rhyme. What's it mean?
Frank explains that it was his daughter's favorite book growing up, as we saw when Karen was at his house. However, there's more to the story. You see, nothing terrified Frank more than returning home from the war to see his family, especially his daughter. When he surprised her at his school, everybody cried, even him, everyone but her. She had held him up, saying that she knew he was gonna come home. When he finally did return home, all the exhaustion of war hit him like a tidal wave and he couldn't bring himself to do anything, even read his daughter her favorite book. No matter how much she begged, he told her he'd read it to her tomorrow. However, tomorrow ended up being the day Frank's family was gunned down by a bunch of thugs. It's a phenomenal monologue delivered excellently by John Bernthal. I really wish I could just play the entire thing so you could take it all in. My coverage does not do it justice. I was tearing up the entire time this mass murderer was talking about his daughter and the regret he has for not reading her silly children's book. That's what we call good character writing and good acting right there. This monologue reveals more of Frank's backstory and motivation for his rampage, but it also reveals that his repetition of the rhymes serves as a constant reminder to himself of his failure as a father and the reason for his mission in the first place. But now, since Finn died without giving up anything, Frank has hit a dead end.
Yeah. I think I'm done. Right? I think I'm done.
Brett Mahoney arrives on the scene to arrest both men. Matt obviously disagrees with this action, telling him to only arrest Frank. If Daredevil is also brought in, this will only further legitimize vigilantes, since the public will only see this as his victory. However, if Brett makes the caller alone, then he would empower the police once again, giving the citizens more trust in their public protectors on top of whatever career benefits he'd receive along the way. Matt promises that the days of the vigilante are officially done in New York. His mission is complete. Yeah, tell that to the rest of this season. Or the rest of these videos I have to make. Or the rest of the frickin' MCU. Matt, you're not fooling anybody. Brett thinks this crazy devil ninja man is making a lot of sense, so he lets the guy go.
I don't know what you are, but I know you ain't him.
Later that night, Nelson and Murdoch gather together to celebrate Brett's caller. He's been given all the credit and has even received a promotion for his work. The group toasts to that, and when Foggy goes to get more shots, Matt and Karen share another tender romantic moment. They talk about Karen's brother as the happy third wheel looks on. Kinda reminds me of a time when this show was starting to set up Foggy as Karen's love interest in Season 1 before that literally blew up in their faces. I suppose it's been enough time both in universe and in real life that this turn doesn't feel so sudden and jarring anymore. Foggy's even supportive of this pairing.
Keep going like this, you just might end up happy.
At least for now. He turns in for the night while Karen offers to walk Matt home in the rain. The weather clears up as we go and we get this really weird moment where we follow a raindrop dripping down Karen's shoulder and then Matt's finger going up it before they kiss. I think this is meant to reflect Matt's abilities following the raindrop, which emphasizes her beauty to him or something, which then in turn ramps up his infatuation with her to the point of them kissing. But it's just kind of weird to me. Matt asks Karen out on a date and she says yes. This episode really feels like a season finale to me. The Punisher was taken down. Everything that was set up with the Kitchen Irish in episode 1 has now gotten completely wrapped up. Matt feels like he's finally accomplished his current mission, avenging Grotto and bringing Frank into custody, even officially ending his vigilante career. The police have regained the admiration of the public from vigilantes, complete with Brett Mahoney being the one to call her the bad guy like at the end of season 1. We even have a big celebratory scene where the gang cheer bringing the bad guy down, also like the end of season 1. Of course, this is the 4th episode of a 13-episode season. We're less than a third of the way in. Oh gosh, we're less than a third of the way in. What else does this season have in store for us? Well, our first indication comes in the final scene of the episode. Karen catches a cab home and Matt returns to his, basking in the joy of making out with a pretty lady. Suddenly, he's aware of someone in his apartment.
Hello, Matthew.
Electra.
This is a fairly unassuming introduction to Elektra, but the fact that she could hang out in Matt's apartment for a good amount of time without him noticing with his super senses is an impressive achievement that speaks really well of her ninja abilities. Elektra gets a little flirty with Matt, but it's clear that what may have worked on him at some point in the past clearly doesn't work now. Once her advances have been shut down, she admits to the real reason that she's here, to fix her father's mess. He had some unwise dealings with the Roxxon Oil Corporation, and now they want his entire fortune. Roxxon had previously appeared as the client for one of Matt and Foggy's first cases for Landman and Zack, but the company has actually been operating in the shadows since the very beginning of the MCU. See, there's their truck. Since then, they've played roles of different levels of importance in various stories in the universe, largely as the go-to corrupt corporate antagonist. Their largest role, to my knowledge, was as one of the primary antagonists of Agent Carter's 2nd season, though I've also learned that they played a big role in the Cloak and Dagger show that I haven't seen yet. I'm also realizing that these are very niche corners of the MCU, so you may not even be aware these exist. Anyway, in this season of this television show, while not being a prominent antagonist, they do serve an important role in ushering in the real big bads. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Elektra wants to hire Matt to provide some legal help for a meeting she's having at the Roxxon subsidiary Asano Robotics offices at the Yakatomi building. We've actually seen this company before, and it provides a good hint towards the greater picture of what's going on. But I don't want to spoil the surprise quite yet. Matt says no, partially because he's been given zero prep time for this, but also partially because he doesn't like her. And so he kicks that hoe out of there. This episode follows a series of flashbacks that flesh out why exactly Matt has such strong negative feelings towards Elektra. We're turning the clock back 10 years when Matt was still in college, spending his extracurricular time sneaking into fancy parties with Foggy. At this particular party, as Matt ventures into the world of the rich, he finds a mysterious young lady who catches his eye, or I guess every other sensory body part he has because he's blind. A guard tries to escort him out of the party, but this girl claims him to be her guest. They sit down for drinks and analyze each other. Elektra pins Matt as this little poor trying to fit in with high society because he really wants to find a place to belong to simply by looking at his fancy shoes that he shined himself. She definitely thinks he's hot, but he's dumb. However, Matt surprises her by accurately pinning her as a bored rich girl who positions herself as a posh, refined aristocrat, but in reality, the life of safe wealth is strangling her. What he's offering is something fun and unexpected. This intrigues Elektra enough to take him joyriding. This seems like an innocuous enough start to the relationship, but in the next flashback, we start to get a clearer picture as to why Matt would be so adamant about never seeing Elektra again. It starts with the couple breaking into Fogwell's gym, where Battle and Jack used to train when Matt was just a kid, and where Matt himself would later train as part of his regiment as the Devil of Hell's Kitchen. Already, we're seeing Elektra's idea of fun, crime, which she's slowly lulling Matt into. These flashbacks show Matt being tempted into making more and more concessions on his own conscience. First, it's breaking and entering. Being back at Fogwell's reminds Matt about his past, telling Elektra about growing up as the son of Madeline Jack Murdoch, including his death at the orders of Roscoe Sweeney, aka the Fixer, something that he hasn't told anybody else, not even his best friend. Elektra thinks that the Fixer deserves to die, and Matt may have agreed with her at one point. He had even tried to track the gangster down, but hit a dead end, so he gave up and learned to live with it. Elektra suddenly attacks him to prove a theory she has.
Said you were blind,
No, you said I was blind.
so you can see.
It's complicated.
Elektra reveals that she's also been hiding her own capabilities, being adept at both capoeira and Muay Thai. This, and Matt's hesitancy to beat women, allow her to get the upper hand in round 1. Matt says best 2 out of 3 and reveals his proficiency in another martial art. Sex. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. This is Matt's second moral concession. Now, I'm sure many of you might not see it that way, but reminder, Matt is a Catholic. Premarital relations are a sin in Christian tradition, so while this may not be as obviously a moral failing to the generic public anymore, this does further paint Elektra as the embodiment of temptation, drawing Matt away from the light. Even if you aren't religious, you can still view this as a bad decision by Matt. As the saying goes, never stick your dick in crazy. And that woman is crazy, as we're about to see in the 3rd act of the flashbacks. Sometime later, Elektra takes Matt on a surprise outing to the mansion of someone she only describes as one of her father's friends, who is currently out of town. They break in to play house, imagining what the typical life of their family would be like. They toast to their future, and Elektra just starts destroying wine glasses, asking Matt if he truly understands who she is. Like I said, the chick is loco. Matt grabs her, assuring her that he does. No, Matt, that's the wrong response. Stop it, leave, get out of there. Instead, they begin making out, but suddenly the man of the house returns home. Elektra leaves to explain things to him, but Matt finds her methods of explanation a little excessive for his taste. That's right, this mansion actually belongs to Roscoe Sweeney, the Fixer himself. Elektra ties him up and offers Matt a chance to finally execute his revenge against the man who killed his father. The Fixer obviously doesn't recognize Matt, but he is able to tell that the man who stands before him isn't a killer. Matt tries to prove him wrong, but it's clear he's not super comfortable beating a guy to death. Elektra, however, is really into it. I dare say she's even getting off on it. She really wants Matt to kill Sweeney, but Matt hesitates, so she calls him by name, allowing their hostage to finally realize who's beating him up. With his identity exposed, Matt's only recourse is to kill him, but he can't quite do it.
I thought you understood me.
Yeah, I thought I did too.
Matt realizes exactly who Elektra is now. He simply thought she was a fun time, but now he recognizes her not only as the criminally deranged woman she is, but as the silver-tongued devil on his shoulder pushing him to indulge in his darkest inclinations, slowly eroding his soul. However, murder was the line he couldn't bring himself to cross. Matt goes to call the police, and Elektra disappears from both the mansion and Matt's life. Well, until the present. The morning after Elektra's unprompted visit, Matt goes into the office to find the firm's financial situation has worsened even more. I mean, all they have left of their payments is a peach cobbler. DA Reyes has made good on her threat by forcing the firm to close their doors to new clients, but with Frank in custody, Foggy is hopeful that she'll back off and things will go back to normal. However, Karen seems intent on not letting that happen when she arrives. First, she and Matt engage in some amusingly awkward small talk, which establishes a new office dynamic. And then she brings up her objections with the paper's portrayal of Frank as a mindless, bloodthirsty maniac. They don't talk about the bullet in his head or his family.
His family?
Oh yeah, I guess Karen neglected to mention the fact that she broke into the Castle family household last episode.
Oops.
Regardless, she wants to jump back into the Punisher investigation to uncover exactly what the DA is hiding in her statement to the press. Her colleagues are obviously not happy with this course of action, with Foggy desperately trying to get back to normalcy and Matt wanting to ensure Karen's safety. But before they can discuss further, Foggy gets a call from the bank saying that Nelson and Murdoch just received a sizable payment from an unknown benefactor. However, Matt knows exactly who this is and panics.
Is it dirty money? Are we doing that again?
No, it's nothing like that. It's just,
He assures Foggy that this isn't like the time they worked for Fisk to get a murderer out on the streets again, but leaves before elaborating further. He heads to the Asano Robotics headquarters and parkours onto the roof of a nearby building to listen in on Elektra's meeting with Roxxon. Asano representative Hirochi welcomes her and introduces her to Roxxon's accountant Stan Gibson, who will explain the complicated monetary stuff. Elektra is a little annoyed by their condescension, but she becomes amused once she clocks Matt spying on her. While Stan explains to her that her father's money is in an auxiliary medical company doing vague studies, Elektra enacts her real plan, twisting a pin that begins to hack into Asano's corporate files. Suddenly, the board gets reports of this and escorts her out as they try to figure out what just happened. Meanwhile, Blake Tower pays a visit to the frequently Murdoch-list Nelson and Murdoch to get the files on the Grotto case, offering to take the firm off the DA's crap list.
Wow. There's an actual list?
I love it when Foggy gets sarcastic. He totally agrees to give the files to Blake, if he's given a federal subpoena. Blake tries to copy his boss's strategy of offering up a quid pro quo, saying that once Reyes gets promoted and he's boss, he may have a job opening for Foggy. But our Foggy Bear still refuses.
Reyes is gonna roll over you like a tank.
You keep saying that. And yet, it's still kinda here.
Still, the threat worries him, so Foggy meets with his old on and off lover Marcy, who, after getting fired from Landman and Zack for aiding in the arrest of her boss, got hired by Hogarth, Chow, and Binowitz. She now has an inside track on Reyes thanks to office gossip. Turns out Reyes is gunning for the mayor's office.
This is my shocked face.
Okay, give me a moment, Foggy. I'm getting to the good part here. Reyes plans to build a platform on convicting Frank, especially since she missed out on his arrest. This will set legal precedent to clamp down on other vigilantes, like the contentious one that works with Marcy's employers and eventually Daredevil himself. This is a surprisingly nice payoff to Reyes' very small appearance in Jessica Jones Season 1. Her brief encounter with Jessica seems to convince Reyes of her course of action if it didn't inspire it in the first place. I really appreciate how this means that Daredevil Season 2 is not only building off of what was built up in its preceding season, but also what was built up in a completely different show. It helps the Netflix Marvel shows feel a little more connected. But because it's done through smaller plot threads from what came before, it allows both shows to stand on their own. It's something that the MCU movies at this point barely did, and yet the Marvel Netflix shows were able to do it right off the bat. Blake Tower's visit to the office also motivates Karen to double down on her Punisher investigation. She goes to the Daily Bulletin offices to lodge a complaint about their article to editor Mitchell Ellison himself. He remembers her as Ben Urich's friend and hears her out about Frank being a family man and Navy Cross recipient, despite the DA's statement about him being a crazed maniac with no relatives who was never actually deployed in the military. He's skeptical about her claims, of course, but agrees to let her sort through the Bulletin's back catalog to prove that Frank's family was in fact murdered. However, thanks to the incident, all their digital files were destroyed, meaning Karen is going to have to sift through the hard copies. After 3 hours, she hasn't had much luck, so Ellison lends his expertise. He notices that the dates she's looking at includes April 14th, which is a date that is ingrained in his mind because of a story he wrote that day. However, because there was no civilian deaths officially recorded, it took him a week to get the story published, which is why Karen couldn't find it. The story details a three-way gang shootout at a carousel between the Mexican cartel, the Dogs of Hell, and the Kitchen Irish. This clears up more of what happened to Frank's past. Now we have the picture that for some reason, the day Frank took his family to the carousel, all three of these gangs conveniently showed up to have a scuffle, with the Castle family getting caught in the crossfire. Frank miraculously survived using George Bach to break out of the hospital, and the death of his family was covered up. He then went on his crime war against the three factions who killed his family in order to find out who ordered the hit. I'm really enjoying how each episode of Season 2 so far is peeling more and more layers back on Frank's mission, slowly building up this deeper meaning and conspiracy behind it. I also really like how this B-plot starts to flesh out Mitchell Ellison. In Season 1, he was a hard-nosed editor who was constantly shutting down Ben Urich's attempt to expose the deeper Fisk conspiracy, casting a shadow of suspicion over him for nearly the entire season. We get glimpses of his innocence when he expresses care for Ben's well-being, but he's largely relegated to an antagonistic role for Ben's arc. In Season 2, Ellison can now finally be shown for who he really is, a hard-nosed newspaper editor. When Karen brings him the real story behind Frank Castle, he's still as skeptical as ever, demanding sources for her claims, which, for safety reasons, she can't disclose. Still, it seems like Ellison has learned his lesson about dismissing people's intuition, and he chooses to let Karen have the opportunity to prove she's right. He even contributes to her investigation, something he never did with Ben. And then there's the added detail that he fought for a week to get the gang shootout into the newspaper, showing that he does care about the truth, and once he's sure of what it is, he'll fight tooth and nail to get it out there. It just takes a bit to convince him, though. That's all we can talk about for this scene since Karen realizes she's running late for an important date. Our white rabbit meets up with Matt at a fancy restaurant. They make some more awkward small talk about how their day was, with both people lying about their eventful adventures, with Matt trying to protect Karen while Karen not wanting Matt to interject and protect her. This is basically how much substance the conversation has.
So how was...
I'm sorry.
I was just
Go.
gonna...
You go ahead. Go first.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Once the engrossing conversation is done, Karen goes to powder her nose and Matt receives a phone call from Elektra. He forces her to admit that she didn't really need him for the Roxxon meeting. This was all just another one of her flirtatious games. She tells Matt to keep the money as part of his severance pay and hangs up. This riles Matt up enough to the point where he's ready to leave by the time Karen returns from the bathroom. I think it's implied that Elektra's phone call is reminding him of his past where he'd sneak into fancy rich parties to find a place to belong, which led him to meeting the woman who'd push him further into darkness. He now has a distaste for the high life, so Karen decides to take him to a cheap Mexican restaurant. She makes a remark about her hometown, but she shies away from explaining why she initially left. She just appreciates being here in New York. Despite its high crime rate with multiple attempts on her life, Karen feels safe here, somehow. Man, I can't imagine how awful her home life was. After dinner, Matt walks Karen home and they sit on her front steps. They share a kiss, multiple kisses actually, and Karen invites Matt upstairs. However, Matt says no because he's now once again a good, chaste Catholic boy. Well, also because he tends to ruin every good thing in his life and he wants to preserve this one perfect evening so that their blissful relationship can keep going on forever. It's pretty corny and a little cringy, but I guess it works for what it is. While I think enough time has passed for this pairing to feel more natural, I frankly just prefer the Foggy and Karen relationship that was being set up in Season 1 more than this. Their chemistry is just effortless. Foggy is charming and Karen loves his brand of humor. They fit so well together and their pairing felt natural as the two co-workers desperately trying to help everyone they could while their other co-worker ran around the city as a blind Catholic ninja dressed like the devil. On the other hand, most of the Matt and Karen dialogue so far this season has consisted of either really awkward small talk akin to two school children trying to figure out how to tell their crush they like them, or overly sappy romantic moments that feel somewhat goofy and out of place sometimes. Though that's probably the point. The world of Hell's Kitchen is so dark and dour. People are killed, the authorities are corrupt, kids are kidnapped and orphaned. I mean, Matt just fought a man so devoid of hope that he believes redemption is impossible for people, even himself, and now he's dealing with a crazy ex who preys upon his darkest impulses. The overly mushy tone of Matt and Karen's romance is probably meant to emphasize how these moments are welcome respites from the grittier world they live in. These small moments allow them to shut off the world even for just a moment so they can experience bliss before returning to the harsh reality of the city. This is emphasized further when Karen goes inside and Matt walks down the street, bumping into a couple of arguing thugs in a cop car on its way to a crime. The sounds eventually drown out the peaceful ambient noises he was just existing in with Karen. It's time to confront the darkness. Matt visits Elektra's penthouse with only a single question in mind.
Why did you take me to that mansion?
That's your question. For fun.
Okay, there's a little more to it than that. Ever since she met Matt at the party, she has sensed a glorious darkness within him. Elektra shares the same darkness, so that's what so quickly attracted her to him. At the core of their relationship is their dark natures, and she wants to draw it back out of Matt so they can be together again. It's here where it's revealed just how Elektra will challenge Matt this season. Much like Frank, she will specifically challenge the way Matt operates as a hero. Frank challenged Matt directly, putting him in a position where he's forced to kill someone. He wanted Matt to understand that killing criminals is necessary for combating crime. Meanwhile, Elektra is more of a silver tongue in Matt's ear, urging him to indulge in his darkest impulses, to kill simply because it's in his nature. She's already encouraged revenge and destruction and wants Matt to return to this so they can become the criminal power couple again. They're both clearly twisted, but in very different ways. Anyway, the former couple are interrupted by an attack on the ground floor of the building. After being silent since the downfall of Fisk, the Yakuza have finally decided to surface. Elektra reveals that this was her entire plan, to hack Asano Robotics in order to provoke the Japanese to attack her while simultaneously tormenting Matt to lure him into her penthouse. She wants Matt to fight side by side with her and possibly rediscover his hidden darkness. This time, he has no choice but to fight. Elektra reveals that she's stolen his costume for him to change into, and prepares herself for a little ninja brawl. When the Yakuza enforcers arrive, Matt and Elektra ambush them. Despite being cutthroat criminals, these guys are very accommodating to their opponents. I mean, they pair off the one girl with Elektra while this guy just decides to sit and watch the show for a bit before joining in with the chain. Expectedly, these guys get their butts handed to them by our not-so-dynamic duo. All this butt-whooping works up Elektra's appetite.
Hungry?
The two grab breakfast the next morning. Matt's befuddled as to how Elektra knew about his double life.
I wear a mask.
Oh, you call mask than ass. I'd know it anywhere.
That is one horny woman right there. More to business, Matt demands to know the true nature of Elektra's visit to the Big Apple. She was telling the truth about being here to deal with her father's poor financial dealings, but she wanted to do more than just some boring settlement to get it back. She wanted to punish those responsible, which she had a suspicion was more than just Roxxon. Their subsidiary Asano Robotics seems to have some criminal ties to the Yakuza, so Elektra decided to hack their business to confirm her suspicions. Turns out the mysteriously quiet Japanese gang had not left New York, but rather waited out Matt and Frank's wars on crime, which called the competition to be the king of the Hell's Kitchen underworld. Now they're in a position to make a quick and easy ascension. Elektra proposes a marvelous team-up to take down the Yakuza for good, and then she'll actually leave Matt's life permanently for real this time. Matt reluctantly agrees to the terms on the conditions that she murders no one.
I have a rule of my own.
Shoot.
No sex.
I don't think that'll be too hard for Matt. He's a good Catholic again and in kind of a committed relationship with a special woman. I'm sure nothing's gonna go wrong with that. Speaking of whom, she's currently meeting with Christopher Roth, the public defender assigned to Frank's case, to approve her statement on the hospital shootout before it gets submitted to the judge. However, the entire thing is a complete work of fiction, ignoring everything from the Punisher files and Frank's still unknown past in order to paint him as a psychopath. Roth says that Reyes is looking for evidence connecting Frank to the hit on the Dogs of Hell's transport, the one where Smitty died, which happened in Delaware, a state that would enable the death penalty for him. And the public defender is all too happy to help with that. Karen is disgusted with the idea, refusing to sign the prepared statement. Matt arrives in the middle of this, and the second Roth leaves, he immediately proposes that Nelson and Murdoch represent Frank to negotiate a plea deal that'll save his life. Foggy is reluctant since Reyes is continuing to prevent the firm from getting any more clients, but Matt thinks that pushing back may be the only way to shut down her bullying. Karen obviously backs Matt since representing Frank would help her learn more about Frank's past and the conspiracy trying to cover it up. And also, she kinda loves him. Before he agrees to commit career suicide, Foggy asks for a private conversation with Matt. Matt defends his position by saying that despite Frank's incredibly flawed methodology, he was still trying to pursue a somewhat noble goal and deserves a second chance.
Is this about saving a man or saving a vigilante?
He's a person. Like you, Foggy, like me. And he shouldn't have to die.
That's enough for Foggy to relent and go to the hospital. Once there, the team of Nelson and Murdoch are greeted by a swath of reporters eager to get the biggest story of the year. After getting searched, they meet with Brett Mahoney, who's now a detective sergeant thanks to the Punisher collar. He tries to dissuade the crew from their plan, but their insistence on saving a life convinces him to let them in. The police have taken extreme measures in containing Frank. The group is patted down once again, while Frank himself is strapped down to his hospital bed. There's also a line of tape outlining a box around him. If anyone crosses it, they'll be arrested. Matt starts things off by introducing himself.
I know who you are. Protect shitbags.
And what does that say about you, Frank? I like that there's an indication that he actually recognizes that Matt is Daredevil here. This close-up of his eyes opening in recognition to Matt's voice rather than his name may hint that Frank now knows the identity of Daredevil. However, this is never really confirmed since Frank never brings it up in the future, which makes sense because he doesn't care about the secret identity stuff. Matt clarifies that they are here to help him escape the death penalty. Last time Frank was in the hospital, there was a DNR order on him, and only a few days ago there was a shoot-to-kill order, both by DA Reyes. For some reason, she wants Frank dead, and Nelson and Murdoch are here to figure out why and save Frank's life in the process.
Kinda like what you did for Grotto, huh?
Okay, Frank, you don't need to go there, man. Too soon, dude. Too soon. This obviously upsets Karen, who shuts him up with his family picture at the carousel, saying that she got it from his house. Now, before this can go further, Reyes arrives and angrily kicks them out. Since she hasn't had the displeasure of meeting Matt yet, she specifically targets him when she warns them to stay out of this, threatening to submit a conflict of interest complaint in regards to their representation of one of Frank's victims. However, Matt's on top of things, countering that everything having to do with Grotto got scrubbed from public record. If Reyes decides to submit her complaint, she would have to disclose how she violated a Whitpro contract, endangered the person who signed the contract, and then ordered a shoot to kill under dubious circumstances. Matt also snarkily adds that her as prosecuting attorney communicating with the defendant before trial is also a violation of legal ethics. Before Reyes can think of an equally snarky response, Brett announces that Frank wants Nelson and Murdoch to represent him. Now that they've temporarily gained the upper hand on Reyes, our motley crew of counselors settled down to review Frank's charges and opposing evidence. Matt bets that the DA won't want this to go to trial, so she'll settle for a plea deal. Unfortunately, before the group can get too far into their task, a driver materializes for Matt. He blames this on their new mysterious client and leaves, kissing Karen on the way out, which makes Foggy get all weird.
We're...
Not labeling it.
Of course you aren't. You might want to, though. I mean, Matt has another suitor waiting downstairs. Can't afford to drag your feet on this, Karen. She then walks Matt out to spare Foggy any more awkwardness, and they reschedule dinner for tomorrow before they have another sappy goodbye. After sifting through 38 charges of murder and 98 other lesser charges, Foggy finally decides to prepare his client for the arraignment. He tries to get Frank to enter a guilty plea, but all Frank wants to do is talk to Karen, to which she agrees, much to Foggy's chagrin. She tries to ask Frank about his family, starting with the false story that ran about their deaths. He knows what really happened that day, but his recollection is a little spotty. The one thing he does remember vividly is that he saw the men before they started shooting and did nothing to stop them.
My job was to keep him safe. I didn't. I didn't do it.
I may end up repeating myself later on in the video, but it'll be well earned. John Bernthal does such a great job making me care about Frank. All the guilt and trauma that weighs down on his mind is so well communicated by his performance, adding so much pathos to a serial killer. Karen gets a little uncomfortable with all this and tries to leave, but Frank asks her to stay. He wants her to help him remember his family. He wasn't able to visit his home after the shooting, so he asks Karen to describe it for him as a way to relive his memories. She walks him through a mental tour of the house, learning more about Frank's children. Karen particularly connects to Frank Jr.'s habit of stealing and hiding cookies, saying that she'd pretend to hide them in a rocket that would take her far away from home. Coming back to this, I really didn't remember this many hints to Karen's backstory this season, building up to her big backstory episode in Season 3, and I really appreciate how this makes the show feel more thought out than it already was. Karen makes one last gesture of compassion to Frank by giving him the family picture she stole from his home, and as a thank you, he agrees to answer her legal and conspiratorial questions. Foggy comes back later proudly announcing that no evidence was found connecting Frank to the Delaware Dogs massacre, so there's no death penalty incoming, and he's managed to whittle down the original 3 life sentences with no parole down to only 1 with the potential of parole in 25 years. The catch is that Frank would be put into Gin Pop instead of protected custody, meaning that Reyes is betting on Frank getting killed by any one of the gangs he's tormented. Still, Foggy recommends Frank take the deal, to which Frank agrees. However, when Reyes and the judge come back for the arraignment, Frank changes his mind and decides to plead not guilty.
You hear that, witch? I'm gonna watch you burn right along
Counselor,
with you.
please
Hear me?
control your
Do you hear me?
It looks like Frank is determined not to disappear quietly. If he's going down, he's going to be taking Reyes with him. We're going to trial, baby! And thus concludes the best part of the episode. We have now entered into a segment of the season where we split time between the A plot following Matt and Elektra and the B plot following the much more interesting Punisher plotline. I love learning more about Frank's character and the slowly unraveling conspiracy around his family's death, and by comparison, Matt running around with a hot ninja chick is just not as engaging. It's not too bad, but it's not the Punisher storyline. For example, this episode has Matt go on his first mission with his ex-girlfriend. Elektra has discovered that Roxxon is keeping a secret ledger in the Asano Robotics building, and she plans to steal it during a big gala happening tonight. In order to get to the upper floors, they'll need to steal an employee keycard. Elektra has picked out wimpy accountant Stan Gibson as the duo's mark. Despite Matt's worries that the Yakuza will have increased security after their men got beat up, she doesn't provide any further other details. The pair arrive at the Roxxon Gala moonlighting as a couple. Elektra immediately becomes the center of attention thanks to her sex appeal. Even Hiroshi can't ignore it. This is where I'm going to pause and ask a very important question. How the hell is Elektra not getting murdered right now? Am I not wrong in assuming that the Yakuza is aware that Elektra was the one who hacked Asano's servers? That's why they sent the hit squad after her at her apartment, right? I know she wore a mask to protect her identity and everything, but like that's her dad's apartment. Did they not check who lived there when they tracked her address? The second she stepped foot into the Yakatomi building, Elektra should have been at the very least detained by security. Unless of course Hiroshi has set a trap for her. Spoiler alert, he didn't. No, his only plan is to have a couple of bodyguards and a few cameras watching Stan Gibson at all times, with Elektra assuming that they've also detected their weak point and seek to protect it. However, this isn't enough to stop Matt, who takes advantage of his status as a blind man to spill wine on Stan and get away with it. When Stan goes to the bathroom, Matt ambushes him and his bodyguards, stealing the keycard and flushing the guard's earpieces down the toilet.
Bastard.
I also love seeing Matt's new truncheons that turn into his walking stick. It looks really cool, as well as being practical for a blind ninja to have. Matt and Elektra head upstairs, where the latter loops the security cameras to disguise their presence. You gotta love how this always conveniently happens when the guard is looking away from the screen that gets obviously looped. I mean, to give this guy credit, he does eventually realize this later on, which doesn't usually happen, but before he does, Matt and Elektra go to the 13th floor of the Yakatomi building to do some snooping, using Matt's powers to avoid the patrolling guards. I find it strange that it's this floor in particular, as most buildings in America never label a 13th floor. They usually skip that number or relabel the floor 12A. This extends from superstitions about the number 13 being unlucky, persisting through the ages from at least the Middle Ages, specifically connecting the number with death. The choice to have the ledger on the 13th floor indicates to me that there is something a little more supernatural happening beneath the surface of Roxxon's dealings, and it perhaps foreshadows an important element of Elektra's character that'll be developed here and the Defenders. Anyway, Matt and Elektra find the office where the ledger is supposed to be kept, but they can't find it initially. Elektra gets antsy and wants to leave, but Matt saves the day by hearing an electric current running through the walls. There's a break in it where a switch activates the door to a hidden room that contains the Roxxon ledger. Meanwhile, Hiroshi starts getting antsy himself as Stan Gibson disappeared into the bathroom and hasn't come out in a while. He sends guards inside where they find his unconscious body and missing keycard. The guard in the camera room realizes that cameras on the 13th floor are looping, so all forces converge up there. Matt hears their approach and orders a retreat, but it's too late. The floor is being shut down with the elevators not working anymore. With the first wave of guards on the same floor as them, Matt and Elektra have no recourse but to fight. I like the stylization of this happening behind the foggy glass of the conference room, but I refuse to believe that Elektra was able to knock this guy out with a single clothesline. Before the next wave of guards arrive, Matt and Elektra go down a couple flights of stairs where they pose as a drunk couple trying to break Elektra's only rule. Good job, Matt. Again, his blindness allows them to pass the sniff test and get away with their scheme. They go over the ledger in the car, finding a lot of details about human trafficking, extortion, the whole 9 yards. However, in the midst of it lies an encrypted entry, piquing their interest. If the Yakuza were fine with writing about drugs and murder, what would be so important for them to actually hide? Well, that's a question we're going to have to answer later because this is Matt's stop. We do get a hint, though, in the next scene where Hiroshi meets with Stan. He insinuates that the accountant may have helped the intruders, which he protests. His guards tie up their own fingers, likely in anticipation of losing them, which, based on the box Hiroshi has at his desk, is a regular punishment around here. However, Hiroshi has a more simple punishment in mind.
Listen, I would never betray you. I have nothing but respect for the Yakuza.
Who said I was Yakuza?
And there's our first indication that this organization that Matt has been going up against since the very first episode of the show is not what he or we the audience right now think it is. This adds a layer to the mysterious menace this group poses, as this entire network of people were able to operate as a completely different existing criminal organization without anybody knowing. And they were able to operate as a network in New York without Daredevil ever learning, even with his advanced senses. This one line makes this unknown organization that much more intimidating, while the scene itself hints at their true name if you know Daredevil lore at all. Of course, then I remember that these bozos just let the woman they tried to kill earlier for hacking their company waltz on in here without any way to counter her actions, which does put a damper on the whole menacing villainous organization thing the show is currently trying to build up. You know, it's a give or take sort of thing. Anyway, Matt is greeted with a surprise visit from Foggy upon returning home. He catches his buddy up on recent events with Frank, aka the best parts of the episode, and says that Reyes is now pushing to fast track the trial to catch them unawares. To make matters matters worse, Frank agreed to this, meaning that the trial of the century, The People versus the Punisher, starts next week, and that makes things much more complicated for Matt, setting up the balancing act he's about to perform with both plotlines. This also means I'm going to have to change the way I talk about episode 7. Usually I tackle the individual plotlines separately as they largely start and or end at a convergence while largely being separate for a good duration of each episode. However, this episode's focus is largely on just how much Matt's nightlife is encroaching on his personal and professional lives, meaning the A and B plots are constantly clashing for the entire runtime. As such, I'm going to have to approach this chronologically. After going through over 400 potential jurors, we've finally found 12 people to sit the trial that both counsels are okay with. This reflects just how contentious the Punisher trial is. Almost everybody in New York City has a strong opinion on him. Some think he's a hero cleaning up the streets and actually eliminating crime, while others think he's an animal that needs to be put down. Needless to say, Frank has now put a question in the forefront of people's minds. Is vigilantism effective, and are this particular vigilante's methods warranted? This is even a question that a couple of our main characters struggle with later this episode. For now, Nelson and Murdoch go through the DA's files, which were intentionally disorganized to slow them down. Foggy thinks that they should go for the insanity plea, but Karen rejects this as untrue, while Matt thinks it won't work. Reyes will just bring in a shrink to shut it down, and even if that doesn't work, New York's acquittal rate for the insanity plea is low at 0.12%. If the gang is going to expose Reyes' corruption and the government's involvement in the Castle family murder, they're going to need a strong opening statement that establishes a case with a good chance to get the jury on their side. Matt wants to use PTSD as a mitigating factor that was stimulated by his family's death, saying that regardless of if it's true or not, this is their best chance to reduce charges and save Frank's life. However, since Karen is the only person he's been shown to talk to and cooperate with, she'll have to go alone to convince Frank to go along with the PTSD defense. Matt kisses her goodbye and tells her to be careful. Karen tries to get Frank to produce someone to be a character witness for the trial, but he immediately realizes what the legal strategy is. He is vehemently opposed to the PTSD defense, saying that it would insult other war vets who suffer from the disorder, especially since the traumatic event that affected him the most happened in his civilian life. Plus, there's the bullet that scrambled his brains. Frank demands that Karen instead give him information on his family's murder, but the legal aid is quick to remind him that it won't matter if she figures out what happened if he doesn't cooperate and gets locked in a cage where no one will reach him. This makes him relent and give her the name of his old CO, Colonel Ray Schoonover, though he still refuses to go with the PTSD defense. In exchange for the name, Karen offers to go through all of the Punisher files with him. The scene actually won the episode a 6 certified award from the Got Your 6 Network, an organization that seeks to counter stereotypical depictions of veterans in pop culture in order to build a bridge of understanding between vets and civilians. Specifically, it was Frank's insistence not to use PTSD as a basic cop-out to justify his actions, when this would usually be the case in other movies and TV shows. This also fleshes Frank out further as a man of honor who still holds respect for and loyalty to his brothers in arms. Much like Karen, he too values the truth. It's just that his methods of getting to the truth are very, very bloody. But this means that he would rather pursue the truth even at the cost of his own safety than lying about his condition to gain sympathy, particularly if it meant promoting the stereotypical image of the PTSD-riddled veteran who is driven crazy by his mental disorder. This just makes Frank all the more interesting of a character. Now we pivot to less interesting matters while Matt is practicing his opening statement. Elektra interrupts him with a phone call. She says that she's found the man who encrypted the ledger for the Yakuza, but they have to interrogate him tonight or risk the Japanese crime organization changing their plans and resetting her mission back to square one. Assuming they haven't done that yet. It's been like a week. Matt is understandably reluctant since he's in the middle of his firm's biggest case that could also possibly affect the mayoral election and maybe even the structure of the US government depending on what they expose. However, time is also of the essence when it comes to the Yakuza's schemes. Their target is Philip Cobroni, an NYU cryptography professor with a vague Asian fetish. Matt and Elektra jump him after a night of racially insensitive kinks, and after a few beatings and a threat to toss him out the window of his apartment, he agrees to translate the ledger for them. We also start to see the beginnings of Matt slipping back into his more brutal tendencies that we last saw in the early stages of Season 1. Elektra is starting to worm her way back into Matt's head, encouraging his darker side to come to the light more and more. Here, Matt comes very close to actually tossing Philip out the window, being 1 or 2 punches away from letting it happen. In a couple of fight scenes later in this episode, we see Matt deliver his classic face beatdowns from the first scene of the show on a few thugs. I'm not saying that Matt hasn't delivered some pain so far this season or even the end of the last one, but he had stopped overindulging in his darkness with those fight scenes. Once Fisk went down, that's when Matt stopped. He took down Turk with a single blow and left things at that. Yeah, he still has a little edge of violence to him for sure, but there's a difference between smashing a guy's hand in the boot of his car or doing the diving chain takedown and repeatedly punching an already incapacitated man in the face. Anyway, Philip discovers that the encrypted entries in the ledger are for weekly train shipments from Hell's Kitchen. In fact, there's one later tonight, and our professor gives them the shipping number. Matt and Elektra head to the train tracks to find their container. They open it, and a mound of dirt comes pouring out. Matt uses his powers to deduce that there are in fact multiple cars at the train yard that are completely filled to the brim with dirt. I have no idea how the Yakuza managed to fit so much dirt in a train car that only has a sliding door, but I guess the Japanese work in mysterious ways. All I know is that Jack Sparrow would love to be here right now. However, Matt and Elektra are just confused. Why would the Yakuza go through so much effort to hide that they're shipping dirt out of Hell's Kitchen? What, are they transporting Dracula? 50 Draculas? Before we can get any definitive answers, Yakuza guards arrive and the duo set an ambush for them. Matt beats one of the guards a little excessively for wounding Elektra, and then another wave comes, this time temporarily splitting the two up. This is a good little fight, though some of the guys definitely need to be using their guns better, or at all. Come on, man, you're guarding an important shipment with a machete? Frank would laugh at this. I will say that I appreciate that Elektra is getting pretty injured in this. One thing this show has been consistently good at is making sure every fight takes some sort of toll on the participants, whether that's just sheer exhaustion during the Season 1 hallway fight, Matt's concussion and broken mask from his first fight with Frank, the simple fact that Frank consistently has bruises and scars on his face the entire season, or in Elektra's case here, a knife wound to the arm and then the neck. Matt takes her home to get patched up and they make like a couple of jokers and talk about their scars. Elektra tries to get a little flirtatious with it, but she suddenly becomes a lot more serious when Matt shows her the many scars left from his fight with Nobu, whom she seems to know. Instead of elaborating on that, the conversation turns toward Matt asking her where she went after she left him at Sweeney's mansion. She explains that she just wanted to be as far away from Matt as possible, finding herself desperately lonely in the process.
Then why didn't you come back?
Because you don't know what I know. Because you deserve better.
This is the first time we actually get to see Elektra being earnestly vulnerable with Matt. Up until now, she's put on this veneer of a flirtatious yet egotistical vixen who just loves the darkness of her own violent nature while not caring about how she's affecting Matt or his soul. But at this moment, she demonstrates some self-awareness that she really is no good for Matt, recognizing and maybe even appreciating that he's trying to do something more with his life and suppressing the darkness within him. It's a nice little development for her character that shows that there may be more to her than just some bloodthirsty killer. She doesn't even try to make a pass at Matt after this, choosing to simply go to sleep on the couch, while Matt kinda creepily watches her. And then there's this strange montage of weirdly sensual imagery of Elektra sleeping before Matt finally falls asleep himself. This season is just weirdly horny at times, I swear. Meanwhile, Foggy is doing his actual job and preparing for the biggest court case in years. Karen brings some dinner to the office as well as Frank's denial of the PTSD defense. However, there is some good news. In looking through the files with Frank, Karen has learned that the doctored medical reports for the Castle family murders were done by a Dr. Gregory Tepper, the man who is currently the chief medical examiner of Hell's Kitchen and just happens to be one of the prosecution's key witnesses. This obviously draws a clear line of corruption between Tepper and Reyes, but because all they have is a she said mass murderer said, Nelson and Murdoch are going to need more to push this in court. Karen tries to make Foggy see things from Frank's perspective. Because of the bullet wound in his head, he's constantly forgetting and then re-remembering his family's death, having to constantly relive the fresh grief of losing them over and over again. That's all well and good for empathizing with Frank, but there needs to be tangible proof that isn't inadmissible in court to help him. Our intrepid lawyers need to get Tepper to corroborate Frank's story of his family's deaths on the stand, exposing Reyes and possibly earning themselves a mistrial. It's a long shot, but it just might work. Unfortunately, things get off to a rocky start the next day, as Matt oversleeps, running late to give his opening statement. Reyes goes first, buying him some time, painting Frank as an irredeemable executioner who took the law into his own hands. However, Matt isn't there by the time she's done, so Foggy has to do an impromptu opening statement. He actually does a pretty good job once he ditches his cue cards and riffs on how the judicial system failed Frank, who is a war hero and a family man. Matt shows up in the middle of this and likes what he hears, while Frank is less complimentary.
A pretty thick slice of bullshit there, counselor.
When the trial breaks for the day, Matt profusely apologizes to Foggy and Karen for being late. Foggy ain't having it, while Karen catches Matt up on the current plan to push Dr. Tepper into admitting his crimes on the stand. Matt volunteers to tackle the questioning, so Foggy leaves him to it while he heads back to the office to build a legitimate case based on his opening statement. Matt brings Karen home to practice his line of questioning to trip Tepper up, but eventually the conversation turns to the topic of vigilantism. Matt plays the good lawyer and stands firmly behind the law, which could be an extension of what he told Brett in episode 4. If not for Elektra, he would have earnestly tried to put Daredevil behind him and do things by the book. However, Karen seems to have done a 180 from her position in episode 2. Now she not only supports vigilantism, but she's also tempted by the idea that killing criminals outright may be a good thing. And no, this isn't a character inconsistency on her part. This is a result of her conversations with Frank in her investigation into his past.
Ever since we took on Frank's case, I keep asking myself if there's really a difference between someone who saves lives and someone who prevents lives from needing to be saved at all.
She has seen firsthand how the legal system has failed the people it's supposed to protect. Frank is a victim of the system conspiring to screw him over for reasons unknown, and even Karen herself suffered from a corrupt legal system at the beginning of the show. Of course, it makes sense to her that someone would want to seek vengeance for a system being weaponized against them.
Vengeance is not justice. What he's doing is completely wrong.
But right or wrong, you can't deny that it works.
This statement shocks Matt so much that he decides to call it a night then and there. He doesn't even walk Karen to the door, much less kiss her goodbye. That's how shocked and appalled he is by her right now. To make matters worse, Elektra appears, revealing that she's been eavesdropping the whole time, and now she's ready for the rebound. She announces that she's gone over Roxxon's construction investments in Hell's Kitchen, finding only 3 that would be large enough to move literal trainloads of dirt, and one of them catches Matt's attention. It's an address in Midland Circle, which Matt recognizes as the same location depicted in blueprints he found right before he fought Nobu. At the time, Matt had just assumed that they were just for some building project Fisk was working on, but it turns out that this was something that Fisk had done for Nobu. That's twice now his name has come up. I wonder if that means something. Matt's in no mood for this tonight and tells Elektra that they'll convene on the construction site tomorrow. For now, he wants to focus on the Tepper testimony as a way to make up for his screw-up today. However, when it's his turn for cross-examination the next morning, Tepper just flat out admits to the fact that he doctored the examiner's reports for the 2 murders. One being Frank's family, obviously, and the other being a John Doe with multiple gunshot wounds the same day. This is huge information. Unfortunately, though, Tepper also reveals that a woman had broken into his house the night before, threatening his family into confessing the truth, making his entire testimony inadmissible and unable to be heard by the jury and the public at large. I wonder who is behind this. This is the big moment where Matt's life as Daredevil has now officially intervened in his professional life in a very destructive way. And things are about to get worse. Matt feels that he has to admit the truth to Foggy for once and tells him everything about his and Elektra's antics in order to throw her under the bus for beating up Tepper. However, all of Foggy's frustrations about Matt forcing the firm to take this case and then missing strategy meetings, showing up late for opening statements, and now his ex-girlfriend criminally destroying the one witness that could have helped take down Reyes boils over. He says that it was Matt's choice to put on the suit to team up with Elektra to completely shirk his responsibilities to the firm, the client, and the law. Sure, it was Elektra who fundamentally ruined the case, but she wouldn't have done it if Matt had just ignored her when she first returned. On top of all of that, Matt had once again lied to Foggy about being Daredevil.
Going forward, I will count on you for nothing at all.
Now, you could understandably have the knee-jerk reaction of thinking that Matt's character has either been assassinated or at least regressed. But I think that it makes sense that Matt is back in a similar situation with Foggy that he was in episode 10 of season 1. The reason Matt has regressed back to lying to his best friend is the same reason he's back to brutally beating thugs past the point of reasonable defense and detainment. Elektra. I've already talked about how she's slowly drawing Matt's darker nature back out in these fights, but precisely because Matt Matt knows just how dangerous Elektra is and how she makes him a bit worse of a person, he is now reverted back to his mentality from the beginning of the show of keeping his masked life consolidated away from his personal and professional lives, determined to make sure never the two shall meet. This has led him to becoming more secretive, disappearing at random and letting his friends down all over again. Of course Foggy's going to be pissed about this, especially because he didn't even want to be in this trial to begin with. But it still makes sense for where Matt is in his development to be repeating the same exact mistakes from season 1. Speaking of mistakes, Matt continues to lie to Karen, brushing off her insistence to know what's going on to go to Midland Circle, where he attacks Elektra for completely screwing over his trial.
I was only following your rules.
What rules?
You don't get what you want by day. You take it by force at night. This is who you are, Matthew. Don't fool yourself into thinking it's anything else.
Now, this line once again speaks to how Matt is continuing to inspire people as Daredevil, but their methods are ones he can't abide by. I also think that this speaks to a tragic component to Elektra's character. We just saw her for the first time actually open up to Matt, putting aside the facade she puts up to admit her poor influence on him. I think she attacked Tepper in an attempt to be better, to be more like Matt rather than dragging him down to her level. But at the end of the day, she still is who she is. She went overboard with her violent actions, screwing over Matt in the process. And, in response to his anger and violence, she doubles down on who she's been. She could have taken her first steps towards redemption right here, but instead, she goes backwards. Perhaps, if Matt had extended grace to her in this moment, things would have changed, but alas, that's not what happened. Matt then turns his anger on the Yakuza guards outside the building, taking them out quickly so he and Elektra can go inside. They find nothing and no one there, and they're about to leave until Matt picks up an interesting sound. They follow it to a massive hole in the ground. Matt tosses in Elektra's flashlight to see just how deep it goes, and it falls for 20 straight seconds before we cut to credits. Ooh, spooky hole in the ground. So interesting. Putting the sarcasm aside, I can definitely appreciate how this is building off of some of the lingering threads around Nobu from season 1, slowly building out his organization's plans and connecting some of the dots that were seemingly ignored from that last season. But in comparison to the courtroom case and the political corruption and criminal conspiracy around Frank, it's just falling by the wayside in my investment right now. Okay, I think that's enough time for the flashlight to hit the bottom of the hole. Let's check in with our people on location.
Just hit.
Thank you, Matt. Back to you in the studio, Jim. I have no idea where that bit was going, so let's just get on with things. Our disastrous duo are then suddenly attacked by ninjas. Matt is put at a disadvantage since these guys have been able to mask their heartbeats and movements, meaning that Matt can't track them. He can only focus on the subtle movements of their weapons, which I imagine is a little less accurate. We get a big ol' ninja fight with all sorts of fun acrobatic choreography. Matt and Elektra seem to be handling them well enough, but we get a turn in the fight when Elektra goes to kill one of her opponents. She pauses when Matt calls out her name, giving her potential victim the opportunity to stab her. Matt then gets jumped by some lingering ninjas, but before they can kill him, Stick leaps from the shadows to save the day. He takes care of the rest of the ninjas pretty easily, cutting off one of their hands in a very subtle foreshadowing of who these shinobi warriors really are before kicking him down the hole.
Who wants to get the hell out of here?
Everybody piles into a car outside to escape the horde of ninjas coming after them. Stick's chauffeur pulls some crazy evasive maneuvers while Stick himself no-scopes some shinobi with a crossbow. However, time is of the essence as the blade Elektra was stabbed with was poisoned and she's not doing too hot. The group manages to shake off the ninjas, save for one dressed in red who tails them to Matt's apartment, where Stick and Matt get to work gathering supplies to purge the toxins from Elektra's body and stitch up her wound. She wants to talk to Matt as he does this.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
But we have to save the big revelations for later, so Matt shuts her up so he can save her life. He puts her in his bed and prays over her while Stick uses his little concoction to get rid of the poison. Elektra's heartbeat finally stabilizes, so former mentor and mentee relax and get to brass tacks. Stick lets it slip that he actually knows the poor girl, but when Matt tries to press him on this issue, Stick refuses to elaborate until the morning. By the time the sun rises, Elektra is doing much better, though still bedridden, and Matt finally demands some answers from his old mentor. Stick reveals that Elektra is another one of his students he took up to fight his war after he abandoned Matt. He goes further to say that everything that Elektra has been doing this season has been part of this larger war he's been talking about ever since he first met the kid. However, Matt doesn't even believe this war is real anymore, thinking that Stick has just been making this stuff up to inflate his own ego and make himself feel more important as he ages into an old blind man. So this finally forces Stick to disclose the true nature of the war he wages. It started long ago, what I think is implied to be Japan's feudal era. Warlords and their forces would battle other warlords and their forces to gain whatever it was that their ambitions desired: land, money, drugs, etc. Stick also observes how things haven't gotten much different from that time across the pond and current day Hell's Kitchen. Heck, they're fighting the same enemies even. That's because one of these feudal gangs stumbled upon the secret of immortality, weaponizing it to grow stronger and stronger, gathering more recruits as their empire spread all across Asia. Eventually, they had to give themselves a name, settling on calling themselves the Hand, which I'm pretty sure most comic book people, or even ones who have a passing familiarity with Daredevil, would have figured out by now. I mean, the very subtle visuals gave you a good hint at what these people were. Anyway, the Hand came to specialize in weapons, but not guns, obviously. They seem very allergic to using them, even when it'd be useful, like trying to kill a group of enemies trying to get away in a car. No, they specifically looked at acquiring a weapon called the Black Sky. No one knows what it does because no one has actually activated it before. And that's all thanks to the Chaste. Legends say that the Hand on one of their raids on some village somehow missed one kid, and that kid killed every single member who participated in the massacre of his people. He came to be known as the Chaste, taking on apprentices to fight an eternal war against the clan of limbed-themed ninjas. Matt still doesn't believe his former mentor, thinking that Stick is just making this up to paint himself as the legendary Chaste kid for the sake of his own ego. But Stick frankly doesn't care.
The fact remains that the city you're sworn to protect is ground zero in a war it doesn't even know is happening.
This war is more important than any of Matt's personal issues, and the fact of the matter is that he needs to fight alongside Stick and Elektra when the time comes. Meanwhile, Foggy and Karen prepare for their day in court without Matt. Foggy is now regretting telling Matt to stay home now that the reality of having to handle this case alone is settling in. However, as Karen assures him, he ends up doing a pretty good job flying solo. First, we get Colonel Ray Schoonover on the witness stand. He tells the story of how Frank received his Navy Cross, or at least all that isn't classified. Our boy was part of a recon squad near Hindu Kush, Afghanistan, that got surrounded by a clan of Moorish terrorists. He begged his captain to retreat and save the lives of the entire squad in the process, but the captain refused, getting shot by the enemy for his arrogance. Frank took command, leading the squad to the landing zone. However, there was a group of terrorists waiting for them, but that didn't stop Frank. He hid the squad and went out to lure them away long enough for the extraction chopper to arrive for the rescue. Instead, he ended up killing all 32 terrorists, allowing his squad to escape without a single casualty. With this story, Ray does his job very well in painting a positive picture of who Frank is.
I would say Frank Castle is a man who would gladly give his life to keep others safe.
This seems like things are going pretty well, and what's more, when Rhea steps up to do some cross-examination, she fumbles the bag by questioning the validity of Schoonover's story, only for him to reveal that he was actually there when this all happened.
That officer that didn't listen to Frank, got his men trapped. You're looking at him.
This is a massive win for Frank's case, absolutely humiliating Reyes, in quite a satisfying way, I might add. Foggy's W's continue with the next testimony from a neurologist named Dr. Lee. He examines Frank's x-ray, stating that the defendant was shot point blank like an execution. The bullet fragmented on impact, damaging his frontal and temporal lobes, which caused Frank to suffer from sympathetic storming, a condition that puts him in a constant state of fight or flight in which the sympathetic nervous system is hyperactive, making it as if he's reliving an incident of trauma, in Frank's case his family's murder, over and over again. This also succeeds in painting Frank in a very sympathetic light, showing how a war hero could become a monster. It's not some psychological disorder like PTSD, but it's a physical injury that negatively stimulates his brain in a deadly direction. As Dr. Lee explains, his crimes would be considered more so crimes of passion due to his neurological state. He would fit the bill of being in extreme emotional distress. Things seem to be going pretty well, but unfortunately for Frank, the son of one of his victims has an outburst, saying that he doesn't care what happened in the past. Frank killed his father. Despite him getting kicked out and the judge demanding the jury to forget about that, this undeniably damages Frank's case. Like it or not, humans are susceptible to our emotions, and something like a grief-stricken boy is enough for us to disregard an entire day of expert witness testimony. Even Frank recognizes this, showing some form of actual regret for the first time while he discusses the trial with Karen. She decides something drastic has to be done to win back the jury. Frank needs to testify himself, prove that he's not the monster everyone thinks he is. However, the boy's outburst has caused Frank to question this himself. He is legitimately starting to believe that he's a monster, which, I mean, he kind of is, but from his perspective, he's starting to really question his methods through some legitimate self-reflection.
Or this is just me now.
Then don't you deserve to know that, too?
Foggy agrees to put Frank on the stand, but he insists that Matt do the questioning. Karen doesn't understand why, but we and Foggy know that Matt is perfect for this, seeing as how he spent a few nights with the guy one-on-one. And while Karen has managed to find the humanity in him, Matt has gotten to know exactly what Frank's mindset is, especially when it comes to his mission. Plus, Matt's been the only person to actually hear Frank's entire story straight from the horse's mouth, so he's best equipped to walk him through it without stepping in anything that'll turn off the jury. Karen volunteers to go let him know, but she finds an unexpected sight at his apartment, to say the least. Elektra has now woken up, and Matt uses the opportunity to confront her. She admits that she is in fact working for Stick and that his whole story about the war is true. Their first meeting was actually a mission where she was supposed to seduce Matt and bring him back into the chase. Again, we get a small indication that Stick really does care about Matt here. For all his talk about how Matt is an amateur and a punk, he does care for him in some twisted way. Emphasis on twisted because sending a hot ninja woman to seduce your Catholic pseudo-son into rejoining your family is not really the right way to go about things. However, Stick's little plan fell apart. Elektra fell in love with Matt, indicating that her little performance at Sweeney's was at least partially an act to keep Matt away from Stick. This also indicates to her ex that she can be redeemed if set down the right path, which adds support to what I said about her attack on Tepper. If he's going to fight this war against the Hand, Matt will do it separately from Stick, doing it his way, not killing his enemies but sparing them to give them a chance for redemption.
That choice sounds so easy. No, it's not easy. It's impossible. But it's a choice, and it's a choice that I remake every single day. Every second sometimes. And you can too.
Elektra's hesitant because of some unknown element of her past, but Matt insists that her past doesn't matter. She can always change for the better, and she's already proven that she can. He has no reason to trust her, but if she joins him instead of Stick, he can learn to.
Why are you so good? There's a light inside you. I tried to snuff it out in college. I'm so lucky I failed.
This comes as a direct contrast to what Elektra said earlier in the season, and it's actually the first time someone has mentioned that Matt himself has light within him. Elektra has spent this season trying to draw out his inner darkness. Stick has also promoted this idea in his appearances. Heck, Matt's first dialogue of the show is him talking about how he has the devil within him. This is the first acknowledgement of a light that dwells inside of him, that pushes him to be better. Now, with Matt being a Catholic, this could also be a reference to the Holy Spirit inside his soul, pulling him towards the way of righteousness that the world and his own nature actively fights against. Basically, the fundamental human experience from the Christian perspective. But from a more secular point of view, this basically confirms that as much as Matt struggles with his inner demons, there is an inherent goodness deep within him that persistently shines on despite his efforts to extinguish it. It's literally the two wolves meme. However, Stick isn't too appreciative about this outlook on life. And if there's one thing we know about him, it's his penchant for petty cruelty. Luckily for him, Karen swings by to provide him an opportunity to indulge himself. She obviously gets upset about Matt keeping a strange woman in his bed, so she promptly tells him that he's questioning Frank tomorrow and leaves. Well, that was awkward. At least Stick is pleased with himself, I guess.
Nice meeting you.
Wait, why is Karen not questioning the strange blind man just lounging around Matt's apartment? I know the hot woman in his bed is suspect to her right now, but we're just not gonna acknowledge Stick then? Does Karen just assume that's Matt's grandpa or something? Is Karen blind racist? Matt arrives just in time to the trial the next day. The courtroom is a lot more lively, since the Punisher himself is taking the stand, and like I said, New York has very strong opinions about him. Karen gives Matt the cold shoulder while Foggy gives him the hot mouth. Nope, that didn't come out right. He angrily talks to Matt, that's what I'm trying to say here. The play is to walk Frank through his story, connecting the dots between Ray and Dr. Lee's testimonies. They don't have to convince the jury that Frank's version is true, just that he believes it. Frank gets escorted to the witness stand, looking all dapper with his suit on. However, something doesn't seem right. Frank seems a little antsy, and Matt picks up on the bailiff whispering something to him.
Think about what you want, Frank.
Well, it's too late to do anything about this now, so Matt just jumps into the testimony. He tries to ask Frank about his family, but he seems unsure of whether or not to answer. Matt tries to coax something out of him.
It's okay, Frank. I understand it's difficult.
Do you? Do you understand? Because I don't think you understand shit.
Like permission to treat the witnesses hostile, Your Honor?
Granted.
Well, things have certainly escalated now. Matt, seeing that Frank isn't cooperating, decides to go on a tirade about how vigilantism is a good thing, actually. He says that Hell's Kitchen needs men like Frank Castle, as the city's still recovering from all the corruption that Wilson Fisk perpetuated, with almost every official peacekeeping force being left weak because of it. However, crime doesn't sleep, so Hell's Kitchen needs its citizens to take up arms against evil being perpetuated against them every day. I think Matt is really preaching from the heart here. Sure, he let Brett bring Frank in, allowing the police to gain more respect in the public and regain some of their social power, and he's done well with his promise to stay out of police business. However, with his discovery of the Hand and getting just a shade of what they're up to, Matt still believes that what he does, and to an extent what Frank does, is necessary to keep the city and its citizens safe. But again, the difference between himself and Frank is the key here. In his eyes and the eyes of the law, Frank took it too far with mass murder, but instead of punishment, he needs help. And everybody clapped. No, that's not a meme, everybody actually claps. Things ain't quite over yet, though. Frank asks to speak his piece and he proceeds to deliver one of the best monologues of the show. Seriously, it's so freaking good. I mean, it's so iconic that it's basically a meme in and of itself.
I did it because I liked it. Hell, I loved it. I'm saying, I'm just itching. I'm itching to do it again. And you think what? You think you're gonna send me to a nut house? Some doctor, they're gonna get me to stop from doing what I want to do? Well, that ain't happening. Not on my watch.
Now, this isn't Frank just suddenly having a mental break or revealing himself for who he really is. No, this is Frank putting on a show, leaning into the Punisher bit to intentionally sabotage his own trial. Why? Well, because whoever that bailiff's boss is wanted him to. I'll give you 3 guesses as to who it is. And no, you can't cheat by skipping ahead a couple minutes. I see you. I see what you're doing.
I see you got my message.
All right.
His lawyers are left a little more befuddled than the audience likely is. Foggy blames Matt for the whole thing, thinking that his former buddy provoked Frank into his little rant. But at least he's happy to wash his hands of the whole thing.
I'm glad we lost. You hear me? I'm glad.
Matt tries to talk to Karen, but she's also not too happy with him, though for very different reasons.
The city really needs heroes. But you're not one of them.
Oof, bud. That's gotta hurt. Meanwhile, Frank is greeted by the corrupt bailiff upon arriving at prison, which begs the question to me how this guy was able to not only speak to Frank while he was in holding, but also escort him into the courtroom. I don't think prison guards are allowed to perform the duties of a bailiff. I know his boss is powerful and influential and all that, but even assuming he could pull this off, would it not be easier to corrupt a bailiff instead of sneaking a prison guard into a high-profile court case? Anyway, Frank receives a hero's welcome as the bailiff/prison guard takes him to meet his boss, who is revealed to be none other than Wilson Fisk.
I see you got my message.
Ooh, who could have seen that coming? Oh my gosh, it's Wilson Fisk. We'll get to that in a second, but first we gotta go back to the not as good plotline. Elektra decides to try to get up and walk around for a bit while Matt is still at the courthouse. Stick tells her to go back to bed, but she declares that she'll never listen to him again. In fact, she's going to fight this war side by side with Matt, who at the very least sees something good within her. Stick argues that she can't change who she is, but if Matt believes she can, then she will. Elektra threatens to get him to leave, and he does, though not because of her threats, but because he's tired of corralling children.
What do you think he'll say when he finds out what you are, what you've always been? Haven't told him yet, have you? You have no idea what I've protected you from.
I can't protect myself.
We'll find out.
Stick then leaves, telling his chauffeur that it's time for the adults to get involved, all while the Red Ninja looks on. I do like how Elektra's journey in this episode parallels Frank's. Frank starts to question himself, his mission, and even his morality. Hearing the grief of an orphan he created has made him wonder if he truly is a monster, and in the end, he chose to embrace that monster, though at the bidding of Fisk. Meanwhile, Elektra, who has always seen herself as a monster largely because Stick told her she basically was, now seeks redemption thanks to Matt believing in her capacity to do good. However, there is a distinct difference between Frank and Elektra past that. Frank still has the capacity to empathize with someone he's wronged, while Elektra is pursuing good simply because she has the hots for the guy telling her she can be. As we see here in a second, that guy has his work cut out for him. Matt returns home after a rough day in court to find Elektra waiting for him by herself, declaring that she's made her decision.
I want to be with you. The only person in this world who believes I'm good.
She then notices that he's had a bad day at the workplace and that he may have lost his girlfriend.
I'm sorry.
I'm not.
Wow, Matt did a hard pivot to the side chick. Hey, what's losing a girlfriend if you got another one waiting for you in your bed? Am I right, fellas? Matt leaves Elektra to rest up a bit, but then he's shot by the Red Ninja. Using a bow and arrow, of course. The Hand. We can't seem to get ours on some guns. I guess to be fair to the Red Ninja, the arrows are laced with something to slow Matt down based on his pupil dilation, but counterpoint.
Bang.
And even still, the laced arrow allows Matt to fight back. Elektra tries to join, but she's still a little too weak to contribute anything too substantial. Still, Matt, or whoever this guy is, doesn't really need her help anyways. Seriously, I don't know who thought it was a smart decision to just have this shot where the stuntman faces the camera last as long as it does, but I don't think it was a great one. I mean, it doesn't ruin the episode or anything, but it's just weird editing decisions is all. Anyway, Matt beats the Red Ninja and unmasks him. Let's see who this ninja really is. Like it's just some kid.
Ruh-roh, Raggy. Re-nature.
Seeing, or rather sensing this, Matt falters a bit, allowing Elektra to come in and slit the kid's throat, overcome by her bloodlust.
This is who I am. Do you still want me?
Before Matt can give a proper answer, he passes out from the roofie arrow. So it seems that while she definitely wants to try to be better, there's just something within Elektra's nature that is fundamentally dark. Something more than just the fundamental sinfulness of the average human. Something we're gonna learn about in a few episodes. Matt comes to realize this as he fades in and out of consciousness, vaguely aware of Elektra patching him up and a group of strange men cleaning up his apartment. When he finally wakes up for good, he finds his apartment looking like nothing happened the night before. All of the furniture is fixed and the Red Ninja's body is gone.
It's been taken care of.
Not it.
Elektra defends her actions as self-defense, but Matt tells her that the Red Ninja was just a scared boy that she murdered in cold blood. He wants to call the police, though as Elektra points out, they wouldn't believe a story about a clan of immortal ninjas planning to destroy the world or something. This is a fight they have to fight by themselves. However, Matt finally comes to the realization that Elektra isn't just a killer, she's someone who loves the act of killing. I mean, it took him a decade, but it's better late than never, I guess. Elektra confirms this by describing the first time she killed someone at the age of 12. She didn't do it to defend herself, but merely to see if she could do it and get away with it. This prompts Matt to break up with Elektra yet again, saying that he's going to fight this war by himself.
This is who I am. We have to stop corrupting each other. We can't do this anymore.
This is a bit of a quick turnaround, especially after spending an entire episode building up the idea that Elektra was going to team up with Matt and try to be good. It may have been nice to have an episode of Matt and Elektra trying to fight the Hand the right way, only for Elektra's violent nature to cause more and more problems. Heck, we could have gotten a Grotto-like character whose redemption arc gets cut short because Elektra decides to kill him. There's even a character who could easily fill that role in Stan Gibson. Nevertheless, this episode is intent on isolating Matt from his entire supporting cast, as shown in the next scene, where Foggy comes to visit him.
We need to talk.
Nothing good ever comes after those words. Foggy wants to close the Nelson and Murdoch office for a few days and parse things out and figure out how things should proceed after the Punisher trial. Now, while we've already seen this friendship get tested last season, this feels a lot more final. The big fight in the 10th episode of Season 1 mostly revolved around the revelation of Matt's nighttime activities and his superhuman abilities. Foggy faced a grave betrayal, sure, but I think most of the fight was Foggy just processing his shock and piecing together information. Here, he's well aware of Matt's activities, but it's a combination of the fact that Matt lied to him again after promising to be more upfront with him, and his building frustration and concern for Matt's second life that has a greater fissure in their relationship. Now, Matt's Daredevil double life has directly sabotaged his work as a lawyer and by extension Foggy's work as a lawyer. As of right now, Foggy thinks that Daredevil and Nelson and Murdoch can no longer coexist.
I came to talk to my friend, not the vigilante.
They're the same person, Foggy.
Matt straight up proposes a dissolution of their firm and even their friendship. He's not going to stop being who he is, and who he is Daredevil. If Foggy and even Karen are better off without him in their lives, then he should just step out on them. For the first half of this episode, it seems like Matt is doubling down on who he is and cutting people who don't jive with that out of his life. He's a vigilante who operates outside the law, and that doesn't jive with being a lawyer. He's not a killer, and that doesn't jive with a remorseless assassin. If he has to do what he does alone, then so be it. This again feels like yet another regression for Matt's character, insisting on going into this fight alone like he did with Fisk, where he failed until he trusted other people to help him. However, this is a little different. Matt is doubling down on his beliefs and convictions, which is causing irreparable differences and divisions with those he cares about. In both instances, he makes these decisions for the sake of others. He parts with Elektra for the sake of the lives of his foes, especially those of ninja kids, and he parts from Nelson and Murdoch so as not to sabotage Foggy's career and to misguidedly spare Karen's feelings. It is a similar character choice as Season 1, but it's different enough to make this feel more natural. Later, Matt decides to pay a visit to his only lead on the hand. Good old accountant Stan Gibson. He takes out Stan's new bodyguards, and while the money man tries to threaten Matt, Elektra's profile of his lack of a killer instinct ultimately proves true.
I'm not like them.
Who?
I don't do what they do.
Matt still interrogates him like he is, finding out that thanks to the Yakatomi building break-in, Stan's son Daniel has been taken hostage by the Hand, ensuring that the accountant stays loyal to them. He's being held at a drug operation called The Farm, which Stan claims to be impenetrable, but Matt insists on going there. What he finds isn't quite the fortress that was built up in his minds, but it's still a dangerous place, so Matt makes Stan stay outside, despite the man's desire to go in and save his son himself. I do really like this little detail. Stan has so far been shown to be a cowardly little man, but when presented with an opportunity to rescue his son, he jumps at the chance despite being completely inept for the inevitable fight. It's a good way to make me quickly like the character. Inside, Hirochi is checking up on the heroin production when Matt strikes. I love how this is done, with the guard being knocked out off screen and then cutting back to the other guy just freaking out, not knowing where the Billy Club came from. It's always nice to see Daredevil from the perspective of the villains, behaving like this terrifying force of nature. Matt grabs Hirochi and interrogates him about the farm's operations. All we get is a hint of what the bigger plan is, though.
I'm not afraid to hurt you.
I know you're not. But you are not the only devil who will walk these streets.
Matt suddenly hears the dripping of blood coming from the basement. Taking the Asano rep with him, Matt discovers a bunch of imprisoned teenagers hooked up to tubes draining their blood. One reaches out to Matt, causing even Hirochi to get spooked a bit, and he runs away. And Matt just lets him, I guess. It might have been useful to keep him around, but I guess we gotta attend to the imprisoned teenagers going through bloodletting. Stan suddenly shows up to identify Daniel for Matt, and I'm left wondering how he managed to sneak in here without dying. I mean, he himself described the farm as an impenetrable fortress.
But it's a fortress. It's impossible to get inside.
Exactly, thank you, Stan. I can buy Matt sneaking in here because he's a ninja and all that, but Stan is a mild-mannered accountant with zero fighting skills. Now, maybe the Hand let him in here either because he's still loyal to their organization or because he's supposed to be reunited with his son for some unknown reason. Either way, it was way too easy for him to get in here. And while this seems almost certainly to be part of the plan of the Hand, I think Matt would be able to parse that out a bit and start questioning if this is a trap. But of course it isn't, because why would the Hand ever set a trap for anybody? No, instead Matt just sets Daniel free before being attacked by a mysterious masked ninja. Wearing the mask means that this guy's identity is supposed to be a surprise to the audience and to Matt himself. We've already gotten the reveal of boys being ninjas, so that can't be it. This has to be somebody we've met before. It could be Hirochi, or this guy, or maybe random guard number 2 over here. Or maybe, and hear me out on this one, maybe it's the guy who's gotten a couple of notable name drops the past couple of episodes. Maybe it's Nobu. Place your bets now. If you're wrong, you owe me $200. And I always come to collect. Okay, I'll be fair and give you a couple of clues. We have this line of dialogue dropped.
You still have scars to remember me by, I hope.
And then we have the masked ninja bust out Nobu's Kyoketsu Shoge. I hope that doesn't make things too obvious as the fight goes forward. The aforementioned fight is a good one with some more acrobatic ninja fighting, but it's clear that the masked ninja's priorities align more with escaping with a strange stone coffin rather than actually killing Matt. He stuns Daredevil long enough to escape on a nearby service elevator.
You're dead.
There is no such thing.
What? Who could have foreseen this? Nobu's back? But I thought he was dead. How could a man who's part of an organization that got powerful via their discovery of immortality still be alive? Oh wait, no, that explains it right there. In all seriousness, this works well enough as a reveal. It pretty much confirms Stick's stories about the Hand by bringing back an antagonist we watched die before our eyes and whose death effectively caused his entire organization to go underground. The dialogue is a little more on the generic side, which has kind of been a trend this episode when building up the Hand's menace.
They destroy everything that gets in their way. Planning, it's already been done.
You cannot stop what we have started.
What are you gonna tell me next? These are guys you don't want to mess with, Daredevil. We are the same, you and I, Matthew. What are we, some kind of the Hand? It doesn't help that this is also the episode that sees the official return of Wilson Fisk, whose dialogue is just sublime in giving meaty lines that not only build his menace, but feel so unique to his character. The first 10 minutes of this detail his time from being arrested at the end of Season 1 to when he meets Frank at the end of the last episode. Upon arriving, Fisk is immediately stripped of all his power and dignity. The prison is run by a drug runner named Dutton, who correctly identifies Wilson as a threat to his rule, telling him not to get any funny ideas about running the place.
There's only room for one of us in this prison. It ain't gonna be you, not ever. Because I'm the kingpin of this bitch.
That's an interesting choice of words you have there, Dutton. I wonder if that's gonna come back in any way. To make things worse for him, Wilson learns from his lawyer Ben Donovan that the feds have seized a lot of his assets, though not before he was able to offshore some for Vanessa to live off of. Ben has also filed an appeal that may take up to a year to process, so he advises his client to lay low for the time being so as not to give the court any reason to deny his release. Wilson plans to do just that, but with Dutton giving him a hard time, he decides to come up with a plan to rid himself of a headache without causing problems for himself. He first makes friends with former mortgage analyst Stuart Finney, whom he finds camaraderie with as a fellow sophisticated elite in a prison full of brutish punks. Finney also introduces him to the Valdez brothers, a pair of savage killers whom he somehow also befriended. Fisk recruits them by paying off Finney's legal retainer and the Valdez's mother's rent. However, this trio of goons isn't enough to get rid of Dutton, who has holed himself in the fortified cell block A, but fortune strikes when he learns of the trial of Frank Castle. Upon learning about his war on the 3 gangs that killed his family, Fisk immediately thinks, I can use this, and delves into Dutton's connections with these 3 gangs. Turns out the guy had arrangements with both the Dogs of Hell and the Irish at some point in the past, which makes him the perfect target for Frank. So Fisk uses the last of his funds to get a bailiff/prison guard on the payroll, which leads us to the present day. It's nice to spend time building up how Wilson gained power within the prison, teasing his plans with Frank while not fully playing all the cards yet. Even in prison with the guy in charge gunning for him, Wilson Fisk is still as formidable as ever, and we're gonna see that become even more apparent. He tries to build some sort of connection between himself and Frank, but Frank cuts through the BS and gets down to brass tacks. Why did Fisk want him in prison? So Wilson gets blunt, telling Frank that he wants to offer him closure. Dutton has connections to all 3 of the gangs who participated in the Carousel Massacre. Fisk offers to use his personal guard to get Frank into cell block A so the two can have some quality time together. It just so happens that Fisk also benefits from Dutton's absence from the prison population. Frank is obviously unwilling to work for a criminal and do his dirty work, but Wilson is a man who knows how to convince people to help him.
Yes, I benefit from your actions. But the tide raises all ships, Mr. Castle. If for some reason my involvement diminishes your passion for answers, for revenge, well, that's your choice. But the war you waged on New York City, it got you nowhere. I'm offering you something no one else could. If you don't want my help, fine. By all means, enjoy prison.
I just had to play that entire thing because man is it good to have Big Willie back. Compare this meaty dialogue to everything we've gotten from The Hand, and none of it comes close to being this interesting and attention commanding. Granted, it's hard to compete with Vincent D'Onofrio's sheer screen presence, but I would have liked some competition at least. Anyway, this convinces Frank to kill Dutton, not for Wilson, but for the sake of maybe finally learning what happened to his family. Finney supplies Frank with a shiv and he's off to cell block A. Dutton's chilling with a homie, counting cash and listening to a baseball game when Frank arrives to give them a friendly greeting. He questions Dutton about his family's death, discovering that the drug dealer was in fact at the carousel that day, arranging a three-way drug deal between the Kitchen Irish, the Dogs of Hell, and the Mexican cartel on behalf of a supplier named the Blacksmith. However, the big boss never showed, and it was soon discovered that the deal was compromised by a mole, causing the already paranoid gangs to start shooting at each other. This means that Frank still hasn't gotten the closure he wanted, only more questions.
This crusade of yours, it's never gonna end, right?
Frank stabs Dutton in agreement. However, his troubles are not over yet, as Wilson reveals that his true plans are to let Frank die in cell block A alongside Dutton, severing any connection that could be made to his involvement and prevent his appeal from being approved. Big Willie has also accumulated a couple more guards under his command who open all the cells on the block, giving Frank a hallway fight scene of his own. This gets absolutely brutal, as Frank is not held back by a no-kill rule, so he really goes for the jugular on this one. He manages to face a horde of angry gangsters armed with prison weapons and not only survive, but kill every single one of them. This forces the prison guards to send in the riot squad and take him to solitary. Fisk comes to visit him there, and instead of finishing him off, as he's shown to be pretty capable of doing when Frank attacks him, he informs his prisoner that he has had a change in his plans. He admits that he underestimated the abilities of the big bad Punisher, thinking that the stories about his one-man war on crime were a little exaggerated. But upon seeing him take out an entire cell block of hardened criminals with nothing but a shiv, Wilson has realized that it would be a waste to let such talent die out. Instead, he proposes to help free Frank from prison, putting his faith in the man's conviction to kill his competition, making it easier to retake his criminal empire once he's out of prison.
Because I played the long game, Mr. Castle. You see, when I'm finally let out of this cage, it won't be to wage war, it will be to win one.
Did I mention I'm so happy Wilson's back? With very little screen time, he's able to just easily take over this entire episode to become the best part about it. Anyway, Frank is understandably resistant to the idea of helping a mob boss out and gaining power, but once again, Fisk appeals to his conviction of getting answers for his family's death. The blacksmith is outside the prison walls, and Frank can't get to him without Wilson's help. He knows that Frank will accept his help for the sake of his family, and accept his help Frank does. The prison guards deck him out in riot gear and escort him outside, while Wilson visits a dying Dutton to rub his victory in the drug dealer's face before he chokes on his own blood in a couple of hours.
Because you were right. In prison, there's only room for one kingpin.
And I guess this is the birth of the Kingpin. In Season 1, Wilson Fisk was a guy of means who wanted to help his city by forcing a rebirth upon it, but Hell's Kitchen rejected him. Now, like Frank and like Matt, he is embracing who he really is. A criminal kingpin, and in the process getting his first foothold in the reconstruction of his power. Aw man, this prison plot is so freaking good. This provides a clever way of reintroducing Wilson Fisk into the show, using him to propel the Frank plotline forward, all while giving us more clues to what happened in the past. However, this also proves vital for Wilson's plotline as well, using Frank to open the door to not just his return to power, but for him to become the Kingpin proper. All the dialogue here perfectly strikes at the core of who both Frank and Wilson are, and it's nice to see these two larger-than-life personalities interact.
Next time I see you, only one of us walks away. Yes, of course. I'm counting on it.
Man, I can't wait to see the payoff to that. What? These guys never interact again? But who's gonna kill the Kingpin? Oh, right. The MCU. Meanwhile, Karen arrives late at the office thanks to staying up studying the Punisher files. She's found out who she thinks to be the John Doe that Dr. Tepper admitted to covering up. She's found 2 forensic photos of the massacre, one where there's a body and one where the body's gone, with his death never being logged or reported. Foggy doesn't really seem to care, and with the Punisher trial going disastrously and Matt agreeing to close Nelson and Murdoch, he just wants to ignore all this stuff and move on with his life. However, Karen can't just let go of this story. With her friends constantly lying to her, she's desperate to find some sort of truth in her life, and somehow the giant government conspiracy is the easiest path she can find. She turns back to Mitchell Ellison for help, who's definitely more willing than Foggy after learning about the Struck Tepper testimony. Unfortunately, thanks to her aforementioned friend and his fight with Matt, specifically the dissolution of their law firm, Karen has lost a little hope in her investigation, wanting to just give Ellison what she has and try to move on like Foggy told her to. But Ellison tells her that the Bulletin keeps receiving angry phone calls about the information she provided him, saying that she is definitely onto something big here. He proposes that they go out to seek a conversation with Tepper, that maybe he'll be a little more willing to speak off the record. I'm really liking how much more personable Ellison is becoming this season. The dry wit mixed with his playful ego make him very likable, and that's in addition to his motivations to make up for his follies with Ben. The duo track down Tepper's current address and question him. He's still unwilling to tell them what he knows. Good old Greg has been forced to step down from being the medical examiner, and now people are following him. However, Karen seems to be regaining her groove, convincing Tepper to tell them all he knows. He confirms that the body in the forensic photos is the John Doe he covered up, and reveals that he wasn't a gangbanger, but an undercover cop. Karen realizes what Dutton told Frank. The gang shootout was a sting-op gone bad. This means that whatever conspiracy is behind the death of the Castle family must go higher up in the government than previously thought. She's hyped up to delve into this and uncover more, and Ellison wants to cultivate this, giving her Ben's old office. Inside, she finds a file with her name on it. Its contents contain a newspaper article about the mysterious death of a teenager in a car accident. If you look a little closely at the blurred article itself, you'll find that the teen's name was Kevin Page, which is a nice detail to provide more information to those who want to look for it. This is a very big clue to what happened in Karen's past, and judging by her reaction, she may have had something to do with her presumable brother's death. Ellison reveals that both Ben and he knew about her past, but who cares? Ben was willing to work with her when he was alive, and Ellison is willing to work with her now. That's all that matters.
Get to work. Okay?
And get to work she does. This is a really sweet moment that makes Ellison even more likable, giving Karen a chance to prove herself despite whatever baggage she may have been carrying with her. It posthumously makes Ben a better character as he did the same, adding strength to the bond that he shared with Karen. And instead of confronting her on it or distancing himself from her, he gave her an opportunity to prove herself. This also illustrates to Karen herself that all her fears about her past and letting others know about it were unfounded. She's kept this hidden from even her closest friends, clearly now because she was afraid to lose them because of whatever happened. Now she's found a workplace where her boss knows about her past, doesn't care, and wants her to work with him regardless. I guess it also helps that the Bulletin isn't as dysfunctional and drama-laden as Nelson and Murdoch. Still, this is a really sweet moment that actually competes with the prison scenes as my favorite of the episode. Now, usually I'd segue into the next episode via the last plotline of the previous one I talked about, but Frank's escape from prison basically upends and interrupts most of the other plot threads from episode 9. Especially with a particularly explosive event early on in episode 10. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to the farm, where Detective Sergeant Brett Mahoney arrives on the scene, finding a bunch of malnourished teenagers on the brink of death and a concerned Stan Gibson begging for medical aid for all of them. He comes back to the surface to call in some ambulances and bumps into Daredevil. The vigilante explains most of what's going on down there, saying that they need to take down the people who did this. He points Brett towards the Yakuza, as the Hand is likely too dangerous and too unbelievable to tell him about. And he tells the detective to take the kids to a secure location, somewhere they can be safe from the people who did this. Since Claire works at Metro General, Matt points Brett in that direction.
I'm on it. I just know someday I'm gonna tell you how to do your job.
Sure you are, buddy. Sure you are. Claire cordons the kids away in a closed wing of the hospital, overseeing their care. They're unresponsive with high fevers and burn-off fingerprints, clearly undergoing some intense trauma. Matt drops in to explain the situation, telling her that Nobu is still alive somehow, and may come back to kill the teens and everyone helping them. He promises to protect her and everyone else there, but you know what they say about making promises you can't keep.
Yeah, but those are the best kind.
Andrew, get out of my house! How many times do I have to tell you? How do you keep getting in here? Claire gives Matt some aspirin for his cracked ribs, but before they can talk anymore, he suddenly hears a report coming over the police radar. Frank Castle has escaped prison. The panic induced by this development leads D.A. Reyes to call the trio of what used to be Nelson and Murdoch into the courthouse. Their reunion is awkward to say the least. However, once they think about the prospect of facing Reyes, they start operating more as a team. Foggy prepares the group to get grilled by the DA about information regarding Frank's whereabouts. He's read through all the Punisher's transfer papers, learning that Frank was put into the high-security cell block D, but past that, nothing. That location triggers Matt's memory, as it's the same wing where Wilson Fisk is currently locked up, convincing him that his old nemesis is behind Frank's escape. But we have no time for that now. It's time to meet with Reyes, who's wearing a hoodie, which is a nice detail from the costuming department, indicating that she had to sneak into the office and reflecting her own paranoia about Frank's escape. It's a nice clue to her current state of mind. It also visually communicates that she's coming to Nelson and Murdoch with more humility than she has previously. However, Foggy is still expecting Reyes' cold demeanor, accusing her of trying to milk them for information. She meekly admits to this, but does act more cooperatively with the group. The DA even admits that she had a hand in the carousel shootout that killed Frank's family. She insists that she didn't want people to get hurt, but she won't elaborate past that, so her assistant Blake Tower volunteers the information for her. Last year, the DA's office heard about a new player gunning to take over the drug game, the blacksmith. This guy was somehow shipping metric tons of product in from the Middle East without any authorities finding out about it. The only lead they ever got was from a deep undercover cop who had gotten a line on an upcoming drug deal orchestrated by the blacksmith for 3 local gangs. The sting was set up with Reyes approving it without clearing the area of civilians, but the blacksmith didn't show. The rest, they say, is history. After things turned into a crap show, Reyes has spent most of her career covering up for that one mistake, trying to eliminate all loose ends. Now, it's all caught up with her. She found a copy of Frank's X-ray in her daughter's backpack this morning, and she's taken that as a threat from the Punisher himself against her family. Karen protests this idea, as Frank's code would never let him kill an innocent child. Everyone else, though, is convinced that this has to be Frank. Reyes begs them for any information they might have, but Matt suddenly hears the cocking of a gun. He throws his friends to the ground as the room explodes in gunfire. Foggy is caught in the arm, but D.A. Reyes pretty much gets the brunt of it. For how much of a hateable character she was, it's nice that we get a glimpse of humanity within her right before she got gunned down. She was selfishly ambitious, throwing everyone under the bus for the sake of her own career, but hey, at least she loves her daughter. In the aftermath of this attack, people freak out, evacuating the courthouse. Foggy manages to get his bullet wound treated. 'Tis only a flesh wound, but he's still gonna have to get admitted to Metro General. Matt tells him he's going after Frank, but Foggy says that that's a stupid idea, as the police don't even have a lead as to where he is. Matt departs on his own little B-plot while Karen and Blake walk up for their scene. Blake explains how he had suspected Reyes' involvement in the Central Park massacre, but the cover-up had already been underway by the time he started working under her. The DA's attempts to cover her tail got sloppier and sloppier, and eventually Blake caught wind of her corruption, including her DNR order on Frank at the hospital. Not wanting to go down with her when she was inevitably caught, he gave Karen Frank's X-ray to help bring her down. Now, however, he's scared for his life. If Frank can reach a DA in her own office, then there's nowhere in New York someone on his hit list can hide. Blake decides that he's going out of town until this blows over and suggests Foggy and Karen do the same. However, they ain't going anywhere. I mean, Foggy still has to go to the hospital, and since he won't let Karen come with him, she heads to the offices of the New York Bulletin. Ellison checks in on her to see how she's holding up after the shooting, but she's determined to get to the truth of what really happened.
So, was this Frank Castle?
That's what I want to figure out.
What does your gut tell you?
No, my gut is the last thing I can trust. I need facts.
Okay, agreed.
Karen is starting to think like a reporter now, but her desire to parse facts and feelings proves harder in practice here in a second. Ellison and Karen try to think of who else would be on Frank's hit list after the trial, coming up with only Dr. Tepper for the time being. Unfortunately, they arrive at his apartment too late, finding Tepper's body and an excessive amount of bullet holes. Karen doesn't think this fits Frank's modus operandi, but Ellison tells her that Frank is a psychopath. He believes that the code of honor and method to the madness is all projection on the part of Karen, desperately trying to find humanity within the monster. Frank will kill anybody who has crossed him, no matter the cost. With that in mind, Ellison wants Karen to make a list of any other potential victims, but she has to go back to her apartment to make it from the Punisher files. Ellison grabs a couple of police officers to be her personal guards, but Karen doesn't take the gesture too well.
You would never have pulled this patriarchal shit with Ben. I can take care of myself.
You're right. And I'll never make that mistake again. Not about someone I care about.
I feel like I keep saying this, but I am really loving how this season develops Ellison as he tries to make up for his behavior with Ben. He is absolutely determined not to lose another friend, and while the police guards may not be necessary, he won't take the chance that they might be. Seeing this, Karen reluctantly accepts the guards. After the police clear her apartment, Karen goes over the Punisher files while she receives a visitor outside. The mystery man knocks out the police guards and Karen grabs a gun to defend herself. Frank steps inside, claiming that these murders were not done by him. However, Karen shows that she's wrestling with her gut feeling that he's innocent, at least of these murders, and the facts she's witnessed that point to his guilt. Fortunately, she soon receives some undeniable proof that Frank is in fact innocent when the real killer strikes at this exact moment. Frank tackles her to the ground, protecting her until the hail of bullets stop.
Leave me now.
He then leads her out safely. I'm glad this little plotline didn't last for more than an episode. It's natural for the characters to assume that Frank is behind these killings, but it is quite obvious that it isn't him. We've seen him stick to his morals since his second scene of the season, only killing criminals and avenging the innocent. A hail of gunfire that puts other people in danger is not how he goes about things. Well, only that one time in the hospital, but I'll take Frank's word that only Grotto was in danger there. Somehow. Plus, there's the old filmmaking technique of not showing the guy who's doing the shooting, which usually means that the person doing it isn't the guy being accused. This lasted as long as it needed to put our characters on the back foot, specifically Karen, while introducing another mystery to one that initially seemed wrapped up with Reyes' confession. All that was left was the identity of the blacksmith, though at least for now, he doesn't seem like a key part in what killed Frank's family. Right now, it seems like they got killed thanks to legislative oversight. This mystery shooter opens the door to further revelations in the future, which we'll get to here in a second. For now, we're cutting over to Elektra, who gets a small plotline this episode that isn't really too attached to everything else happening. She goes to the airport to fly out of the country, and while she's waiting for her flight at the bar, she meets a suave Frenchman who's very forward about his intentions with her, first in the romance department and then in the assassination department. He knows who Elektra is, and he's here to kill her. Now, I'm no expert on assassination, but I would think a surprise attack against such a notoriously skilled opponent would have been the best strategy to go with here. But hey, maybe this guy has some sense of honor or something. All we really get to know about him is that his name is Jacques Duchamp, which I've seen a couple people suggest may be a reference to a couple of famous Marvel Frenchmen. One is Jacques Duquesne, aka the Swordsman, a supervillain turned superhero who also trained Hawkeye in the ways of Hawkeyeing. And the other is Jean-Paul Duchamp, aka Frenchie, Moon Knight's best friend and trusty sidekick. That is until the 2000s pretty much got rid of him and the rest of Mark's supporting cast in off-screen feuds. I'm not still upset about that. If I were to guess, this guy would most closely be a reference to Frenchie, though to be fair, I'm not too familiar with Swordsman. Still, Frenchie's a pilot, this is an airport, I don't know. What's more likely is that this guy was just given a super French name because if this was meant to be either character, it'd be super lame to include someone who's very important to a different Marvel hero only for him to die in a fight with Elektra. Oh, spoiler alert, I guess. Jacques fights Elektra, and after she gets the upper hand with these kind of pointless donkey kicks, he busts out a pair of sais that she quickly turns against him. Thinking him to be from the Hand, Elektra says that she's no longer part of the war, so she should be left alone. I like that she's legitimately doing what Matt told her to do. She didn't link back up with Stick, she intentionally chose to back out of the war on Matt's behalf, taking the danger she poses away from the battlefield. However, Jacques isn't here on orders of the Hand. He's here to kill her for Stick. Elektra takes the twin sais, which are her signature weapons in most of her iterations, and sets a different course. One of revenge. Meanwhile, Matt visits his only lead to Frank's location at the prison. After having Matt sign an affidavit detailing all the rules of this meeting, Ben Donovan escorts the blind lawyer to meet his client. Matt first hears the calm heartbeat of a man unafraid of anything before entering into the room and reuniting with his nemesis for the first time in 10 episodes. Much like with Frank, Wilson tries to start with some pleasantries, but Matt cuts to the chase, accusing him of arranging the Punisher's escape. Big Willie shrugs off the charge and decides to end the conversation then and there. However, Matt pulls out his trump card, Vanessa. Ben leaves the two alone for this part where Matt threatens to use every element of the legal system to get Vanessa's visa revoked, ensuring that she can never return to New York. And Matt knows that Wilson won't go to her because he has an inherent need to stay here in New York. This obviously pisses Big Willie off. He breaks his restraints and attacks Matt, quite brutally in fact. Murdoch, for his part, tries to fight him off, only to be met with jeers.
Yes, the son of a boxer!
This serves as confirmation to Matt that Wilson is now in control of the prison and that he in fact was the man who freed Frank. This doesn't bother the Kingpin though, promising that once he gets out of prison, he's coming for Matt personally. He is now going to dedicate himself to destroying both Matt and his partner Foggy's lives.
I've had a lot of time to reflect on my journey here, Mr. Murdoch. My mistakes. Everything I took for granted. And while I try and sleep in this bleak place, the one thing that keeps me warm is the thought that I will look down upon this city. The city that birthed me with the woman that I love. Whom I love with everything that I am. If you're worried that Frank Castle will wreak havoc on Hell's Kitchen, just wait.
Ah man, I love Wilson Fisk. This is heavily setting up his return in Season 3 with the promise of more destruction and danger than we've ever seen from him. And frankly, I can't wait for it. Too bad there's like 10 seasons of television I have to trudge through to get there. At that moment, Ben comes in to let Matt out and Wilson settles back into his calm heart rate.
Let's do this again sometime.
It cannot be overstated how much I love this character. Fisk then treats himself to a nice steak dinner while listening to Cello Suite No. 1 in G major, which was last heard when Fisk was preparing himself some breakfast back in Season 1, Episode 8. I think if it wasn't clear before, this is basically our confirmation that Fisk is back in power. He may be in prison, but he's basically reclaimed the life of his top-floor executive suite in the city. Wilson has wanted the Valdez brothers tell Ben Donovan to get files on Matt Murdock. I'm assuming Finney isn't here because he managed to get out of prison thanks to Willie's legal fund. Good for him. Later, Daniel Gibson wakes up at the hospital. He's greeted by Claire, who runs response tests on him, and once he's cleared, she allows him to spend some private time with his father. Stan profusely apologizes to his son and promises that things will be better for them from now on. Daniel responds with a look that makes me think that maybe Stan's wrong about that. Claire goes upstairs to bring Matt some coffee, but he declines.
Right, forgot. You like to suffer.
She wonders aloud why he hasn't gone to see his friend Foggy, who's recuperating from his bullet wound downstairs. Matt says he can't because it's his fault his buddy got shot.
Maybe you need to start thinking about climbing down off that cross of yours and spending some time with us normal people for a change.
This does a good job at painting not just the rest of this conversation, but the direction Matt's character's heading in. He's taken up his own cross in a way, but he's refusing to let anybody else help him. Especially now with his current enemies just being people that he failed to stop in the past. He thought Nobu died, but now he's just bloodletting teenagers in underground bunkers. He thought he stopped Fisk, but now he's just running the prison he was put in. He stopped Frank and got him put away, but now it seems like he's going around on yet another murder spree as a free man. Heck, this is traced all the way back to episode 1, where Turk brags about being out on the street mere weeks after being stopped by Daredevil. Matt is in a place where he's tried the legitimate way to stop his enemies. Even his own code seems to be working against him. Everything he's done isn't working, and he needs to change that somehow.
I'm done, Claire. No more law. No more friends. At best, they're a distraction. At worst, I put them in jeopardy. From now on, I need to focus.
Claire's allusion to the cross obviously references Jesus Christ, mockingly calling out Matt's self-righteousness. He's trying to make himself this Christ-like figure by separating himself from the masses in order to save them. However, as Claire points out, if he doesn't have a life outside of superhero work, he'll eventually be consumed by the suit and become detached from the very people he's supposed to save. Compare this to Jesus, who actively went out of his way to mingle with the masses. Heck, he sought out some of the worst of that society. He spoke to tax collectors, prostitutes, and prickish elites to spread the truth of the gospel. To save them. He made sure to protect children and show them care. He never let himself be compromised by the darkness of our world, but he did interact with people he was there to save, which is the opposite of what Matt is doing now, unknowingly placing himself on a self-righteous pedestal. This conversation also reveals through a toxicology report that the teens not only have had their blood drained, but that this life liquid letting has been going on for months, with what's removed being replaced with unidentified organic material, serving as sort of an incubator for it. What does that mean? Well, I guess we'll find out here in a second. First, Claire tells Matt to shed the suit and visit Foggy, be a human being, reconnect with the people he's trying to help. But unfortunately, he refuses to get down off his cross. Ironically, Christ also could have gotten off the cross, but in that instance, he was the only one who could have defeated death. But again, he died for the sake of those he loves, those he walked with, talked with, ministered to. He didn't view them as distractions, he viewed all people as precious. Matt is staying on his cross as the selfish insistence of doing things his way, even if he's not sure if it's the right one. Plus, Jesus is literally God. He went to the cross because he could actually handle it. One could even say that he was born for this. This was the explicit purpose for which he was here on Earth. Meanwhile, Matt is just some blind lawyer ninja guy. He's not built to do this type of stuff alone. Anyway, Claire goes back downstairs to find a scene that feels right out of a horror movie. You got the classic creepy kid standing ominously in the dark trope, which means that I guess the blood-drained teens are doing pretty good now. I mean, Daniel even had enough strength to kill his own father. And just when I was starting to like him too. I mean, he wasn't the most fleshed out character in the world, but I've come to have a soft spot for the cowardly guy demonstrating heroism when it counts. But I guess he's dead now. On the ground floor, the Hand arrives, beginning an assault on Metro General, using grappling hooks to scale the building's walls. This alerts Matt that everyone here is in imminent danger, and right as the action begins, we cut to credits. I feel like this fight should have been the climax of the episode. This is actually shorter than the past 6 episodes, so we had some time to spare to depict this. I mean, it's not a huge deal as we're going to see this fight here in the next episode, but it just gives this one a very abrupt ending. Episode 11 picks up right where episode 10 left off. Claire brings a pair of security guards and fellow nurse Louisa to the teens, but suddenly the Hand ninjas show up and kill everyone but Claire thanks to Matt saving her at the last second. As he fights off the ninja hordes, the teens are able to escape with a personal escort. Claire tries to help by pushing one of their enemies out the window, but one of his buddies returns the favor, forcing Matt to dive out after her. He grabs her in midair while also grasping the rappelling line, swinging back inside the hospital, mostly safely. This is a nice little midair save that I think works pretty well within the more grounded reality of this show. The crash back inside stuns Matt and Claire, but not for long. Matt has to chase the fleeing ninjas who are now roof hopping away with their adolescent captives. He almost catches up to a pair of them, but they distract him with the steam pipe long enough to disappear for good. The next morning, Matt finally admits everything he currently knows.
So there's this organization. Its members believe in some pretty strange shit.
However, he still doesn't exactly know why the Hand wants to get theirs on these kids so badly. I don't know, maybe like a Epstein-Diddy situation, who knows? Don't worry, it's not that. But it's still pretty bad, because we, the audience, actually get to see what happens to them. Hiroshi slits their wrist while they sit in tubs that are feeding tubes to the stone coffin. Now, this confirms to me that the teens getting kidnapped in the first place was not in fact part of their plan, making them a little less menacing of an organization. Somehow allowing not just Matt, but also accountant Stan Gibson to break into their top secret blood draining facility, but I'll try to develop more on that after we wrap up the season. Like, maybe they were trying to facilitate the incubation period by putting them in the hospital, but it just doesn't seem that way to me. For now, Matt and Claire continue their conversation from the night before, with Claire telling him that he's in over his head and needs help on this, the Hand business. He can't just insist on being a martyr, fighting to avenge the wrongs of this city by himself.
I can't just let that happen, Claire. Not in my city.
It's not your city anymore.
I'm pretty sure that Claire's alluding to a couple of other superheroes she's met in the past here, but this could really apply to anybody willing to be able to help Matt. He doesn't have to face this threat alone, yet he continues to insist on it. Before Matt can get back in the weeds on this whole argument again, he gets a call from Brett Mahoney, who informs him of the attempt on Karen's life, forcing Matt to cut things short and leave. Karen has been brought into the police station to deliver an official statement on what happened. She claims not to have seen anything or anyone before or after the shooting, leaving Brett frustrated as to how this many destructive shootings can happen without any witnesses of the man doing it. For now, he gives Karen a police escort to a secure location to keep her safe. Downstairs, Matt meets her, asking why she didn't tell him about the shooting. She tries to shake him off with the whole "I can take care of myself" bit, but Matt can clearly see, ironically enough, that she's hiding something. She admits that Frank was at her apartment at the time of the shooting, even saving her life, and she's hiding it from the cops to give him enough time to track down the real killer. With almost everyone else involved in the Central Park shooting dead, the killer has to be the lingering thread left over from that case, the blacksmith, meaning he likely targeted Karen for her investigation with Ellison, which Matt is finding out about for the first time right now. Thinking she's clearly still in danger, he tries to come with, but Karen harshly rejects the offer. Part of the reason she does this, obviously, is because she's still pissed at Matt for, well, just everything he's done so far this season. But another reason she does this is because she isn't exactly planning on staying with her police escort. Once they drop her off at her secured hotel room, Karen sneaks back out to the parking garage where Frank waits in Ben's old car, jamming out to some Earth, Wind, and Fire. Say what you will about the man's morality, but he's got good taste in music. While she's starting to have reservations about becoming an accessory to Frank's crimes, Karen really doesn't want the blacksmith to make another attempt on her life, which Frank promises won't happen. They head to a local diner to grab some coffee and some conversation. Frank hides his identity with the classic MCU disguise hat, though I would think that his almost completely bruised face would cause some alarm with the waitress, but I guess that's a common sight for her here. I mean, hey, it's New York, you never know. They still can't figure out who the blacksmith is or how he's bringing in his heroine, so their talk turns more towards Karen. Frank observes that she threatened him with a 380 instead of a more showy, fancy gun that someone would buy just because of aesthetics. It tells Frank that Karen chose this gun because of its functionality, showing that she has experience with the weapon. Again, this is another clue to Karen's harsher past that we won't see until season 3. Frank also asks her why she chose not to shoot him.
I
don't like what you do. Emily, I think you probably belong in jail, but you're honest. You never lie to me.
This line follows Karen's arc throughout the season. She's become so obsessed with finding some sort of truth thanks to the lies her close friends have been telling her, and now that has led her to teaming up with Frank, who, despite some of his other moral failings, is, well, frank in how he speaks to people. He usually says exactly what's on his mind. No BS, no trying to hide something. Ironically, he is kind of hiding something right now, but we'll get to that. Frank realizes that part of her bitterness around being lied to is from her relationship with Matt. Despite being a crazed murderer, he proves that he's pretty observant, saying that he knows Karen is in love with the blind lawyer. She's a little hesitant to admit this, as she views Matt as the type of person who hurts others and tears them apart. She needs to cut him out of her life. However, Frank tells her that the only people who can do that to you are those you let get close to you. From his own experience with his wife, he knows that those we love can hurt us like no other. And at the end of the day, you work through it and fight for that relationship. While Frank's wife is dead and he can no longer experience that anymore, Karen still has Matt, and she needs to grab hold of him and never let go. It's a surprisingly sweet moment where Frank almost takes this fatherly role for Karen as she tries to sort out her disastrous love life. However, we're soon reminded of who Frank is when he clocks a Buick that has circled the diner thrice, telling Karen to grab the waitress and the cook to take them to safety. Karen realizes that Frank has used her as bait to lure out either the blacksmith or some of his goons.
Yeah. You got that right.
Like I said, he's Frank. Like, I know that's his name, but also that's a character trait of his. The blacksmith's goons come into the diner, and Frank takes a lesson from the original edition Han Solo and shoots first. One of the goons goes down while the other needs a little more encouragement. He fights the guy with various diner items, all while Karen overhears the brutality. Frank finally stabs the guy multiple times to put him down. Then he returns to the guy he shot to interrogate him on where the blacksmith is. It takes some persuasion skills from Frank, like shooting his buddy and bashing his face in to get what he needs. The goon points him to a pier on 45th Street, earning him a bullet to the face as compensation. With the coast clear, Karen comes out of hiding to see the carnage.
You call the police. Get protective custody. Get away from this thing. Get away from me.
This is interesting to me, indicating that maybe Frank has finally realized what he's doing is wrong, but his mission has become so closely tied to who he is that he himself can't stop until it's done. Still, he doesn't want to rope anyone else into it with him. He leaves for the pier while Karen calls the police. At the hospital, Foggy receives a visit from Marcy, who brings him the gift of a bear and booze. She tells him that his name is being passed around the big law firms thanks to his performance at the Frank Castle trial. Despite that ending disastrously, the fault can be more laid at Frank and Matt's feet rather than Foggy's. For his part, he did really well. Marcy wants to help set him up with a job interview at one of these big firms, to which Foggy seems to appreciate. I also like the detail that Foggy has been expectantly waiting for Matt to visit him at some point. It shows that he still cares about his buddy and that he views the two as friends despite the breakup. Downstairs, Claire watches the coroner prepare for the autopsy of the previous night's casualties. A hospital administrator blames her for this, since she kept 5 unregistered patients in a closed wing of the hospital. Shirley, who we've seen in Daredevil Season 1 helping Ben out with his wife and being Claire's supportive supervisor, defends her subordinate, also telling her not to feel too bad about killing that ninja, as it was technically self-defense. However, things get weird as the autopsies begin. Turns out somebody had already done one on the ninja. Most of the people can't believe it, but Claire calls it like she sees it. Somehow, this dude is a walking corpse. However, the administrator comes back to shut this whole thing down and tells them not to talk to anyone about this. Later, the board meets and decides to give Claire her second strike for her behavior, with her first coming from helping Luke, who was also wanted by police at the time, escape the hospital. The board is willing to let Claire keep her job if she simply keeps quiet about what she saw here. The official story will simply be that a junkie attacked her fellow nurse Louisa and killed her. Shirley has also learned that an anonymous donor has sent a hefty amount of cash to Metro General, meaning that the hospital is taking a payout to keep things hush-hush. She's willing to go along with this to keep her job, especially since there's no way to corroborate the real story, what with most of the witnesses dead or missing and the kids being here undocumented. But Claire is less than compliant, barging into the board meeting and quitting her job. As much as I do enjoy Claire as a character, I find it strange to devote this much time to setting up her departure from Metro General so she can show up in Luke Cage. These scenes don't really impact the current story of Daredevil outside of Matt losing a trusted person within the medical system, which could prove fatal if he doesn't find another person to replace her. Besides that, we get the information that the hand ninjas are dead men, which we could already imply based on their powers of immortality and Nobu being alive again. And the Metro General getting paid off to cover up Ninja Night, which could be briefly covered in a more important Foggy scene. These scenes aren't bad by any means, they just feel slightly off. It'd be like if halfway through Iron Man 2 we suddenly started following Phil Coulson's plotline to set up why he's in Arizona in Thor. This feels like it just feeds into another show rather than the one I'm currently watching. Maybe this would have worked better if the show got Foggy involved, building upon the two's previous scenes together in episode 3, and using this to possibly introduce Foggy to the reality of the hand which he dismissed to Matt's face. This would serve to bring him to a point of better understanding of his friend, taking one step closer to reconciliation between the two. That way these scenes could serve two purposes, much like scenes between Fisk and Frank a couple episodes ago. Those scenes continue to build upon the plotline so far and push it forward, while at the same time positioning Wilson for his return in a later story. It teases later events while also servicing the plot of this season. In contrast, the Claire scenes here primarily serve to set up a later story without contributing much to the current one. Again, I think this could have been solved by using Foggy a bit more. All we get of the two together is when Claire gathers her things and leaves right as Foggy gets discharged. He questions her about all the noise from last night, and Claire just tells him to ask their mutual friend, which seems to set up Foggy asking Matt about this later, but he doesn't really. Speaking of that mutual friend, since he can't be there to personally protect Karen, he goes out to hunt down the blacksmith himself, paying the newly appointed DA Blake Tower a visit as he flees town. He wants all the information that Blake has, which isn't much. All the DA's office was able to accumulate was the code name, with 3 different federal agencies trying to look for him and coming up with nothing. The only lead they came close to having was the blacksmith's biggest competitor, a relatively new player shipping drugs in and out of Chinatown. Drugs, Chinatown. I wonder who this could possibly be. Matt tracks the drug operation to a laundromat in the Oriental neighborhood. He beats up a bunch of the guards and tries to interrogate them, but they ain't giving up nothing. That's all well and good though, because Matt has conveniently found the laundromat where the leader is just chilling in the basement, drinking tea and painting kites.
Devil of Hell's Kitchen.
Madame Gao.
I see from the uniform you've taken the devil's name to heart.
Matt demands to speak to her alone, and she calmly complies, having her assistant call off the rest of the guards. Once Matt is sure they're alone, they start their conversation.
Trust me, my man won't disturb us.
Yeah, I don't take much on faith these days.
That is some curious word choice there, Matt. We'll return to that later. Gao toys with him a little, but he refuses to play, citing her many crimes. She doesn't deny these allegations, instead warning him of a threat to Hell's Kitchen greater than her. I'm pretty sure she's referring to the Hand, which is interesting considering who she's later revealed to be. However, Matt is more concerned about the blacksmith, since she also has a vested interest in bringing down the drug dealer, being his competitor and all, and also the fact that he's been killing her people. Gao reveals all she knows. What she has learned is that the blacksmith uses ships to bring in all of the product. She doesn't know which specific pier he uses, but Matt'll find him somewhere around there. Suffice to say, he'd be facing a horde of guards who are capable of taking out Gao's men, giving a little hint towards who these guys might be, and by extension, who they might be working for. The question for now is, who would be capable of completely wiping out a bunch of violent gangsters? Gao also gives him a warning before he leaves.
I fear that the path you've chosen isn't going to be an easy one.
Yeah, it never is.
See, this is why I love Gao. She's always hinting that she knows much more than she lets on, whether it's her allusions to having more territory outside of New York, seemingly knowing about the personal cost Matt is facing as a result of his superhero life, and now knowing the danger that he's walking personally by continuing on his path. Much like Fisk, she's advising Matt to steer him in a particular direction. With Wilson, it was to strengthen his empire so she could freely pursue her own interests. But here it seems like we're setting up her mysterious interest in Matt becoming a better hero. Or maybe she's taunting him to push him further down that path for her own ends. Unfortunately, we don't ever really get to know, because this is the last scene that Gao will directly share with Matt one-on-one. Oh well. Matt heads to the pier to search for the blacksmith, and he hears gunshots pointing him to the right pier. Those gunshots have come from Frank, who has taken out all the guards standing on the dock. He boards the ship, checks its cargo, and starts pouring gasoline all over the place, preparing to blow this popsicle stand. He taunts the blacksmith as he does this like he's Kevin McAllister sifting through Buzz's stuff, daring him to come out and stop him.
Do you hear me? I'm not afraid anymore!
random guy takes Frank up on that, shooting him before retreating to his bedroom, and Frank pursues him inside. There's a nice little detail of him facing two doors and having to consider which one to breach first. He chooses the door to the left, which gives him a tactical advantage to avoid the oncoming gunfire when he breaches the next one. It's a nice little detail that emphasizes Frank's skills as a soldier. The guy inside runs out of ammo and Frank attacks. He tortures the goon, forcing him to admit that he's the blacksmith, which he does. Before he can shoot the fake blacksmith, Matt intervenes, saying that the real blacksmith isn't there. He stops Frank's murder attempt, which sets the Punisher off, starting a scrap that distracts them long enough for fake blacksmith to call in backup. Matt and Frank's fight seems a little more one-sided than their past brawls, with Matt having a clear upper hand here, reflecting Frank's lack of conviction in this mission now. He confirms this once he's officially beaten, as he reveals that he didn't care if fake blacksmith was the real blacksmith or not. He just wants the war to be over and finally experience some crumb of peace. Maybe his conversation with Karen, especially reminiscing about his wife, has caused him to grow tired of this whole thing. Or maybe it was the pain of going through the trial, especially that boy's outburst.
You just couldn't let me have it. 1 second in peace.
However, Matt argues that this won't bring him closure. He needs to know the truth, the whole truth about his family's death. And then Matt makes a very important concession. Maybe Frank's way of doing things is the only way to take care of this. At least just this once. Matt has just compromised his moral code here, not physically, but at least spiritually. Even if this is the only time he agrees to kill someone, it's still a major choice that shows just how far down the spiral he's fallen as a hero. Frank makes an additional astute observation.
I just as one. No. I read this. It's not how it works. You cross over to my side of the line. You don't get to come back from that. Not ever.
Frank is surprisingly self-aware in this episode, recognizing how corrosive his methods are to the soul, but he thinks he's too far gone to change. Yet this is the second time he's tried to warn someone against following in his footsteps. It really makes him a much more interesting character than he already was. Before any more discussion on that matter can be had, fake blacksmith's backup arrives. Matt, smelling the fuel Frank has left everywhere, says that it's time to go. Frank agrees and pushes him overboard. He's determined to make his final stand here and now. He'll finally know peace, and his war will finally be over. However, he hears something that gives him pause.
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Frank?
This guy knows Frank personally. He obviously recognizes this voice, but the next thing we know, this squad of goons is filling this ship all full of holes, blowing it up. Karen and the police arrive sometime later, and as they examine the crime scene, everyone comes to the determination that Frank is in fact dead. Of course, seeing as how this guy has his own show, that's definitely not what happened here. But at the time of this airing, we didn't know that. For right now, we're gonna go forward with the presumption that the Punisher was killed before his prime. Hey, it's not the first time the show has killed a comic book character before they got to full power. So this feels more plausible a conclusion for Frank than it would have been in another show. Meanwhile, Stick gets the report that Jacques Duchamp failed in his attempted assassination of Elektra. Stick mourns the unfortunate loss of his student.
What an asshole.
What a dick. He recognizes that Elektra will be coming for him, so he tasks his two disciples with taking an ancient-looking knife thing and retrieving something for him. However, they don't get the chance as Elektra is waiting in their car, stabbing both of them and going inside to confront her former master. Somehow, though, the driver survives a blade to the backside long enough to make it to Matt's apartment, where he's gone to lick his wounds after pulling himself out of the pier's waters. The guy tells Matt that Elektra is about to kill Stick right before he dies. Stick doesn't seem too worried, though, as he sharpens his katana. You get this cool little moment where he blows on its edge to check its sharpness, giving this little sound effect. That is to say, he's perfectly ready to kill anybody. For example, an angry ex-apprentice.
We need to talk.
I'm all ears.
Master and apprentice duke it out, with no pretenses of one letting the other live. In fact, Stick seems pretty proud of the fact that he tried to kill Elektra.
You tried to have me killed.
You got that right.
They get into a position where they're both going to kill each other, but Matt arrives just in time. He tries to stand between the two of them. Stick claims that she's an untamable beast, while Elektra accuses him of being jealous of her superior skill in killing people.
Put up or shut up.
However, before the two can duke it out again, the Hand attacks, forcing the three to team up against a common enemy. The fight doesn't last too long, with the group easily fending off their foes, but suddenly the lights turn off. When Elektra strikes a match to return the light, the ninjas are gone, as as is Stick. Matt attempts to find them outside, but they've mysteriously vanished without a trace. Elektra is pissed at the interference in her assassination attempt against her old master, but Matt is more curious as to why Stick tried to have her killed in the first place and why the Hand wanted to take him alive. Stick knows something, and Matt wants to learn what that is. Plus, despite the old man's cruelty in the past, Matt still holds a sense of honor and loyalty toward him, determined to save his old master no matter what. Elektra, however, is determined to do the opposite. She wants to see Stick dead, and if Matt gets in her way, she'll just have to kill him too. It seems like at this moment, Elektra has decided to fully embrace her inner darkness. There's a handful of flashbacks in this episode that highlight how said inner darkness has basically always been there. They open on a young Elektra shortly after Stick found her, training with a bunch of grown men. She handles herself better than one would expect a little girl to handle a squad of adult males, but they do eventually overwhelm her. Stick calls a timeout to teach Elektra how to properly throw a punch before throwing her back to the wolves. His fellow Chaste member, Star, tells Stick that the girl is impressive, but she needs to refine her skills a bit. However, Elektra proves that she's more than capable to hang with the big boys. A little too capable.
She's killing him. No shit.
Stick pulls her off the poor guy, getting her to calm down a bit. He tells her that she can't just murder her allies willy-nilly.
It didn't feel wrong.
He notes that there's this violent fire within her, which will be useful in the coming war, but Elektra needs to control it for both the sake of her allies and herself. If she doesn't temper her darkest urges, others will do it for her. This comes later as she trains by herself when the guy she almost killed earlier comes back for revenge. Elektra tries to apologize, but he ain't having none of that. They have a brief fight that ends abruptly when she slits his throat. I'm pretty sure this is the first time she killed someone, the instance that she told Matt about a couple episodes ago. This means that in this moment, she definitely could have spared this guy, but simply chose to kill him for the XP. Star witnesses this and realizes who she really is, locking her in a cage with the intent to execute her. However, Stick volunteers to do the honors of killing his buddy Star. He then frees Elektra and runs away with her. He takes her to a sterile diplomat and his wife, leaving her there to be adopted. Stick tells her to study their movements and learn to become like them so as to hide from an enemy group that will one day come for her. He sets out to make sure that never happens, promising he'll never forget her. These flashbacks do a good job at establishing the implicit trust Elektra had with Stick, trust that's now been completely shattered thanks to his kill order, and the deep bond the two shared. And because this happened before Stick trained Matt, at least according to what I can find, this better informs why he chose to abandon his blind disciple. He had already gotten close to one of his students, becoming a surrogate father for her, and it led him to breaking his own code by killing a fellow member of the Chaste. The second he saw that his relationship with Matt was gonna go the same direction, he crushed it before he compromised himself again. This does a good job at giving more insight to Stick as a character, this gruff, no-nonsense ninja warrior with a strict code to live by. But underneath it all, he has a habit of bonding with the kids he trains, which leads him to violate it. Matt wasn't just a one-off occurrence for him. It seems like this is a pattern. In the present, Matt heads back to the nearly defunct Nelson and Murdoch office to do some research. Foggy walks in to gather the last of his things, and the two have a much calmer conversation than the past couple they've had. Matt is apologetic about not visiting his ex-buddy in the hospital, but Foggy doesn't seem too bothered, as Marcy's visit has boosted his self-esteem about his lawyering abilities. Matt hypes him up a bit, saying that this entire time Foggy was the heart of their law firm, which is pretty true as far as I can tell. I mean, he was content to let Frank rot away in prison and possibly die, but when not facing a mass murderer, Foggy has always been the one there to greet the client and champion them. This is most clear when he had taken up Mrs. Cardenas' tenant case, encouraging her to fight back and helping to clean up her apartment personally, and guaranteeing that he'd be there to help her. Of course, it didn't end too well, but it's the heart that counts, even though hers isn't beating anymore. Foggy then asks what Matt is looking for, and he explains that he's trying to figure out how the Hand keeps disappearing so quickly after their attacks. He thinks that they might be using the subway tunnels, but Foggy points out that those would be too dangerous to navigate. However, there are a bunch of abandoned railway tunnels all throughout Hell's Kitchen that the city stopped servicing due to a bunch of costly cave-ins. He recommends checking for manholes to find the Hand. Matt thanks him for his help, and before he leaves, he asks Foggy if he had wanted to be convinced to stay with the firm.
I was hoping you would. Relieved when you didn't. Last step was us both admitting it. Now, we're done.
I do really like this scene of Matt and Foggy officially breaking up as friends and business partners in a more amicable manner. But I think my idea of having the Claire plotline last episode include Foggy learning about the Hand's attack would have improved this a bit. Foggy can be in a place where he's confident about his own abilities and career as a lawyer while also understanding that the threat Matt told him about is very real. This would bring him to a place where he'd no longer be angry with Matt, but recognizes that this mission of his is the inevitable path Matt has to walk, giving him a peaceful acceptance that they can no longer work together. I think it makes the peace and relief he's experiencing feel a little more poignant, but maybe I'm indulging myself a little too much there, I don't know. Matt heads down into the sewers to hunt for some ninjas. They try to ambush him, but he's able to easily defeat them. However, the ninjas ditch their weapons, preventing Matt from being able to track them, and one sucker punches him before they make their escape. Fortunately, though, Matt's wound has left some blood on that ninja's fist, giving him a trail to track. He follows it to a warehouse where he gets ambushed yet again. Since they've stopped using their weapons, they easily take advantage of the poor blind man. You know, for an organization named after a body part, they sure are ableist, aren't they? Stick's getting tortured by Hirochi in the next room, and he whispers some advice to his protege. Since Matt can't track their heartbeats, likely because they just don't have them anymore, or the shings of their swords, he'll have to listen for them to breathe to attack them. This advice works, and Matt is able to once again easily beat the snot out of these ninjas. Meanwhile, Hirochi changes interrogation techniques on Stick, using the ancient sticking wooden stakes under the fingernails trick. However, here, Stick just laughs. This is because Daredevil's here to free him, distracting Hirochi long enough for Stick to try himself some Japanese cuisine. Matt frees his mentor, who actually compliments him on his work. In fact, Stick is downright proud of him, which I'm sure is messing with Matt's view of him as a father right now. They start to leave, but then Elektra reveals herself. She'd followed Matt here, which Stick is upset about. I think he's thinking about taking those compliments back. You're so close, Matthew. You were so close. However, it's not what you think it is. It's not because he's afraid that she's here to kill him, it's because she's here right where the Hand wants her. Nobu then steps out of the shadows, revealing that Elektra has in fact been the black sky the Hand has been seeking all this time. Quick question, how did he know this? When did he learn this? It can't have been too long ago, because they tried to kill her in episode 8, which have been real unfortunate for them. Plus, why didn't he kidnap Elektra literally the night before, instead of kidnapping Stick to interrogate him on where she was, or whatever they were trying to learn here? It's pretty vague as to what their goals were. It sounds like Nobu just really needs to know this information at this exact moment for the sake of a big reveal. Come to think of it, how did the Hand even know Stick was there? Did they follow Matt, or did the dying chauffeur cause such a ruckus that they figured it out? I really don't know. I'd like to, but I don't. Anyway, Nobu kneels before Elektra, offering up his sword. She takes it, tempted to join the people she thought was an enemy all this time. She's pissed at Stick for betraying her, which reveals that even the man who served as her surrogate father doesn't trust her. Even Matt had abandoned her when she revealed who she really was. However, she's being shown the prospect of not just joining the Hand, but leading a group of people devoted to her dark nature. For the first time, she could feel loved for who she is, even for her most depraved tendencies. She can do whatever she feels like doing, and these people will love her for it. However, Matt tells her that she can be better than her worst impulses, but if she truly wants to be the Black Sky, then she's free to kill him. She hesitates, giving Matt the opportunity to take her hostage and give Elektra a choice.
You could either try and kill us and prove them right, or you could save Stick and prove them wrong.
You never know when to give up, do you?
No, neither does he.
Stick attacks, commencing his great escape. Matt fights off the ninjas, allowing Elektra to take her old mentor away. Once they're a safe distance from the fight, they stop to give Stick a chance to recover his strength.
Still wanna kill me?
Yeah. He'd be pissed.
Well, at least he's honest, I'll give him that. Stick tells Elektra that Matt wasn't here to save Stick from the Hand, he was here to save her from herself. If she had chosen to kill her old mentor, Elektra would have crossed the line to becoming the monster that everybody fears her to be. However, Matt believes that she can be better, even despite kicking her out of his apartment earlier.
He thinks you're worth saving. Earn that.
Meanwhile, Matt defeats all the ninjas facing him, but then Nobu approaches him with some more basic-ass villain dialogue.
It will be ours. You cannot stop what we've started.
They do some hand-to-hand combat until Matt kicks his opponent over a rail, seemingly maybe killing him. Matt has no time to check as he hears more of the Hand ninjas chasing after Elektra and Stick, so he goes to protect his friends. Nobu wakes up a couple moments later and gets flooded with his minions. He now gives them a new edict.
Daredevil, must die.
I mean, I thought that was a given. He's an enemy of the hand, right? So from your point of view, he already had to die. Plus, you yourself have tried to kill Matt before, and almost did it too. Why did Nobu feel the need to say this? I get that this is a verbal recognition that Matt is the final obstacle to getting his hands on the Black Sky, but it also just sounds like he hasn't been trying to kill Daredevil this entire time, which just makes him sound stupid as a villain. I'm just sitting here like, yeah, obviously you'd think that. Go get him, buddy, good luck. I mean, Matt's already beaten you twice now, so I don't like your chances, guy. Can't wait for your big final clash. I'm so tired of the hand. We're now gonna head back to the pier to wrap up the Punisher plotline. Karen has already given her statement to Brett, claiming that Frank had kidnapped her, but she stayed here all night to ensure that the man is dead. Brett reassures her that he is and tells her to go home and rest. He has one of his detectives drive her wherever she wants to go so she can stop worrying about the big bad Punisher. However, instead of going home, Karen wants to go to the Bulletin. Ellison, ever the man to be on top of things, asks her what happened at the docks. She says that Frank's dead, as is the blacksmith, and so is her story. However, Ellison encourages her to continue pursuing it, departing his wisdom on the news business. Stories are always changing. They may start as one thing and become another. He inquires as to why she cares so much about this story. Frank lost his trial, Nelson and Murdoch has dissolved. There's nothing holding her to this. And Karen says that she cares because Frank isn't the psycho killer everyone thinks he is. He's a grieving father trying to make sense out of his family's death.
You, more than anyone, should understand why that matters to me.
And there's another detail of Karen's backstory. If you didn't read the newspaper article earlier, this is a more definitive clue to the fact that one of Karen's family members died in the past.
So you're saying there's more to him?
Yes.
So is this story over?
This is when Karen realizes that her story should be more of a character profile of the late Frank Castle, an understanding of what kind of man he really was. In order to do that, though, she'll have to get more sources outside of the courtroom to paint a more personal picture of the man. And what better guy to start with than the one personally requested by Frank himself as a character witness for his trial. That night, Karen visits the house of Colonel Ray Schoonover. They have some nice small talk about his family and Frank himself before Karen gets into the questions. She briefly peruses the pictures on his wall. We get a brief cut to one of them which depicts Frank's old squad from Hindu Kush. One of the men has platinum hair, similar to the guy we briefly saw in the last episode. Perhaps a hint to a reveal soon to come. Karen gets right into the questions, asking Ray about what he thought of Frank as a comrade and a friend. He launches into a few stories about some of Frank's silly shenanigans while they were deployed. One such shenanigan was a perfect impression he made of Ray himself, with his old CO noting that Frank could so accurately observe little quirks and tics a person expresses, and use that to peer into their very soul. Frank did this very thing with Karen, deducing that she loves Matt during his own trial, and I also think this provides more evidence that Frank knows Matt is Daredevil.
Wherever Frank is now, I hope he finds that better part of himself again.
Realizing that the news hasn't been made public yet, Karen tells Ray the unfortunate news that Frank died last night. She gets strangely emotional during this, turning to wipe away a tear. However, when she does this, she sees another photo of Ray and Frank standing with a soldier in a face in an arm cast. She remembers seeing that very soldier being bagged and tagged earlier that morning. Ray suddenly starts praising that soldier, talking up his loyalty. Even after the war, he had come to Ray asking him about any way he could serve his old CO again. It's quite clear that the colonel is on to Karen, but she tries to leave anyway. Obviously, Ray chivalrously offers her an armed escort. He takes her out to her car and forces her to drive. When Karen starts the engine, we get another Earth, Wind, and Fire needle drop, which foreshadows a certain someone's return. And return he does. As Karen and Ray drive down the road, the latter decides to pull over, only for a truck to come out of nowhere and T-bone Ben Urich's old car. Coming to later, Karen finds Ray missing. Figuring out what happened, she heads off into the woods where Frank is escorting his old CO to a shed. Ray reveals unprompted that the Central Park massacre was not in fact a drug deal gone wrong. It actually had everything to do with Frank and whatever his squad did in Kandahar.
You think they would ever let that go?
Well, that's great, Ray. Our last lingering thread from the death of the Castle family is finally about to be tied, and he just opened a new door of new threads to follow. It's almost like they're setting up a spin-off show or something. Karen interrupts and wants to know about some of this, trying to coax Frank into talking to her and forgetting about killing Ray. However, Frank just ignores her as she protests what he's doing.
You do this and you are the monster that they say you are. Do you hear me? You do this and I am done. That's it. You're dead to me. Do you hear me?
I'm already dead.
Frank then shuts the door to Ray's shed, and Karen gives up on him, walking away. Inside, Ray mocks Frank, encouraging him to end this. This man wants Frank to shoot him.
I had to teach you how to hold a gun, you remember? 18. And you never held a piece before. Come on. They call you the Punisher. Prove it. Prove you don't need me anymore.
And, well, Frank proves it. Karen hears the shot from the road and cries, knowing that Frank has chosen to become the monster. Frank cries too, briefly, but it's clear he's broken up about killing a man he respected and trusted. He goes to grab a bag to hide the body in, but instead finds a hidden door leading to a room full of military-grade weapons and a really cool-looking bulletproof vest. I really like how this episode gives both of our main anti-heroes a major choice. Both Elektra and Frank have to face their mentors, the men who trained them to become the killing machines they are today. These are men that they deeply respect, even maybe love as a father, and yet in both instances they were betrayed. And not just betrayed, these guys tried to have them killed. This stirs their fury, pushing them to kill their respective mentor. However, despite killing beforehand, this murder would be a line that they cross and can't come back from. Before, they arguably slaughtered people in self-defense or in the pursuit of fighting a war on a great evil, but in this instance, the crime would be personal, out of vengeance and malice, effectively murdering their soul. This kill would change them from a complicated person trying to sort out who they are to the monster others already believe them to be. Both anti-heroes have an angel on their shoulder pleading with them to stop here and try to turn back to the light. Elektra listens to hers and chooses to fight against her darkest impulses and toward the light, while Frank ignores it and gives in to his rage and vengeance. The sad thing is, in the last episode he was ready to end his war. He wanted to think that the blacksmith was dead and he could go up in a blaze of glory. But that one guy had to say something. Frank immediately recognized him as a brother in arms and realized that he had been betrayed. Much in the same way, Elektra was ready to turn in the towel and leave the war only for Stick's assassin to attack her. This betrayal relighted his fury and put him down the path to becoming the monster the newspaper painted him as. The path of becoming the Punisher. In my mind, this moment right here is when Frank Castle officially dons the moniker of the Punisher. Before this, Frank primarily targeted the crooks involved in his family's murder. He was exactly who Karen said he was, a grieving father trying to make sense of a senseless crime. Sure, he did morally reprehensible things in pursuit of that sense-making, but it was clear that there was an endpoint to his war, one that he came very close to. Over the course of his trial and interactions with Karen, he started to question his methods and decided that there was nothing left for him. All he really wanted was peace, and he came close to finally finding it. However, the betrayal of Ray Schoonover broke him, renewing his fury and opening the door to an even deeper conspiracy that confirms what many feared. Frank's war is now an endless one, just like Dutton said. And if it wasn't clear enough, his trigger finger starts getting itchy. This isn't a crusade against criminals anymore. He's now gonna do it because he likes it. Heck, he loves it.
I'm itching to do it again.
That performance he put on in the trial is now exactly who he is. Frank Castle is now the big bad Punisher. He finally returns home, replaying all the memories he's had in this house. However, he feels a little distant from the place now, not even being able to bring himself to tingle the keys of his piano. He sits down at the dinner table and reads the newspaper to confirm. Yep, everybody thinks he's dead. So with the anonymity of death, Frank sets up shop in the backyard listening to the police radio as he spray paints his cool new bulletproof vest. I guess becoming a bloodthirsty monster unlocks your creativity. Who knew? I guess I gotta go try it out. Meanwhile, Foggy has a meeting with none other than Jerry Hogarth, who is very eager to offer him a job at her firm. In fact, she's so eager that she's willing to give him a corner office and even put his name on a plaque. Okay, Jerry, I knew he was good in the trial, but he wasn't that good, was he? Well, actually, she wants to hire him as a specialist in risky cases involving vigilantes and powered people. There seems to be a rising need for this, and Foggy could definitely corner that market early. We also get a brief scene of Karen struggling to write anything for her Frank Castle profile story, likely because she set out to tell people about the real Frank that wasn't the monster the papers thought he was. But now that he's become the monster the papers thought he was, there's really nothing left to write, is there? Instead, she leaves the office. Now we can get into the main plot of this finale. This random white lady brings Nobu a report that preparations are ready for the Black Sky, but they can still use the stone coffin as a last resort, which basically sets up the end of this season, but I'm getting ahead of myself there. White lady also gives Nobu a list of 20 names that will help him get rid of Daredevil. He tells her to gather them all. Matt, meanwhile, patches Stick up following their fight against the Hand. He's tied up the old man to keep him from murdering Elektra. Despite everything, he's still intent to destroy the Black Sky. Matt still thinks that this is make-believe bullcrap that Stick has made up for some reason, but Stick makes the salient point that it doesn't matter if it's real or not. The Hand believe the Black Sky is a weapon and will do anything and kill anyone to get to Elektra. Speaking of whom, she stands on the rooftop upstairs where Matt comes to basically have the same conversation except from her perspective this time. Matt tries to convince her that the Black Sky is nonsense, even though, as she points out, the Hand has done some things that defy explanation, such as a man burning to death and coming back to life, or somehow replacing teenagers' blood with some unidentified organic material. Also, didn't a Norse god save New York only a few years ago? Plus, Matt, you got your ass handed to you by a single super punch from an elderly woman. I don't think an undead ninja cult that worships people weapons is too far off the reservation here. Again, though, it doesn't matter if he believes it or not, as the Hand is going to kill people regardless. So Matt proposes that he and Elektra team up once again to fight these ninjas their way and not Stick's. I feel like we've done this before. Now, in Matt's defense, it was likely shock that drove him to kick his ex out last time, and since then his moral code has gotten a little looser to the point where he was willing to condone murder. However, seeing Elektra choose the path of redemption when push came to shove in the last episode has reinvigorated his belief in that path for everyone, re-establishing that moral code. Maybe this all could have been a little clearer as a development thread, but I think this works just fine. Anyway, in order to win this war without massive loss of life, Matt wants to dive into the Lion's Den, kidnap Nobu, and humiliate him by throwing him into Clinker. He thinks that upon seeing their cult leader so demystified, the Hand will officially break up.
So how do we do this?
Not alone. We do it together.
But first, the pair have to go to Melvin Potter to get Elektra fitted with a new supersuit that'll give her some added protection in the coming fight. Good old Melvin just so happens to have a gift for Matt as well, a brand new billy club. It has a cable inside that can be used for ranged combat and turn the stick into nunchucks. It can even be used as a grappling hook to swing through the city like Spider-Man. I'll admit, this feels a little random. There really wasn't a setup for this moment like the Daredevil costume last season, and it doesn't feel as satisfying as an upgrade either. The costume was Matt officially stepping out of the shadows to be a symbol of hope and justice against Wilson Fisk. Plus, it helped that Melvin worked on making it for Matt for at least an episode. Here, this is just some random weapon Melvin was working on and decided to give to Matt since he happened to be there. I think there could have been a way to give Matt his iconic billy clubs that feels a little more meaningful. Heck, look at Elektra's size. She got those killing a guy Stick sent to kill her. They are intrinsically tied to her mentor's betrayal, a symbolic severance of what she was trained to be as a member of the Chaste. In a way, they represent her forging her own path, separate from the Chaste and eventually the Hand, choosing to be better than the darkness within her. In comparison, Matt just gets a cool new weapon. I just think that this could have been integrated a little bit better to make it feel more significant. Matt and Elektra then head back to the apartment to get ready for battle. The latter taunts Stick with a crappy sandwich, amused that he's going to sit on the sidelines of his own war while his disciples fight it for him. Matt comes out of the bathroom ready to leave, but he suddenly gets a call from Foggy, who's at the police station. Apparently Brett was attacked by what he says are a group of gangbangers. An obvious lie, as these alleged gangbangers wanted all the police files on Daredevil. Matt agrees to come down to the station to help out, partly because Brett had helped them so many times before, and because it's likely that these gangbangers are a certain ninja cult. Matt meets Brett outside his office in a scene that feels very reminiscent of the Nolan trilogy.
But I've been wrong before.
A major difference between these scenes is that Brett just doesn't like Daredevil, but he begrudgingly tells Matt what really happened. The gangbangers who beat him up were working for some massive organization, and that organization really wanted to get their hands on Daredevil incident reports. Namely, they wanted to compile a list of everyone the vigilantes saved. Realizing what the Hand is after, Matt uses his new billy club to swing over to Karen's apartment, only to find it empty with katana marks across the wall. This means that the Hand has taken her hostage, and not just her, but 19 other people who've been saved by Daredevil in the past, including none other than Turk Barrett. I'm not really sure when Matt technically saved Turk, but I guess maybe he filed an incident report to complain about the many times Daredevil harassed him. The random white lady from earlier heads up the hostage transfer, threatening Karen with a gun before getting distracted by a rowdy old man. The same one that Frank threatened to shoot in episode 3. With the attention off of her, Karen asks Turk if he knows anything about their captors, but he doesn't. He was simply snatched off the street corner while he was dodging his house arrest. This gives Karen relief with the knowledge that the police will eventually come for them. However, Turk reveals that he tampered with his ankle bracelet for his frequent excursions out of the house. Karen tries to get him to turn it back on, but being the selfish criminal he is, Turk says no. Their bickering regains the attention of random white lady who slaps Karen. Old war vet Larry tries to defend the poor young lady and gets shot for it. This convinces Turk to turn his ankle bracelet back on. I wonder why the Hand didn't know Turk had it on him, but of course this could be part of Nobu's grand plan to lure Daredevil out. It isn't. We'll get to that, but it isn't. The hostages arrive at a warehouse and get escorted to a big room to sit and wait. They don't have to wait for long as the cops have tracked down Turk's signal. Random white lady dispatches a squad of ninjas to deal with them before going upstairs to give Nobu his Kyoketsu Shoge. Then she disappears from the show forever. It's a weird choice to give a random grunt so much prominent screen time and then just have her vanish without a proper conclusive moment. Maybe the writers had future plans for her and they just didn't come to fruition, or maybe they just forgot about her since she served her role for a couple of scenes they needed her in. It's just a weird inclusion, especially considering this is an exclusively Japanese organization so far and we just have like this random white woman here. I don't know, maybe she was a transfer student from Sigourney Weaver. The ninja squad goes outside and shoots down the unsuspecting police officers, with bows and arrows of course. Hey, at least the guards inside are using guns, that's a first. Meanwhile, Matt desperately searches New York's soundscape for Karen and the other hostages, but his panic is preventing him from picking up on anything. Elektra tries to calm him down, but the various sounds overwhelm him. His ex coaches Matt to tune out all the non-essential sounds and go through all the primary ones one at a time. He does this and eventually finds the sounds of the officer down call on the radio. He tracks this call to the warehouse and wants to go in immediately, but Elektra is looking at the bigger picture. They need to find Nobu first and extract him before thinking about the hostages. If they go in half-cocked, then that'll make it more likely she'll be captured and used to kill far more than just 20 people. However, Matt feels personally responsible for the people held at gunpoint in that warehouse, taking it upon himself to make sure they're okay, regardless of if it's a smart move or not. Back inside, the ninjas finally discover Turk's ankle bracelet, which confirms that they didn't know he had it. Did you people not do basic research on these guys before kidnapping them? How is the fact that this guy is a career criminal that is currently on house arrest not something that you come across when looking into him? I really want to believe that all these stupid mistakes are simply purposeful choices for the sake of their greater plans, but I think that I have to accept at this point that these guys are just plain incompetent. But I'll save that rant for later. For now, the Hand ninjas attempt to cut off Turk's foot to get rid of the ankle bracelet, but Matt intervenes, saving the life of this longtime thorn in his side. The guards in the room try to fight him, one of them even using a gun for once, but Matt deals with them pretty handily. He frees the hostages and takes particular care to check on Karen, basically revealing his secret identity by caressing her face. Either she knows who Daredevil really is, or she's going to be really confused for the rest of the night as to why this random vigilante started rubbing his hand all over her. There's no time to process this stuff though, because more ninjas are on their way, so Matt forces Karen to leave. She helps the rest of the hostages escape the building where Brett has just arrived with the rest of the police force.
Any shitstorm you're not a part of?
Yeah, there has been a weirdly frequent amount of high fatality events that Karen's been a part of recently. At some point, I think Brett will get suspicious that she isn't telling him everything he wants to know, but I digress. Karen explains to him that there's some crazy ninja cult upstairs who use the hostages to draw out Daredevil, so Brett preps the spotlights to shine some light on the situation. Foggy arrives on scene around this time. I guess he was still at the police station when the officer down call came in. He goes to Karen to ask what's going on inside.
Applying for the end of vigilantes in New York.
Holy shit.
Why though? What specifically makes Karen think that Daredevil fighting a ninja cult will bring about the end of vigilantism? Maybe if the Punisher was up there straight up executing criminals he was holding hostage, then yeah, that's a reasonable sentiment. Or maybe if Daredevil fell so far that he himself had started breaking his own no-killing rule to butcher a bunch of ninjas. But this just seems like a fairly normal vigilante situation. What, is it because the ninjas took hostages? That happens all the time with other superheroes and the police. I'm just struggling to understand why this is what Karen chose to say at this moment. That's not even to mention that technically Matt declared vigilantism in Hell's Kitchen defunct back in episode 4, and since then Daredevil has been exclusively operating in the shadows without the police or Karen knowing, and the Punisher went to prison, escaped, and supposedly died while secretly disappearing into the woods. As far as the general public is aware, vigilantism in New York is basically dead anyways. This is such a bizarre line of dialogue to me, especially considering that vigilantism in New York is a topic that isn't broached for the rest of the finale. Anyway, back upstairs, Matt fights some more ninjas, and Elektra jumps in to join the fun, killing a couple of ninjas in the process. What happened to our way, Matt? Elektra is just butchering ninjas like Stick would have, but Matt isn't batting a single blind little eye at this. Man, the things we'll tolerate for a pretty woman. The two go to make their escape via the rooftop, but they get surrounded in the stairwell, with ninjas closing in above and below them. Thinking that they're going to die, the two share one final moment together before going out for the final showdown. Matt declares that if they survive this fight, he wants to go on the run with her.
This is a part of me that I need. The only one who gets it. Without this, I'm not alive. I'm not really. And I know that now, thanks to you. I don't know what we are together. And if we have any chance in the future, I don't. But I do know that I'm free with you.
This feels like it's supposed to be the crux of Matt's arc for the season, which involves him going from the altruistic hero working hard to balance the different areas of his life to a loner isolating himself from everyone as he toys with darker methods of vigilantism as his work gets harder. However, he has now finally found someone he can share his whole life with, someone who fully embraces Daredevil and also tries to practice his methods through her own process of redemption. This sets Matt back on the path to opening himself up to more people. That's good, but in doing so, he also takes 2 steps backwards, declaring his intention to fully abandon his responsibilities to his city and friends, no longer just emotionally distancing himself from them, but physically, all for the sake of putting Elektra's burden upon himself, which tiptoes very close to putting Matt at the rock bottom part of his arc. To be frank, I'm fairly mixed on how this is executed. It's a bit of a weird turn for him, especially since it seems like Matt was working his way back from his rock bottom in episode 11. Also, Matt just shared a tender moment with Karen downstairs, so it feels strange to suddenly pivot to going all in on Elektra only a few minutes later. Of course, this could be because seeing Karen, a woman he loves, put in danger specifically because of him is motivating Matt to run away for the sake of protecting her from further danger. But a lot of this is left up to interpretation. It helps that Elektra tries to push back against this, albeit with some weak protests. Her best argument is how New York is fundamentally part of who Matt is. It runs in his blood, so he can't ever leave for good, which is interesting as Matt made the same observation of Wilson Fisk in prison. I think this conversation should have been pushed forward from there, with Elektra telling Matt to stay in New York, saying that he can't leave the ones he loves for the sake of taking on yet another burden. This is Elektra's cross to carry. He needed to try to put himself on it. I think this could have further pushed Matt's arc toward a proper turnaround that sets up his return to his friends' lives and staying in New York. As preceding events will show, it feels like he was completely ready to abandon everyone, but that plan gets shanked, so he goes with plan B. We'll get to that, but I'll just say it doesn't feel as satisfying of an arc for him as it could have been. After the two plan to run away together, Matt and Elektra finally head out to the roof for the final battle.
Remember, they're trying to kill me, not you.
Over my dead body.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
The Hand has generously retreated to the other end of the building to let them come outside unimpeded. I feel like immediately attacking Matt the second he walked out the door would have been a more successful strategy, but the Hand seems to have a flair for the cinematic shots, I guess. They start shooting arrows at Matt and Elektra, and they charge, but Nobu stops them. He has his ninja minions try to kidnap Elektra while he goes to kill Matt. However, Elektra just shreds her opponents quite easily and joins Matt in a tag team takedown of Nobu, all while these 4 guys just stand and watch. I guess they were just told that they need to be cannon fodder for later. The double team seems to be super effective at first, but Nobu suddenly remembers it's a non-damaging move. He manages to incapacitate Elektra long enough to punch Matt in the face so hard that the Daredevil mask just pops off and he does a spin flip. That's some Power Rangers choreography right there. Nobu goes to stab Matt, but Elektra steps in the way, taking the blade meant for her ex-boyfriend and punching Ninja Man away.
I know now what it feels to be good.
Aww. I mean, she still killed a bunch of people and didn't even try to do things Matt's way, but still, aww. At least Matt can take solace in the fact that Elektra chose not to kill Stick out of malice or anger, but commit everything, even her life, to trying to save the world. Nobu, meanwhile, is not too happy about this development and decides to be a sore loser, having the Ninja Spectator Quartet try to kill Matt while he leaves. However, all 4 of them get shot by Frank from a neighboring building. Well, if it wasn't confirmed that he knew Daredevil's secret identity before, he definitely should know it now. Presumably, Frank had also heard the Officer Down call come in while he was working on his cool new uniform, which looks awesome, by the way, and made his way down here to turn some Japanese ninjas into Swiss. As we saw when Karen went to Frank's house in episode 4, it takes a little time to get out of the city to visit, so it makes sense that the Punisher hasn't arrived until this late into the fight. Now, just being here to shoot 4 ninjas who decided to opt out of the main fight is a little underwhelming, but I guess it just serves as his endorsement of what Matt is about to do. Use his new Billy Club to Beyblade Nobu off the roof. This is an explicit attempt to kill the leader of the Hand. It could be argued that Matt knew Nobu wouldn't die from this after seeing him survive a similar fall, but if he did, I'd think that Matt would follow him off the roof to make sure he got arrested. I think this is just Matt lashing out of grief and anger to intentionally kill someone, technically breaking his own code, even if the show abstains him from the actual act by allowing Stick to break out of his apartment and kill Nobu himself. With that in mind, I think the music swells a bit too heroically here, and then when Frank bids Matt adieu, Karen sees him muttering, which also tonally sounds a bit too heroic for me. Karen just heard this man become the monster she wanted to believe he wasn't, and now she's saying his name in awe of his presence here. To be fair, this could be an indication that he may not be too far gone and can still find redemption, but I think that's something that should have been saved for the Punisher show. Anyway, after this whole thing wraps up, we flash forward about a few months, I think, to officially put a bow on this season's story. We went from New York being in the midst of a heat wave to snow on the ground, and are those Christmas lights? Is this secretly a Christmas video? It would have been nice if I had gotten done by then, and my hard drive didn't crash, but here we are. Happy February, folks. Matt and Stick hold a small funeral for Electro where the former affirms that it was worth loving her, likely because she eventually redeemed herself in the end and proved herself capable of being better than what she was created to be. I also love the little detail of Matt still playing the bit of the blind man while Stick is just smacking his cane on the ground, not bothering to look convincing at all. We then cut to Foggy and Karen drinking at Josie's, where the latter admits that she feels lonely in the Big Apple ever since Foggy and Matt's big breakup. However, her friend assures her that he'll always be there for her. He then uses his big paycheck from HCB to close out the Nelson and Murdoch tab, officially ending this chapter of his legal career. Karen then heads back to the office to try to finally finish her article. Since it's Christmas Eve, it's safe to say that she's kinda struggling with that. I mean, she's been working on it since, like early fall at the latest? What is she realistically going to write about? The defense article is outdated, the profile piece is now shot, so she really has nothing to talk about. However, Ellison once again provides his insight while avoiding his family. He tells Karen to stop worrying about writing about vigilantism. Everybody and their mother has said their piece. He says to write something only she can write, something that is incredibly personal to her, something from her heart.
You got it, boss.
Karen gets to work, typing up a piece called What Is It to Be a Hero? It's fairly basic, and it once again brings about this idea that New Yorkers are intrinsically tied to the city they grew up in, which would again make my change to the Matt and Elektra conversation even better as this thematic throughline. However, as this big final monologue to wrap up the season, I think this would have worked better talking about temptation and overcoming your inner demons, as most of the season focuses on that aspect of heroism rather than simple survival skills. I think this would also make sense for Karen's character, as we've been getting hints at her dark past all season, only for Ellison to dismiss it and encourage her to go work. I feel like Karen would definitely be in the type of headspace to encourage redemption. Plus, it would pair really well with the final scene of the season. Oh well, the article that's actually in the show is fine enough.
A hero lives here, on the street, among us.
It plays over a montage of Matt going on a stroll with a little sack and Frank preparing to destroy his house. Again, if we're gonna go with this whole spiel about New Yorkers inherently being heroes, it would have been nice to actually see many of the New Yorkers from this season who have survived Hell's Kitchen's crazy events. Maybe Melvin continuing to build things, Claire arriving in Harlem for the Luke Cage show, Turt doing his thing and perhaps doing some small act of heroism to show that he still has a path to redemption, Blake Tower getting sworn in as the new DA, Father Lantham giving a sermon, or even Josie just serving drinks to people. Really lean into the New York collective you have here in the show. Instead, we just get two guys in this montage. Frank pours gasoline all over the place and then breaks one of the pictures of his old military squad to find a disc with the word micro written on it, teasing his sidekick from the comics. He walks outside and blows up his house while doing the cool guy not looking back at explosions thing, heading off to do his own show, which we're not gonna get to for a while. I have a lot of work ahead of me. Meanwhile, Matt meets with Karen at the old office of Nelson and Murdoch, where he finally reveals his big secret.
I'm Daredevil.
This may be setting up Matt finally letting people back into his life instead of taking up all the problems of the city alone, which gives us a nice entry point for a big team up. Finally, we get what's effectively a post-credits scene setting up the Defenders. The Hand kills a gravedigger and steals Elektra's body, neither of which they bothered to cover up and hide because why would they do something as simple as that? Thoroughly thinking things through is not these guys' strong suit. The second this gets discovered, the police, and more importantly Daredevil and the Chase, are going to be coming for you. You could have ensured your plan's success by not leaving behind evidence that you now have the black sky, you dum-dums. Anyway, the Hand now has Elektra's body in the stone coffin, which has the Japanese characters for resuscitation, so it's safe to say that Elektra will return in the Defenders, which will also take me a bit to get to. This just occurred to me, but if you could revive the black sky at any point in time, why did they not revive the boy that Stick killed last season? Did he just steal the body out of the car or like behead him or something? I mean, he was planning to kill him with an arrow and call it a day, so did he just assume that black skies can't be resurrected? Because that's a stupid assumption to have. Actually, that then raises the question as to why Stick didn't kidnap Elektra's body after killing Nobu, given he knows about the Hand's resurrection capabilities. I swear, I generally like this finale, but there's just a lot in here that leaves me with mixed emotions and makes me frustrated. Let's just wrap this up. So yeah, that was Daredevil Season 2. What a journey we've had. I know I complained a fair bit in that final episode, but I do really like this sophomore outing quite a bit. It takes a different approach to its story than the last couple of entries into the Marvel Netflix universe. Daredevil Season 1 structures its conflict as Matt taking on different lieutenants in a street war while the King struggles to keep his empire together. Jessica Jones Season 1 plays out like a cat and mouse game where the protagonist and antagonist constantly go back and forth in their attempts to entrap the other in a manner similar to an abusive relationship. This season of television plays out in 3 pretty distinct arcs. Episodes 1 through 4 follow Frank's war on the streets, primarily focusing on his conflict with the Dogs of Hell and the Kitchen Irish. Episodes 5 through 9 introduce Elektra while building up the threat of the Hand through Matt's investigation into Roxxon and Asano Tech, while Frank spends his time in the custody of the state. This all ends with Frank escaping back into the public and the reveal that Nobu is still alive. Then episodes 10 through 13 wrap up Elektra's redemption arc through the betrayal of her mentor, the final conflict with the Hand as most of their schemes are mostly unveiled while leaving some lingering threads for the Defenders, and Frank's investigation into his family's death reaching its climax thanks to a team up with Karen that sets up his own solo show. There is one issue that could come up with that seasonal structure. Both major plot lines are effectively lengthy setups for future stories in other shows. Unlike Season 1, it's very hard for this to exist as its own thing. If you jump to Season 3 after this, Frank and the Hand are basically non-factors, dispatched to different shows to conclude their individual plot threads. That can be a problem depending on the execution. Here though, I do think this works pretty well as a season of television. Mostly. The Frank plotline is freaking great. It's excellently used to challenge Matt's ideology and the Kitchen's endorsement of his activities. The way it unfolds what seems to be a simple murder spree into a deeper political cover-up just keeps me on the edge of my seat, whether it's presented in a vigilante grudge match or a courtroom drama. However, it's nearly completely segmented from the Hand storyline, only colliding with it in 2 significant instances. A lot of the season feels like a constant push and pull between the 2 stories to dominate each other, though that also reflects on its effects on Matt himself. In concept, that can work just fine, but in execution, it does hurt the viewing at times, especially when the Hand plotline is just significantly worse. The way it challenges Matt and the redemption of Elektra is really well done, but man does it fall short in one key aspect. One that is the biggest blight on this season, making it in my opinion weaker than the last 2 I've talked about, the main antagonists. To put simply, the Hand sucks. They're built up as this mysterious organization that's centuries old, conquering whole countries with their cunning and immortality. However, in practice during the course of this season, they are incredibly incompetent. Right off the bat, they quickly figure out that Elektra had hacked into their servers at the Yakatomi building, but somehow still allow her to break into their offices, steal their very important encrypted ledger, and escape scot-free. In response to this, all they do is falsely accuse poor Stan Gibson of his involvement in order to steal his son for their bloodletting ritual that fuels the stone coffin that'll eventually bring Elektra back to life. No steps are taken to capture the people who stole their ledger or even figure out who they are, assuming they shouldn't have already known that. Then, once their little hole in the ground is discovered, they somehow lose the people who could expose their whole operation simply because they refuse to use vehicles and guns in this situation, with only the Red Ninja being able to track down the chase's key players to Matt's apartment. Now, despite being the most competent member of the Hand in Season 2, the Red Ninja for some reason doesn't contact the rest of his shinobi brothers to mount a full-fledged assault on these people, instead choosing to attack his enemies solo. And this attack is after the leader of the chase leaves. The next action we see the Hand take is to let not just Daredevil, but mild-mannered accountant Stan Gibson sneak into the farm nearly unimpeded and steal the teenagers that are vital for their little resurrection coffin. Now, I initially thought that this was intentional for the Hand to achieve their end goals, perhaps needing the hospital to accidentally incubate the organic material within the kids, but either this was never explicitly explained or these ninjas are just really bad at their jobs. They have to track down the teens to Metro General and mount a full-on assault on the hospital to steal back their blood bags. I think there's a more discreet way of going about this, but I guess they paid off the board so their secrets are safe, apparently. They then finally do something smart by kidnapping Stick in order to lure in Elektra, even though they had the perfect opportunity to take her when they took her mentor. Heck, that would allow them to talk to her alone and likely convince her to join them. The way things play out, Matt is able to bring Elektra back to his side, so their next move is to finally kill Daredevil, even though, as I said before, this already should have been a top priority for them. Their big plan is to kidnap everyone the vigilantes saved before to lure him out of the shadows. Instead, they neglect to do basic research on the people they're kidnapping, leading to a premature confrontation with not just Daredevil, but with the police as well before Nobu's swift demise. It's not even made clear what the next step of their plan was after kidnapping the these poor people, as they basically did nothing after step 1 and only clashed with Daredevil because they were lucky that Brett Mahoney could contact the vigilante and that he heard the officer down call that came from a confrontation with the police that also didn't factor into their plan. A lot of this could be fixed if their incompetence was framed as intentional to further their plans, but it's never made clear that they let Elektra break into the Yakatomi building, or Matt break into the farm, or Turk keep his ankle bracelet on to achieve their true goals. Time after time, the only explanation of these actions is simply because they neglected to plan ahead. It's hard to take this ancient order of shinobi warriors seriously when they can't seem to use their brains. And don't even get me started on how they just seem to know things to make the plot move forward. How did they know that the kids are being held at Metro General? How and when did they learn where Stick was hiding out? And why didn't they attack him sooner if they knew? How and when did Nobu figure out that Elektra was the Black Sky? Don't know. And maybe this all would be a little more forgivable if the Hand's leadership was actually good. But unfortunately, we are given the blandest antagonist of the Netflix universe. At least thus far. Hirochi gets a couple of solid lines here and there, but he's mostly just around to serve as the face of the Hand until Nobu shows up again. He doesn't really have a distinctive personality outside of being vaguely threatening in a lot of his interactions with people. That's fine though, because he's just a goon, ignoring the fact that this show has succeeded time and time again in characterizing minor antagonists. This leads us to his superior, who is a much bigger disappointment. Nobu had 5 episodes of season 1 prior to this to establish who he is, meaning that he had the benefit of the audience knowing him. This theoretically lays the groundwork to further flesh him out, perhaps giving more in-depth motivations as to why he's doing what he's doing. Instead, we hardly get anything from him. Season 1 builds Nobu up to be a stoic ninja who's capable of great rage when things don't go his way, and Season 2 just keeps him that way. Within the more antagonistic group dynamics of Wilson's organization, he works great, but when he's surrounded by a bunch of other stoic ninjas, he quickly becomes redundant when not properly developed. The only thing added to Nobu's character in Season 2 is the nigh-religious devotion to the Black Sky, one that is akin to Matt's devotion to God at the beginning of the season. However, because we never get a reason as to why Nobu fervently follows the Black Sky as a member of the Hand, he just becomes another ninja serving it. The only difference between himself and the other members of the Hand in that regard is that he shows his face. It's not really something you want from what is effectively the main antagonist of the season. There was just a lot more that could have been done with him, even if it was just giving him less generic dialogue choices. Something with a bit more of an implicative bite to them, like with Madame Gao. Let's compare Nobu to the final antagonist of the Punisher storyline, the Blacksmith. Rei Schoonover only physically appears in about 3 to 4 scenes across 2 episodes this season compared to Nobu's approximate 5 to 8 across 4, and yet he comes across infinitely more interesting. And that's with one of those few scenes just him delivering a character witness testimony under the guise of being some guy. This one line,
"The real Castle, but you cared about him,"
is richer than anything Nobu and Hirochi say for their entire time in the story. The sheer righteous indignation and disgust with Karen for trying to paint Frank as a grieving father rather than a monster paints such an interesting picture of who Ray is. Combine that with the pictures of his squad on the wall, his praise for Gosnell for his loyalty, the fact he was the one who trained Frank to be a killing machine, and his goading for Frank to kill him in cold blood, and you get a full picture of Ray's character. He takes the form of a twisted father, taking pride in the monsters he's created. As long as they stay loyal to him, he loves them. However, Frank is his wayward son, carrying on with a personal war that damages his bottom line. When he returns to Ray, this becomes an opportunity to remake his subordinate into the monster he was trained to be. It becomes a dark twist of the parable of the prodigal son in a way. Tie that into what Ray means to Frank as a mentor, paralleling Stick and Elektra's relationship, and how this murder represents Frank's final line to cross to become the Punisher, and you get a character who is much more interesting both narratively and thematically than he seems. In comparison, Nobu is just some stoic immortal ninja man. There is some potential in exploring why he worships the Black Sky, maybe tying it into Matt's arc of falling into darkness through separating himself from those he's trying to save. Maybe Nobu believes that the Black Sky will save people he cares about, but in his pursuit of it, he's become completely detached from his humanity to achieve what he wants. Maybe his motivations can tie into the overarching themes of redemption. Maybe he believes that humanity is far past it, directly contrasting Matt's views at the beginning of the season. But now that he's starting to doubt his methods, Nobu can become a silver tongue, tempting both Elektra and Matt into joining him. There's plenty of ways to flesh Nobu out while still letting him be the stoic immortal ninja man. Even in the small amount of screen time he gets, there's still ways to let his dialogue convey elements of his character, much like what was done with Rei, allowing him to be a much more interesting antagonist for Matt to face. Instead, he just feels like a temporary stand-in until we get to the Defenders. Now, usually I'd jump into talking about the main cast of the season who had survived to the final episode, but for this I'm going to skip a couple characters. First, Claire Temple and Wilson Fisk are only in this season for 3 and 2 episodes respectively, and I think I've pretty much covered the broad strokes of what the story does with them, so I'll skip them. I'm also going to skip Blake Tower, who I was surprised to learn was actually a main cast member. He doesn't actually get a proper character arc, but he works for the role he's used for. The only primary motivating factor for him is self-preservation. He betrays Reyes to help Karen because he doesn't want to go down with the ship. He flees New York because he doesn't want to be killed by Frank, and that's about all there is to him. He has potential to get fleshed out later, but here he's a smaller gear in a larger narrative machine. I really don't know why he was a part of the main cast. That only leaves me with 5 main characters to talk about, and this time I'm going to start from the bottom and build up to our protagonist. Foggy Nelson was a great addition to the cast in Season 1, and he only improves in Season 2. The first arc of the season naturally picks up with him trying his best to be supportive of Matt's lifestyle. Foggy tolerates his flakiness on the legal side of it while he tries to help the best he can on the vigilante side. Despite all of that, he never actually condones Matt's activities as Daredevil. In fact, Foggy is an outright hater. He is desperate to hold his 2 closest friends by his side, and the vigilante antics pose a threat to that safety net. If Matt dies or gets exposed, then Foggy loses him. That's also why he gets so weird about Matt and Karen dating. It changes the status quo too drastically, threatening the group dynamic, and it possibly means he may be left alone. However, the second arc reveals a deeper meaning to why he's so insistent on keeping Matt around as a lawyer and Karen as Matt's friend instead of lover. When faced with the prospect of taking on the Frank Castle case, especially by himself, Foggy suffers from a lot of anxiety. This reveals that while yes, he cares about Matt as a friend, he's become far too reliant on the guy to get him through life. In college, Matt was the mostly responsible one, with the exception of the Electra situation, being incredibly studious with his classes, while Foggy took a more laissez-faire approach to school. This likely gave him a sense of imposter syndrome once he entered the legal space, so he leaned on Matt to do the harder aspects of the job. He relied on Matt to deliver the closing statements at John Healy's trial, and during Frank's case he relied on Matt to deliver the tone-setting opening statement. However, during the latter, his friend flaked, forcing him to rely on his own abilities to save the day. From the beginning of the season, we've gotten hints that he's totally capable of handling himself, despite his over-reliance on Matt from his very first scene. He was able to talk down Leon into giving him information, convince 2 gangsters not to kill each other, and even go head-to-head with D.A. Reyes outside of the courtroom. Going back to his first scene of the season, Foggy may have begged Matt to come out and be his wingman, but he neglects the fact that he successfully hit on a random girl without Matt's help. Here at Frank's trial, though, this is where Foggy finally realizes his own capabilities. This gives him some newfound confidence, which allows him to forcefully confront Matt as the Electra subplot begins to interfere more and more with the trial. In the aftermath of it, Foggy has now become self-reliant, despite the loss. This is why he refused to let Karen accompany him to the hospital.
No, that's okay. Really, I'm good alone. I don't need you.
He's fine with being by himself now. However, the last hurdle to becoming his own man is Matt. There's a lingering hope that he can still fall back into his shadow despite the fight, which is why his first question to Marcy when she visited him in the hospital is if Matt was in the building. This also explains his answer to his buddy when asked if he wanted to be convinced to keep Nelson and Murdoch together.
I was hoping you would. Relieved when you didn't. Last step was us both admitting it. Now, we're done.
This was the last Rubicon for Foggy to cross in order to become his own man. The last thing he relied on Matt for was the permission to end their partnership for him to do so. This season then ends with him finally going solo, relying on his own abilities to get ahead. The job at Hogarth, Chow, and Benowitz is him setting out on that path, and also setting up some future cameos. It's a nice simple character progression, even though he gets about like 2 scenes per episode in the final arc of the season. But really, that was all that was demanded of him at that point. Foggy's journey of becoming his own man pairs nicely with Matt's journey of separating himself from his friends, not only because this serves as the catalyst for Foggy to go down this path, but also because it serves as a nice contrast between healthy self-reliance and unhealthy self-reliance. Foggy learns to not underestimate his own abilities and embrace them, while Matt overestimates underestimates his own abilities, diving into situations where he gets in way over his head. Unlike Foggy, who had a lot of prominence in the first 2 arcs of the season before being relegated to limited runtime in the third, Karen doesn't have too much prominence in the first arc, slowly gaining it in each subsequent one. In a similar manner to her friend, Karen's journey does see her learning to fend for herself apart from her core friend group. However, this isn't an arc of self-reliance, but rather an arc of seeking redemption from her past. Most of her time in the first arc is dedicated to her romance with Matt, which is admittedly one of the less interesting threads in the season, and her failed attempts to help Grotto. Similarly to Matt, I think that she believes he can be better than his mistakes, reflecting a desire for herself to do the same. Perhaps in helping this Irish gangster redeem himself, she could vicariously find redemption for herself. We begin hinting at Karen's dark past, which for right now we can discern involved her participation in her own brother's death. It's clear that this is a painful memory for her, and I suspect that her choices of constantly championing morally gray men either is a reflection of her desire to find redemption for her own morally gray actions, or, if we read into it further, and possibly use Season 3 as a cheat, these guys remind Karen of her brother. By helping them, it's like she's paying penance for failing Kevin. That would then add some context as to why she beats herself up so much about failing to help Grotto enter Witpro, which ultimately resulted in his death. This would also explain why she so quickly latched onto Frank's case in the second arc of the season. She claims it's to find the truth, something she seems to obsess over going forward, but again, I suspect this obsession is more so about helping Frank no matter what rather than the truth, as she hypocritically hides her own past from her closest friends. This is why she doesn't get upset with Matt over his, only breaking things off with him once those secrets not only threaten to destroy the trial of the current man she's championing, but also because this definitely looks like an affair. No matter how altruistic her pursuit of the truth is, it leads her once again to the New York Bulletin. Here, she's able to thrive thanks to her determination, eventually landing a job in the third arc of the season. It's also revealed that both Ben and Mitchell knew of Karen's unknown past, but it has no bearing on how they view her or the work she's trying to do. When she gets her hands on a story, she becomes tenacious about it. This shows her that the mistakes of her past don't necessarily have to define who she is now, nor dictate the action she takes. Unfortunately, that lesson passes her by. Entering into the third arc of the show, Karen isn't doing too well. Her relationship with Matt has eroded, Frank intentionally tanked his case and ruined her chances of helping him, and even Foggy has distanced himself from her in this journey of self-reliance. However, she gets a second chance to help Frank when he escapes prison. He specifically comes to her for help, but it turns out that that request was only his way of using her to find the blacksmith. Then he seemingly dies in an explosion, leaving Karen alone once again. But that doesn't stop her from trying to posthumously help Frank with a sympathetic profile of him. However, yet again, Frank comes in to ruin things for her, this time going to the point of no return by officially becoming the Punisher. This moment is worse than Grotto's death for Karen, because here she successfully helped her Kevin stand-in, finding the truth behind the Castle family murders, or at least part of it. Yet the sympathetic man who made mistakes in his past for somewhat understandable reasons now becomes a monster with her help. This is obviously a shock to the system, completely spitting in the face of everything she's been trying to do this season, as well as tanking her article. But Ellison comes in for the rescue by encouraging her to speak from the heart, which she does by talking about how all New Yorkers are heroes. I've already verbalized my thoughts on that, but suffice to say, I don't think it's quite the proper ending for her arc this season. But hey, at least she finally got the truth from Matt. Much like Foggy, Season 2 does a great job developing Karen as a character outside the circle of Matt's vigilante silliness, making her a much more three-dimensional character. And this season provides a lot of hints towards her backstory that naturally sets things up for her arc in Season 3. Speaking of Season 3, Elektra isn't in it. That's about all I got for a transition. When she's first introduced, Elektra is portrayed as this spoiled rich girl chasing an escape from her boredom, but her idea of fun gets increasingly dark. She's less so the embodiment of Matt's own darkness, but rather serves as the embodiment of temptation for Matt to indulge in it. However, the season goes on to flesh this darkness out. It's eventually revealed that she was born with this inherent animalistic bloodlust thanks to her status as the Black Sky, something we don't really get to know that much about. Still, this gives Elektra a difficult path toward redemption. In the framework of the show, she's the ultimate sinner. Yes, Frank kills criminals in pursuit of his mission. Matt toys with the idea of killing people as a solution to culling crime. Nobu and the Hand kill those who stand in their way as punishment or just simply to make a point. Stick kills those he views as a threat to the chaste or the world in general. Elektra, meanwhile, simply kills because she enjoys it. It gives her such extreme pleasure to take life, almost turning turning her on. It's a vice that comes just as naturally and intensely as one might experience lust or envy or anger or greed. This is who she is, a bloodthirsty psychopath. However, it is in her attempts to be better than she was born as that she becomes compelling. As she opens up more and more to Matt, allowing her smug facade to slip, he begins to believe in her ability to redeem herself and become good. It's that belief that encourages Elektra to try to side with the angels, what gives her hope that she can be better. While I do think that Matt is correct when he says that the two dating brings out the worst in both of them, his inherent Christian belief in redemption helps her overcome her own dark nature. If you want to read this through the lens of Christianity, which I think the show invites as Matt is a Catholic superhero, Elektra depicts an extreme example of a sinner's path to Christ. She was born with an ingrained darkness within her, one that tempts her to pursue her worldly passions. However, these passions harm those around her, leading some astray from the righteous path and just straight up killing others, all while darkening her own soul, ultimately condemning herself to death. But because a man of faith has faith in her ability to change, to choose the path of redemption, even willing to sacrifice his life so that she might find it, Elektra dedicates her life to that which is greater than herself, fighting to overcome the follies that come so easily to her to do good. In the end, she sacrifices her life for the sake of the man who believed in her capacity for good, showing that she has in fact changed. To quote the Bible, "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." Elektra proved her love to be true, and so showed true redemption. I mean, sure, she definitely killed some of those ninja guys, but that only further reflects upon the Christian's journey. Even after we commit ourselves to God, we're still going to struggle with the vices we did before becoming Christian. It's an ongoing war with ourselves, and sometimes we're going to lose. While she starts out as this annoying presence trying to trip up Matt for her own sick thrills and just being a smug little harlot about it, Elektra proves to be more and more interesting and sympathetic as her struggle with her base nature comes to the forefront of her arc and her affection for Matt becomes more convincingly authentic. She struggled all season to do one good thing in her life as a living weapon, and in her last moments, she finally does. I may have my numerous complaints about the hand plotline of Season 2, but Elektra's redemption arc certainly does not contribute to them. Frank Castle plays almost as a foil to her character. He's the anti-hero with looser morals of his storyline who tries to convince Matt to do a little killing. However, while Elektra's body count comes from her base nature and the sensual pleasure she experiences from it, and thus uses sensuality to corrupt Matt, Frank's kill streak is motivated by his mission, justifying it with his ideology and thus challenging Matt more on the grounds of practicality. Also, unlike Elektra, he was not born with a penchant for killing. We don't get much in the way of his life before he joined the military, but it can be assumed that he was your regular all-American family man who joined the military because of sheer patriotism. But he was put under the care of Colonel Ray Schoonover, who transformed this promising young man into a relentless killer. Some piece of Frank's humanity managed to persist, though, it seems, causing him to turn against whatever his squad did in Kandahar, breaking Ray's code of loyalty and earning the ire of some of the unknown higher-ups. Somehow Frank threatened that Kandahar operation, so some powers that be had Ray organize a drug deal as the blacksmith, using Dutton as an intermediary for a meeting between the Kitchen Irish, Dogs of Hell, and the Mexican cartel in Central Park the day after Frank returned home from the war. They must have known about the DA's deep cover agent in one of the gangs and allowed that man to leak the information to Reyes so as to set up the sting. Ray then didn't show up to the deal to intentionally spike the gang's paranoia, which was then made worse by Reyes' attempt to commence the sting, leading to the shootout that killed Frank's family. On a side note, this is a really complex plan, but it's really smart as it provides many degrees of separation from the murder of Frank Castle, if that ended up happening, and the ones who made it so. It also helped that Reyes tried to cover it up on her own, meaning that if anyone smelled anything funny, she'd take the blame for everything while Ray could feasibly get away. And even if he gets caught, those above him would likely not be exposed. However, one thing didn't go according to plan. Frank survived. Barely, but he survived. That bullet in his skull is the defining moment of Frank's life. It fundamentally damaged his brain, neurologically putting him in a heightened sense of combat, reliving the death of his family over and over again. Which also means he lives in a state of fresh grief day after day. After getting out of the hospital following the shooting, he sets out to do the only thing he can think of: figure out the truth behind his family's death. This is when we first encounter him in the show. The first arc arc clearly shows Frank to be a master tactician, orchestrating an extremely complex scheme of his own to lure Finn Cooley back to America to interrogate him about what he knew about the drug deal. While he follows this plan, he kills as many members of the three gangs he can get his hands on, viewing these people to be the scum of the earth. Not only do they deserve death, but killing them would also ensure that they don't victimize anyone else like his family in the future. He views them as irredeemable monsters, which, like I said forever ago, is a bit of a confession of how he views himself through projection onto these goons. This argument with Matt could also be a desperate plea for someone to affirm what he's feeling about the crap show all around him. However, this all begins to fall apart once his big plan fails simply because Finn refuses to reveal anything, leaving Frank at a dead end. He decides his war's done now and willingly turns himself in. His time in custody during the second arc sees a bunch of people trying to discern who he is and why he did the things he did. Meanwhile, he's starting to finally have some moments of self-reflection, finally coming to terms with the horrors he's perpetuated on Hell's Kitchen. He has to come face to face with the son of one of his victims, realizing he's just passed all of his grief and pain and anger onto someone else. A kid, no less. However, he certainly still feels that conviction to figure out what happened to his family, which comes up once Wilson Fisk offers him a new lead. He chooses to play the Punisher for now, but it mostly seems to be an act. That doubt in his mission is starting to worm its way in, and it likely inflames those thoughts about himself being an irredeemable monster. He takes his first step towards embracing that identity when he goes after Dutton and his crew on Fisk's behest, but once he's out, he doesn't really make too much progress in finding out who the blacksmith is. In fact, he doesn't even really seem to care who he is. He just wants to find a guy who will agree to say he's the blacksmith simply so his war can end. At the end of the day, Frank proves that he cares less about the truth and more about finding some semblance of closure and peace. That all changes when he discovers that the people behind the deaths of his family were not just some random street thugs, but the men that he considered his brothers in arms. Even the man who served as a sort of surrogate father for him. This is when the Punisher ceases to be an act. The rage overcomes the self-reflection, the grief, and everything else keeping him somewhat tied to his humanity. He kills his mentor in cold blood, becoming the Punisher for real. Elektra was a bloodthirsty monster who managed to overcome her base nature to become a hero, while Frank started as a hero and buried more and more of that side of himself to become the monster people had already painted him to be. His arc is a tragic one, and it's very well done. The show does a great job at making Frank sympathetic and understandable while constantly disavowing his actions. His presence simply serves to question the status quo of superherodom and the practicality of the no-kill rule. In reality, he is close to the opposite extreme to Matt's ideology, willing to kill just about any criminal he comes across. And that'll get worse now that he's become the Punisher we all know and love, but the public is very split on. On top of that, man is he portrayed well. If Daredevil Season 1 had Vincent D'Onofrio as Wilson Fisk and Jessica Jones Season 1 had David Tennant as Kilgrave, Daredevil Season 2 has John Bernthal as Frank Castle. Yes, the rest of the cast do a great job with what they have too. But come on, John Bernthal is just freaking phenomenal in this. He gives far and away the best performance of the season. He does such a great job portraying Frank's mental state with the constantly shifting head and eyes like he's always in the combat zone. The constant muttering under his breath and even the specific filler words and insults he keeps going to. But he also manages to infuse Frank with a lot of likability. He's able to casually converse with just about anybody, revealing the man beneath the vengeance and neurological trauma. Frank's a truth teller, never censoring what he thinks for the sake of others. And the one time he commits deception, he owns up to it. He's willing to tell Matt he's wrong, he's willing to tell Karen that she's in love with Matt, and he's even willing to tell the kingpin of the prison he's currently being held in that he will kill him, and then try to make good on that threat. I freaking love Frank Castle this season, if you can't tell by the disproportionate run times between this section and the other character sections this far. He is so good in this, and his arc makes me excited to get to his solo show. Too bad that's gonna take a while. What have I gotten myself into with these videos, man? Well, now we've finally arrived at our main protagonist. Matt starts the season self-assured in his identity as a vigilante superhero while comfortably balancing it with his personal and professional lives. However, that all changes thanks to Frank. He challenges Matt's moral compass of not killing criminals, but it's much deeper than that. The no-kill rule is a reflection of Matt's religious convictions. As a Christian, he believes that anyone can be redeemed in Jesus Christ, so why would that not extend to the criminals? It also helps that he witnessed the likes of Melvin Potter dedicate himself to doing good as retribution for what he's helped accomplish working for Fisk, and Vladimir Ranskahov sacrifice his life so that Matt may live. Of course, that latter one was for more vengeful reasons, but he was getting there. In the first arc of Season 2, he meets another criminal who has an opportunity to redeem himself and seems to have a deep desire to do so in Grotto. However, Frank snuffs his life out before he gets a chance to make that choice. In this moment, Matt realizes that regardless of how he conducts himself as a hero, he is inspiring and enabling other vigilantes with looser rules to go out and snuff out more lives that could be potentially redeemed. And so he declares to Brett that the age of the vigilante is done, intending to retire, taking responsibility for all the actions of Frank and the other devil worshippers of Hell's Kitchen. This gives us our first clue to Matt's major fatal flaw this season. Matt's retirement doesn't last long though, as Elektra comes back into his life during the season's second arc to rope him into the Hand plotline. He starts investigating this ninja cult in secret as to ensure he doesn't inspire more devil worshippers, even keeping his activities from his best friend. While he does this, he ropes his firm into a case defending Frank, hoping to spare him from the death penalty, still holding on to his belief in redemption. However, this stretches his time thin and he attempts to juggle it all. He flakes out on the trial, forcing Foggy to undertake it by himself. Still, Matt tries to take some ownership of this situation, but he's flat out denied, leaving him to double down on the Hand stuff and distance himself from his friends. This is where Matt's major fatal flaw this season takes shape. He takes the old adage, with great power comes great responsibility, far too seriously. He tries to take the responsibility of everyone, attempting to bear the sins of Frank and the devil worshippers, of Elektra, the Hand, etc. on top of the actual responsibilities that are his. Going back to that opening shot of Season 2, I originally said that I wasn't sure about the deeper meaning of it beyond serving as a nice reintroduction to the show. However, now I think that showing the entire city in this pan while the soundscape showcases a bunch of conflict happening in the city before resting on Matt's head does effectively visualize Matt's habit of placing everybody's issues and responsibilities upon himself, which adds a nice layer of depth to the shot if that's indeed what was intended. I suspect that this tendency of Matt's partially comes from Foggy's over-reliance on his buddy to skirt by in college, so he's gotten used to taking on other people's responsibilities. You could even trace this back to Matt's childhood, where he blamed himself for Battling Jack's decision to win his match against the Fixer's orders, which led to his death. This season sees Matt reaching the crux of that tendency. Like Claire said, he's put himself on his own cross to bear the sins of everyone else. He's tried to make himself God, and by doing so, he's distanced himself away from not only his friends, but his faith. Notice how his frequent visits to Father Lantham from Season 1 are basically absent this season. The only time Lantham shows up is when Matt happens to be at the church for Grotto's funeral. He's tried to make himself a lone god fighting against an army of devils, and in the third act, things hit a fever pitch for him. He learns a critical lesson. Man is not God. God is an almighty being capable of handling all the sins past, present, and future at once, as he did on the cross, while Matt struggles to juggle two plot lines, bouncing back and forth between each episode. The stress of trying to be Christ himself ironically drives him away from his Christian beliefs, specifically about redemption. This is why his knee-jerk reaction to Elektra killing the Red Ninja in kinda self-defense is to banish her, despite her declaration moments earlier that she would try her best to fight by his side, and in his way. Redemption is not a perfect process, for we are imperfect beings, but Matt at this time does not fancy himself as forgiving a god as the Almighty. His spiral away from God continues when he not only toys with the idea of killing the bad guy, but actually endorses it to Frank, even proposing that they team up to kill the blacksmith. However, Frank in his final moment of moral sobriety dissuades him from that course of action before seemingly dying in a blaze of glory. Maybe it's this instance, or the return of his mentor Stick, who always seems to spur complicated emotions within him, but Matt starts his crawl back to the light. He gets one final opportunity to correct his mistake with Elektra, who is now closer than ever to crossing the line and becoming a monster. This time he champions her rather than rejecting her, spurning her on towards redemption. He still tries to take the responsibility of others, but he's taken baby steps. Again, I'm not a huge fan of the dialogue of Matt and Elektra's final conversation, but I think it does reflect how Matt hasn't learned his lesson yet. It's not until Elektra sacrifices her own life, proving her complete redemption, that he seems to realize that he isn't God. He can't protect everyone by himself. Redemption is still possible for those who are willing to choose it, and he can't completely cut people out of his life, thus losing touch with those he's fighting to protect. Of course, then he tries to commit straight-up murder in his grief, but after that he has some time for some sober reflection. While the last couple of episodes follow Matt at his rock bottom, the finale ends on a hopeful note where he finally opens up to Karen, revealing his ultimate secret.
I'm Daredevil.
If Frank is the dark prodigal son falling away from God while Elektra is the sinner finding redemption, Matt is representative of a man trying to be the god of his own life. The more he tries to take complete control over it, he finds himself falling further and further into darkness as it spins more and more out of control. He ends up in a much worse place socially, physically, mentally, and spiritually than he was at the beginning of the season, where he was much more confident in his faith and beliefs. It's not until he witnesses what he thinks are the deaths of two people who followed the same trajectory as him does he finally have his come to Jesus moment, finally taking the steps to repair what he himself has broken. As he started to doubt people's capacity to be redeemed, he fell away from his faith, but Elektra's redemption and sacrifice allows him to redeem his own beliefs and faith, rediscovering what it means to be a hero. Matt continues to be an interesting protagonist, and while some of his shenanigans this season can be intentionally frustrating, the writers continue to do a good job developing his arc and, whether intentional or not, incorporating his faith into his journey without any of it coming across as a pure flick sermon. Now, this is usually when I try to have a clean transition to the themes of the season, but I feel like this time around it's pretty obvious. I mean, if you took a shot every time I said the word redemption in this video, your liver would have failed before we even got an hour into this. Yes, this season explores the concept of redemption. There are constant conversations about the merits of vigilantism and whether or not killing criminals will reliably decrease crime in a city, but what most of these boil down to is redemption. Brett Mahoney's really the only one whose take on vigilantism begins and ends with vigilantism, simply because he's a cop being discredited thanks to these vigilantes' activities. But for just about everybody else, they voice their own views about redemption or demonstrate them through their behavior. Matt believes in redemption for everyone, but slowly loses that belief over the course of the season until Elektra shows him the error of his ways. Elektra doesn't believe in redemption for herself, but fights to gain it, ultimately earning it anyways. Frank doesn't believe anyone can be redeemed, ultimately rejecting it for even himself to become a monster. Foggy's stance on the matter is, well, foggy. He fervently stands by Grotto's side to abide by his duty as a lawyer, while he's a little less enthused about defending a murderer like Frank, constantly doubting his goodness. He could probably best be categorized as a neutral party on the matter. Karen alternatively supports redemption through her support of both Frank and Grotto, likely in an attempt to find redemption for herself. Grotto's desperate for redemption but can't get out of his own way. D.A. Reyes actively rejects the chance to find redemption by trying to hide the mistakes of her past. Ray outright rejects redemption, instead goading his subordinate into embracing evil. Stick also rejects the idea of redemption, at least for Elektra, but he tells her to pursue it anyways out of respect for Matt and his beliefs. Turk was able to kind of redeem himself by helping Karen and his fellow captives try to escape the hand, risking his own life to do so. I mean, it was self-preservation, but, you know, he did a good thing there. Even Stan Gibson promises to redeem himself as a father to Daniel, albeit a little too late to save his own life. Nobu is there, I guess. Like I said, there was so much missed potential for him, but I won't get into that again. Redemption is offered to almost every character over the course of the season, and the question that is posed frequently is, can someone be redeemed from their past mistakes? Many characters over the course of the season don't get redeemed thanks to their own actions or the intervention of others. The two major plot lines center on the possible redemption of one of our anti-heroes. The order in which the answer of whether they'll find it dictates the overall message about redemption for the season. First, we have Frank's total fall from grace, rejecting redemption and embracing the Punisher. But then we end the season with Elektra overcoming her darkest nature to valiantly sacrifice herself, achieving the redemption she sought. The fact that the crux of Season 2 is a character who was born simply to be a weapon of mass destruction and death, with bloodlust ingrained into who she is, overcoming it all to perform an act of heroism, broadcasts the message that redemption is not only possible, but it's available for even the worst of us. It gets a little muddled by the whole New Yorkers are heroes thing in the end, which I guess is a sub-theme of the season, albeit a bit of an underdeveloped one. No matter how far we've fallen, we can always find redemption, but the critical thing is we have to choose to pursue it. We have to choose to be better than who we were, usually through submitting to something greater than ourselves. The path to redemption isn't an easy one to tread. You'll screw up, you'll struggle, you'll suffer, but you'll be better for it. We can either ignore our mistakes, punish ourselves for them, or we can dare to reject the devils in our nature and follow our better angels. We can find redemption no matter where in life we're at. We simply need to choose to look and do it before it's too late. The key is that choice isn't others to make. It's all in our, the hand. Nailed it. Well, if your liver wasn't dead yet, I'm sure it flatlined in the past 5 minutes or so of this video. That's another season of Marvel Netflix done and over with, and I'm just going to jump right into Luke Cage Season 1 because we're about to hit this stint of just diminishing returns for like the next 3, 4, maybe 5 seasons of television, and I just want to get through these as quickly as possible. This has been a very long video in the making, and I appreciate your patience as I tried to put this whole thing together. I wanted to get this out by December. Obviously, that didn't happen. Holiday fatigue hit. I had obligations to both my family and my other job. I had a hard drive just completely crash out on me, and it had like 85% of all the footage in this video on it. So just a very stressful time trying to put this together. But you know what? It's done now. I hope you enjoyed it. And as always, thank you for watching. Stay blessed. Stay away from hot Asian ninja women because they will destroy your lives. Thanks for watching.